Yeah. Just almost 3.5 years. I don't think that. Very recently. For I was so people get lecture all the
Right, is everything ready? Can you hear me? Yes. So I'm sorry, Gary. My colleague Gary told me before, are you ready? Are you going to give a rousing Churchillian speech? I say, no, I'm very sorry. It's going to be a very boring introductory speech. So, dear esteemed guests, speakers, guests, colleagues, students, and online participants, welcome to our conference on the ethics of artificial intelligence. I'm delighted that we have been finally able to organize this event, and it's wonderful to see such an excellent group of scholars here today. This conference has been organized by the Department of Philosophy and the Hong Kong Catastrophic Risk Center, which is a part of the department. The HKCRC is going to be 3 years old in January, and its research agenda is starting to become more distinct and focused. Recently, our fellows have been working on various foundational issues in ethics and value theory, for example, the badness of human extinction, problems in population ethics and well-being, and the ethics of risk imposition. And we have been working also issues related to the application of AI technologies to the way we live, communicate, and fight, and so on. This conference further reflects our commitment to doing more work in these areas. Now, ethics of AI or AI ethics are terms that are used to refer to different kinds of concerns. For example, we may be interested in the ethical aspects of the development and use or misuse of AI technologies by human beings. Or we might consider how to ensure that AI systems behave ethically, if the notion of an AI agent makes any sense at all, that their values are aligned to ours, or even discuss their moral status. In selecting our speakers, we have adopted a broad understanding of AI ethics that covers all these concerns. We have also been fortunate to secure experts in various aspects of artificial intelligence. While most of our speakers have primarily a philosophical background, some are also specialists in more technical aspects of AI, as well as in relevant areas such as cognitive science. Now, before beginning the conference proper, I would like to thank my colleagues, Dan Pallis, where is that? Thank you, and Adam Bradley, and our administrative officer, Felix Hoy, for their hard work. I would like to thank also the university for its support, as well as our friends at the University of Hong Kong and their department, since some of our speakers are their guests officially. Today, we'll have 5 talks, followed by 4 more tomorrow. Each talk will be 45 minutes long, followed by a 30 minutes Q&A session. Now, let me introduce our first speaker, our own Professor Yao Xin. Professor Yao is the Vice President, Research and Innovation, and Tong Ting Sun Chair Professor of Machine Learning at Leung University. Previously, he held academic positions at the Southern University of Science and Technology in China, the University of Birmingham in the UK, the Australian Defence Force Academy, the University of New South Wales, and the University of Science and Technology of China. Professor Yao is an internationally renowned scholar in artificial intelligence, and his research has received several awards, including the 2001, I hope I pronounced this well, IEEE Donald J. Fink Prize Paper Award, the 2011 Transactions on Neural Networks and Learning Systems Outstanding Paper Award, and the 2010, 2016, 2017 Transactions on Evolutionary Computation Outstanding Paper Awards. He was elected on an IEEE Fellow in 2003, won the Royal Society Wolfson Research Merit Award in 2012, the IEEE Computational Intelligence Society Evolutionary Computation Pioneer Award in 2013, and the prestigious IEEE Frank Rosenblatt Award in 2020. The list of Professor Yao's achievements does not end here, but I invite you to look up his profile for more. His talk today is titled Ethical Risks and Challenges of Artificial Intelligence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Yao.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea, for organizing this wonderful conference. As some of you know, university actually has another event in parallel, and then you can see we have a very dedicated audience to this conference. And then Andrea just mentioned to me why I'm here, and then in the beginning saying philosophers are the best researchers in the world, and then they have a critical mind, and then, but they don't want to criticize each other. Okay, so they say, let's find someone in the technical field who claim to be interested in ethics, and then put him the first. So at least we have someone to criticize. Okay, so I know my position and my role for this this conference. Do feel free to ask me questions or stop me during the talk. So I have a very strong interest in AI ethics, partly because I do machine learning quite a lot, and then I'll be asked the questions all the time. And then some are technical, I feel more comfortable. Some are non-technical, I feel uncomfortable. That's how I learn. Okay, whenever you feel uncomfortable, you learn something. So I'm going to go through my talk. It's really two big chunks. The first chunk is a bit like a long introduction. It's a bit like films nowadays. You have a long introduction, then you see the title. And the second part might be less important for us for this conference, because the second part is actually point 2 to 4. There are concrete examples how some of the specific techniques can help in enhancing some aspects of ethics. Okay, so on the technical side. But for the first part, I would like to explain how machine learner or computer scientist sees ethics from my perspective, which may or may not be the same as sort of experts in ethics as philosophers see it. So firstly, I think as an engineer, normally, at least I have a naive thinking. If we build the system, I want system to be good. Okay, so I mentioned the word trustworthy. And then if you build any system in engineering, people say, well, can I trust the system? Can I trust this mobile phone? When I type in some information, I get replies. Do I trust the reply? Okay, so there's always issue. So one of the very first basic question is, what do we mean by build a good system? So very quick first question is, the system ought to be trustworthy. Now you keep asking the question, what does trustworthy mean? If I said, yeah, feel comfortable in buying your laptop, your mobile phones, go to the autonomous driving these trains, and then just hop on, trust it, or trust me, or trust whatever the system developer says. So let me share with you, in science and engineering, what kind of attributes people attach to the word trustworthy. So to talk about this trust and the trustworthy, And that's how some engineers understand it. Say trust and trustworthy, they're actually a pair of asymmetrical bidirectional relationship, and trust describe a trustor's attitude. Whether the trustee is trustworthy in an uncertain environment. If you look at trustworthiness, it's trustee's attitude towards self in an uncertain environment. So immediately for scientist or engineer, whenever we use these two words, one thing is very clear at the back of their mind. It must be talking about uncertain environment. If you're talking about certain environment, these two words should not exist. Okay, you need trust and trustworthiness because of uncertain environment. And then it's asymmetrical. I trust this mobile phone. Mobile phone itself or developer claim I'm trustworthy. Okay, so this. The second interesting point is these are very context dependent. Just think of human beings, think of this man-made system. They're very subjective. As a computer scientist, I rarely trust any computing systems because I know how it works. I know the potential holes. So I resist using all these apps, but sometimes I have to use them. And that's interesting questions. Technically, philosophically, why I compromise. Okay, I knew I'm going to sacrifice privacy, but I go for the convenience for other reasons. And then the last bit is very much related to machine learning, that the trust between human beings and man-made system, or between man-made system, they can be learned. Takes a long time to learn, but it's very easy to destroy. Imagine both in human systems and machine. I think once your laptop, mobile phone make one mistake, you start cursing at it. This is rubbish, and then but it takes a long time for you to trust any man-made system. Okay. Now, what does trustworthy system mean, given that particular background? Very firstly, in order to build trustworthy system, we need to consider at least 6 attributes. And so this is well established in engineering domain. The first one is resilience, second one security, the third one privacy, fourth one safety, fifth one reliability, and the last one availability. So if you talk to someone from science engineering, if they start talking about trustworthy systems, so these 6 attributes will be in their minds. If you miss any of them, they'll say, well, that's not really trustworthy system as we know it. Okay. Now, if we move away from philosophy into engineering a little bit, you say, I want to build a real system. Whenever we build system, we have system requirements. And then in order to obtain, to ensure those 6 attributes, the system requirements, the very first one is very straightforward. The system should do what it's supposed to do. So realize its intended business function. I want mobile phone, it should have a speaker, and then it can communicate, etc. And then the rest of the requirements actually map into the 6 attributes I mentioned. For example, the first system requirements is potential adverse condition system are adequately analyzed, addressed by the design. Okay, so it seems to be obvious. It should guard against and withstand adversities in continuous improving manner. Just try to give you a little bit background. A lot of this trustworthy system originally in a domain, in a safety critical systems. If you think of aerospace, aeronautical industry, I think that work originated in that domain. Okay, think of build the aircraft engine, for example. The second requirement is only those privileges and interfaces for operational purpose are kept in the system during the operation phase. Okay, so think of that. So there's quite a lot. I won't go through one by one, just in case I put you to sleep. So this list of system requirements is saying if you are engineer, if you want to develop a trustworthy system such that your system has those 6 attributes, you need to meet these requirements. Okay, there's a system requirements. This is all well established. So all trustworthy system should have these 6 attributes and meet these 7 requirements. Now, trustworthy AI system They are systems. They should also meet those 6 attributes. But interestingly, when you go to different AI talks, not everyone talking about those 6 attributes. They talk about some of them, like privacy and the safety. But if you look at resilience, or if you look at availability, fewer people talking about it. So the key question for me to share with you is trustworthy system is not a new concept. Now it's very popular for people to say trustworthy AI. So what are the differences other than professors playing with words in order to justify their existence? Look at these applications again. Okay, thinking of smart health, intelligent robots, or autonomous driving. And I think of the example I said, the trustworthy system originated in safety critical domain, like aircraft engines. What do you sort of imagine might be the similarities and differences, or whether there are any differences? Building an engine, of course, it must be trustworthy, right? Smart health, no, nothing should be wrong, otherwise human life at risk. So I'm going to show you 3 slides with examples to see what people would expect from so-called trustworthy AI system. Left one is a very well-known example. Actually, back in 2016, and then a Tesla driver was killed because the car ran into a lorry. Later on, they analyzed and then hypothesized the reason might be the canvas side of not this lorry, and then actually lorry is a white one, and then computer vision system thought that was actually part of the sky, did not detect actually that's a part of a lorry. On the right-hand side, especially for those computing geeks, before ChatGPT, Microsoft was really into this chatbot. One of the chatbot is called a Tay. It put online, they try to actually attract more people into Microsoft sort of a domain. And they start sort of swearing using this racist and sexist sort of replies. So people suspect afterwards, I think a lot of users, actually computers, geeks, they knew how to incite those information from the chatbot. And then, of course, it took offline very quickly, less than 24 hours. And these 2 examples shows the left-hand side is criminals using AI-based software to mimic a CEO's voice, and then try to get this quite a large amount of money out of the company. So it really is pretend CEOs negotiating a larger contract and calling the CTO and say we need to put in some kind of deposit to secure the contract. But everything real, and then the sound is perfectly, it's not humanly distinguishable. Okay, so it's not very good techniques, but somehow something not quite right. And then on the right-hand side, also very well-known example in the US, and then using a software try to predict when we release a prisoner and then how likely they are going to recommit a crime. Okay, I thought that motivation is good, try to prevent, try to come up with the preventative measures, but somehow that software double the probability of recommitting crime for blacks, given all the other attributes are exactly the same. So that's actually pretty bad. And last slide, again, on the left-hand side, some people have experience in the early days, especially if you use a mobile phone. Mobile phone nowadays still have that functionality. You can automatically tag the photos you took. You can tick, say, yes, I want to do this. Now you can actually see for the early software, that tagging was wrong, right? This actually, well, you can see these are people, not gorillas. So that software was taken offline very quickly in less than 24 hours as well. Right-hand side is a fact actually everybody knew. Now people actually realize this should not be the case. It's a systematic bias against women in big tech companies. all of them, actually, Amazon, Facebook. This is actually for the media. If you do similar survey in China, I bet situation will be the same both in the recruitment process as well as the existing employees in the company. And there's a huge proportion of males against a small proportion of females. Okay, so I share 3 slides and 6 examples, and then I can ask the following questions. I keep comparing trustworthy systems against trustworthy AI. And then I try to understand whether there's anything more in trustworthy AI, which not prominently featured in the previous trustworthy systems. So the example I show, I think wasn't featured very clearly in trustworthy system because in engines, you don't talk about bias against something, right? It's just engine. I want the functionality to be correct. So suddenly we can kind of take one level of abstraction that the 3 slides I show here, they're more related to human beings as society. And they are all related to some kind of ethical aspects of it. Okay, I want equality in terms of recruitment. When we get person profile, lots of software using profiles, and then I want the profile to be unbiased rather than a certain bias. And then especially, I don't want a profile to be based on so-called sensitive attributes. It could be gender, could be race, to be any sensitive attributes you define. So it seems to me at least that if you want to ask me what's new in trustworthy AI system, which is not in trustworthy system, I thought ethics is one very important aspect. Now you keep asking me the question as an engineer, saying why ethics is so important nowadays, but wasn't important previously. Well, one important reason is actually application domain of the AI system. If you have an engine, the engine talk about, I don't know, other gears or transmission systems. You don't talk about ethics of transmission systems. Right? But nowadays, AI systems interact directly with human beings. Of course, ethical aspect becomes more important. It has an impact on all of us. Okay. Now, if we talk about AI ethics, it's actually not a new research topic. If you are interested in this AI plus something area, you know there's a journal called AI and the Law, has been there for more than 30 years. There's another journal also from Springer, it's called AI and the Society, also for more than 30 years. The third journal is called AI and Ethics, it's 4 years old. Okay, it's more recent one. So you can see people's interest in AI plus ethics has been there for 3 decades. It's becomes far more important than nowadays. Now, what does AI ethics normally include? Now it's time to show my ignorance, how I look at the AI ethics. So that's kind of a one slide summary, how I capture and understand AI ethics, extremely simplified. So I try to understand AI ethics for this particular concept in terms of hierarchies, in terms of dimensions. This hierarchy, I see some of these attributes more at an individual level. They are not mutually exclusive. For example, if you look at the privacy, I think can happen both at the individual level and the group level. Safety as well. You cannot say within a group, I sacrifice safety, right? So I put in this as a primary concern in order to understand it. Some of the issues occurred more prominently at the group level or the societal level. Some of them, if you look at it, that's more like environmental issues or the existence of the earth or the human being. Okay. At the individual level, you can see this in terms of individual safety, in terms of human dignity, freedom, autonomy, privacy, and data protection, etc. And at the group and the societal level, there's a whole set of ethical principles we are very interested in. Similarly, on the rightmost side, and then in terms of natural resources consumption, environmental protection, etc. And then on the rightmost, most people nowadays realize these large language models really consume a lot of energy, and then it's not really that sustainable, to be honest. One question you might ask, how do I get these boxes? Right? Why do you put one box there, but well, not another box is there? So this set of boxes were collected by looking at some of these guidelines, declarations published by UN, government bodies, industrial bodies, and academia. And then you can run a very easy sort of word counting software to see which words occurred most frequently. And then you extract, saying, well, that's the issues that people are interested in. So I don't know whether I have that. No, I don't have that table. So we have a table in that paper there to actually see which are the issues people concern the most. Privacy and fairness at the very top. I can remember out of 146 these official documents, we look at 107 mention transparency and fairness. And then you have responsibility, non-beneficence, solidarity, freedom, human dignity, etc. in that list. Okay, so don't consider these boxes as comprehensive. There are more things can be added on. But one message I want to emphasize is there's a hierarchy of issues. There's a multi-dimensional. So ethics is not one thing. It's actually quite rich in terms of interconnotation. I mentioned this for an engineer, it's a bit like a tree. So I use this very inaccurate term as unpacking AI ethics spatially in terms of what does it include. There's another term, excuse me. I used to capture the other dimension of AI ethics. I called it a temporal. The reason I called it a temporal is the following. If I'm interested in the entire life cycle of AI system, rather than sort of a conceptual AI itself, and then I have to look at the entire process. For example, if you look at this AI systems life cycle, start from a business analysis in terms of data engineering, in terms of machine learning modeling, in terms of model deployment, also in terms of operation and monitoring. At every stage of AI system life cycle, there are ethical issues, right? If we look at the very first one, business analysis, should we develop this AI system? Okay. Normally, you talk about cost benefit in terms of whether make a profit. But we need to consider transparency issues in terms of fairness. You ask question, does this designed AI product include any variables, features, or processes that are unreasonable or morally objectionable or justifiable? So this question actually should be considered before you embark on that particular project. So you can actually see ethical issues occurred very early on. If you take one step further, saying, yes, we would like to get on with this AI project, and then if we use the current popular approach, which is a data-driven approach, there will be a stage in terms of data engineering. And data engineering nowadays basically means we collect a lot of data, clean the data, and then transform it into a training data set. Now, immediately you can see there's a privacy issue there. If you collect any data related to human being, you have to consider at that stage rather than in the training stage. Okay. For most academics in universities in machine learning AI, they are doing work in the third stage, machine learning modeling. Given a large data set, how do I train the best model? So that's why you keep hearing in the news, there's yet another version, large language models coming out, right? You take some data, churn out this better models and modeling. But after that, that's not it. If you really deploy it into a mobile phone, into your cars, into a smart city something, or if you're into a smart health, then there's another set of ethical issues need to be considered. Even in the maintenance, operation and monitoring, right? When system is deployed, normally in the maintenance, you will tune the parameters. When you tune the parameters, there are ethical issues coming into it. So you can immediately see a very attractive concept of AI ethics in the eyes of one engineer or one scientist. It's very confusing because there are so many different dimensions I need to consider. And then if I consider this life cycle, the different cycle, I consider slightly different set of ethical principle, ethical issues. Then there are overlaps, obviously. So there have been a huge number of papers listing and categorizing various AI risks. And then if you go online, and then there's actually a database, you can contribute that database, say, oh, I thought about, or I discovered another risks by AI systems. Now I move to the second part of my talk, right? We discover a lot of potential risks, especially ethical risk of AI. And then we discover that in the development and the deployment and the use of AI systems, there are also these ethical risks. But how do we mitigate these risks? And I think raising the awareness and then understanding that is one issue, but how to handle that is another one. So very broadly, and all of us know, we can use technology to help us. When we run out of options in technology, we use non-technology approaches. That's something I can mention a little bit in terms of handling AI risks. Some people look at guidelines, standards, and then go to extreme, like regulations. The reason I call it extreme as regulations, because regulations is set by human beings. So regulations, I always think, is subjective, depending on who are setting them. As a technologist, I always think if we can find a solution using the technology, that would be the ideal. Okay, it's just something slightly more objective rather than subjective. But technology solutions to ethical issues is extremely hard. The reason is whenever you try to solve a problem using technology, you need to define the problem precisely and clearly. You can see it's not possible to define AI ethics precisely and clearly. There are so many different dimensions. Okay? When you define ethics in one way, I pop another thing, which you will miss from technology point of view. So let me show you what's happening in the technology domain. So the current state of art is computer scientists or machine learners are very interested in these issues. There's no single technology you can use to tackle AI ethics, but there's a collection of different techniques focusing on different aspects of ethical principles. For example, for transparency, most of us heard of this explainable AI. It is actually a subfield in AI. Looking at the different algorithms, we can understand so-called AI systems, especially black box systems. If we are interested in these fairness and justice issues, there's one branch in machine learning or in AI, it's called the fair AI. Similarly, this first column on the left, there are sort of ethical principles, and then the second column on the right is actually a subfield within AI. People actually write papers how we can develop better methods and algorithms to improve those. In order to illustrate that, let me give you 3 examples on 3 different aspects. One is on fairness, the other one on explainability, and the third one is on safety. So technical details are not very important. I'll repeat the message I want to get across towards the end. So fair machine learning is a very active research topic. So this bar graph tries to demonstrate the number of papers published each year. So partway through 2022, and then we just look at number of published papers, just on these very specific topics, well over 700 papers published. So it's very active research areas. So this is the first interesting bit I want to emphasize. It's somewhat straightforward for us, or even for me, to talk about fairness. Okay? Oh, I want the system to be fair. I don't want this mobile phone system to have any biased software. Now you ask, suppose your students say, do something fair. Okay. The very first question any scientist engineer will ask you, say, okay, I'll do it, but tell me how you measure it. If you cannot measure it objectively, how can you talk about it? That's engineer's attitude, okay? Then you say, okay, then I'll define what fairness means, okay? And there are over 20 fairness definitions. They're writing out in terms of equations, no ambiguity. Okay, so for a very simple example, if a face recognition system to be fair, I want this misclassification rate will be the same for different sensitive groups. Can be for different black and white, for example, or the yellow. I don't want for a particular group, the misclassification rate is very high. Then that group will be unhappy. I'll be unhappy if I were in that group, right? Or even wearing glasses. When I go through a checkpoint, for people wearing glasses, misclassification rate is 5%. People without glasses, actually, misclassification rate is only 1%. And I say, why? Why is 5% for me? Okay, so you can write an equation to say, I want these two probabilities to be the same. There are more than 20 different ways to measure different aspects of fairness. They all make sense. And they're all correct. Trust me, mathematically rigorous, and then it also makes sense. Now, there's no free lunch in the world in many domains, in many sense. Fair machine learning is an excellent concept, but the way we impose these fairness measures onto machine learning systems introduce conflict. And there are two prominent conflicts. They're both inherent. First one is between the model accuracy and the fairness. If you want this system to be very accurate, you minimize the error rate, for example, you know you are going to sacrifice one of the fairness metrics. Then you probably say, oh, no, I can't do that because I cannot really deploy this system in the real world, because at that point, grabbed by the journalists or by the public, then it's like example I showed, I can't survive. Then you say, I want to emphasize fairness, ensure this AI systems or deployed machine learning system is fair according to these over 20 metrics. Okay, then you know you are going to sacrifice your model accuracy. Okay, so these are conflicts. The second conflict is even more annoying or challenging to engineers and scientists. Among those different fairness metrics, there are inherent conflict as well. So for exactly the same system, okay, I have a machine learning system embedded in my mobile phone for doing whatever recommendation, for example. If you use one of the metrics to measure, it is actually fair. There's no inherent bias in the system. But if you use another metric, it actually tells you this system is biased against certain sensitive groups. Then you suddenly face this huge challenge, at least for scientists and engineers. I have a set of these attributes. I want this system to perform well. I don't want to have any inherent bias in my system. This is just not good. But I also know for a fact there are conflicts among them. What do we do? Okay, we can give talks, but I want to build system. So this is actually the research challenge we face. How can we make machine learning fairer? Fairer, I think, to emphasize, not according to just one fairness metrics, according to multiple fairness metrics. but without sacrificing accuracy too much. We will sacrifice accuracy because of inherent conflict, but I don't want to sacrifice too much. So this brings out the key message I want to bring out in this example. Even we zoom into one ethical issue, like fairness, the problem is still inherently multidimensional because I need to consider multiple factors. I cannot just zoom into one of them. The particular answer come up with, of course, in my domain, we use so-called multi-objective learning. It's a multi-objective machine learning. So the details of these multi-objective machine learnings are not important, or if you are interested, I'm more than happy to explain to you after the talk. Let me just explain a couple points here. Obviously, when we carry out this study and then doing these computational comparisons with the existing state of art, and then we do get a better result. Okay, so that's first point. Second point is interesting here. We have lots of metrics. And then in the learning, you probably wonder, are you going to shuffle all this 20 plus these metrics into machine learning process? It's not just practical computationally. Okay, so we use a subset. The interesting thing is that we use a subset in a machine learning process. We build a machine learning model, and then we evaluate this model according to the metrics which we never used previously. Okay, because there are so many others. It still performed very well. Then I say, oh, that's good. At least as a first step, it's very promising. That means in the future, there might be a technological solution where we look at a subset of metrics in terms of fairness, and then we learn a model. This model will also be mostly unbiased. The reason I say mostly because this work all done computationally rather than through mathematical proof, and then also unbiased according to those metrics never seen in the machine learning process. And the last bit is really for people who want to try this tool rather than developing their own tools. Okay. Now I'm going to explain the second example in a different domain, which is explainable AI. Within explainable AI, the most popular techniques is called the feature attribution explanation. It's called FAE. It's very straightforward techniques. If you have black box, this is a black box, and then you have some input in, you observe one output. And then you ask the question, when I observe this output, how much contribution each input make to that output? Okay, so I want some explanation. Why do you get this output? How much each input make to that output? So this FAE in a nutshell. Again, similar to the previous scenario, you want to be explainable, then you need to tell me as an engineer how you measure it. Otherwise, I won't be able to make any objective claim, right? So given two explainable techniques, what would be the metric we use to say one is better than the other? I know in some other domain, people using argument. In science engineering, we prefer to use objective metrics. Otherwise, you won't be able to compare. So here are the two people used. If I have a black box model, and then I use this simplified explanation, I want this explanation to be faithful to the original model. You don't want to change whatever the original model says. It's faithfulness. On the other hand, if I come up with an explainable model, I want this explainable model to be simpler than the original one. Otherwise, what's the point? Right? If the original model or an explainable model is as complex as the original one, you never explain very much. Okay. If you just look at these two metrics, and then run it in your mind for 5 seconds. They kind of sense there's an inherent conflict between the two. Well, it should be the conflict, right? If something very simple, according to complexity, it probably won't be able to capture all the intricacies of original black box model. That means you sacrifice faithfulness. If you want to be extremely faithful to the original black box model, then it probably is not that simple. Right? So you can sense, if you look at the literature, now you understand the behavior of these academics. And then normally academics, you pick one of them, write a paper, and then publish it. Very few paper actually use multiple metrics. Maybe because they guess there'll be conflict, and then it's difficult to draw a conclusion of that. The other aspect of explainable AI, always fascinating to me, is you talk explainable AI, and then the first question comes into my mind, or it actually should be to anyone's mind, is what are you explaining to whom? Are you explaining a machine learning model to Andrea? Are you explaining a machine learning model to me? If you have a, let's say, a smart health system or a diagnosis system, are we going to come up with an explanation to the machine learning model developers? Are we going to explain to the doctors, or are we going to explain to patients, for example? If you explain to machine learning modelers, and then I'll be very happy to take so-called Bayesian network. And I say this makes perfect sense. If you throw a Bayesian model to a patient or average patient, I don't think he or she will be satisfied with a Bayesian model as an explanation. Okay, so it just shows for explainable AI, there are different needs from different stakeholders. Now it's very easy for people to say, but it's a tremendously challenging for engineer to come up with a solution. How do I meet these very different needs of different stakeholders to come up with the different explainable models? So that's a research question. The answer actually end up with a similar technique I mentioned, is to use multi-objective learning, because for machine learning nowadays, I never treat it as a single objective problem, because all these ethical concerns, they are inherently multidimensional. For multidimensional problem, we need to use a multi-objective machine learning approach. So I'll skip this technical part. This slide I stopped for 5 seconds to say explainable AI is not as straightforward, as interesting as you thought, because there are a lot of details are extremely important. Explaining to whom, when do you explain it? Are you trying to explain the reasoning process, or are we trying to explain the outcome of the model? They're different. What do we explain? Outcome, results, or actually the data? And how do we explain it? Do we present it as a Bayesian model, as a decision tree, or as a text, or as a graph, etc.? For the very last example, because of time, I'm going to describe the problem to you. Again, I won't bore you with the detail. So machine learning with constraints. So just put ourselves into the mind that safety requirements for autonomous vehicle. Okay, playing role as a company developing a system for autonomous vehicle and users. Suppose Andrea and I, as developers, say we come up with this wonderful system, and then we tested this system on gazillion miles of data, and then we try to sell it to whatever company, okay, Ford, let's say. And then Ford say, okay, but how do I know this system will work in the real world? So the answer from me say, trust me, I tested on gazillion miles of roads. gazillion, okay, 10 to the 20 sort of miles of roads simulated data. And then Ford company say, I know you tested the gazillion miles of roads, but in the future roads, they might not be in your gazillion miles roads data set, right? How do I know it's going to work? Where's the safety guarantee of that? Okay, so that's a scenario. You can do the machine learning on a historical data, and then you can say how wonderful it performed. But in the future, we want some kind of a mathematical guarantee. And then we know, okay, from machine learning's point of view, using current existing approach, we cannot prove it's going to guarantee, but we can set I can guarantee with a very high probability it's going to be safe. Okay, that's a current model. So that's this 1 minus delta. With high probability, it's going to be safe. If you frame machine learning as this kind of machine learning problem, then you have to change the machine learning algorithms with constraint. What's the constraint? Is safety constraints. So I want to maximize my performance, but at the same time, satisfy this constraint with high probability. And then how do you do that? And then that's this particular piece of work. I won't go through the details, but you can actually see how these issues, when they have to be tackled by science and engineers, actually non-trivial. So my concluding remarks, I claim that trustworthiness is the key to real-world applications of AI systems. The reason I underline those two words is if you're not concerned about real-world applications, you can do lots of interesting things. But if you're concerned about the real-world application of AI systems, then suddenly what I talk about pop up. Second one is I claim that for the trustworthy AI, as a sort of additional content to the trustworthy system is ethics. The reason ethics is important is because AI systems interact with the people and society far more closely than before. The third one, I think, is the one I want to highlight using those 3 examples I go through. Even I zoom into just one of the issues, just like fairness, okay, still multidimensional because there are so many different aspects of fairness. And those more than 20 metrics are not exhaustive. I'm pretty sure people can think of other aspects of fairness and then write the equation saying, well, you cannot have this bias according to this criteria. So inherently, the whole thing is hierarchical and multidimensional. So in terms of solution approaches, I'm a strong advocate of using a multi-objective machine learning approach. And the last one is really what I hope we can achieve through this conference to get more people together to be interested in different aspects of AI ethics. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
All right, so why don't we start with some questions? Adrian, go first.
This one? No.
Hello, testing. Okay, great, thanks. I think I understand complexity. Can you say a bit about faithfulness? I don't think I understand the definition of faithfulness here.
Okay. So faithfulness, basically you calculate the output from the black box model, and then you calculate the output from this explainable model, and then you take a difference. Okay, you can. So this one is actually calculate this correlation. So you find the explainable one, and you find the original one, and then you calculate the distance between the two.
So I'm supposed to take a correlation, between the sum of G and the difference of F and F minus X sub X. I'm just confused what the CORR stands for here.
Which bit?
So as I read this, CORR is taking 2 inputs. You have the left comma and you have right of the comma. So
This side.
yes. So could you disambiguate this for me, please?
For this part,
Yeah.
it tries to calculate the difference between the original black box model I want to explain, and then this explainable model, which is a simplified one. And I want the output to be the same. I think this is the final. If I minimize to be 0, then that's the best one.
Okay, thanks.
You have a follow-up on this, Adrian? Is that all? Okay. Then gentleman here.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm curious, so I have one comment and one question.
Yeah.
So the comment is when you talked about
trustworthy systems and trustworthy AI and take ethics as central to trustworthy AI, but not trustworthy systems, if I understand you correctly, it seems to negate a lot of discussions early on computer ethics that talks about building values into systems. In that case, they also talk a lot about ethics like better fragments, Hellenism, all this value-sensitive design peoples talks a lot about that. So just curious how you understand the history of trustworthy system to trustworthy AI and why highlight ethics as part of trustworthy AI, not in trustworthy systems. My question is, how do you understand ethics? I know that you have an engineering background, and the way I see how you present ethics, it seems very much like a consequentialist, a utilitarian frameworks that try to build on an objective metrics. So whether other ethical frameworks such as virtue ethics, such as broadly social ethics would build into your taxonomy as well. I'm thinking, for example, there are questions about powers of AI tech companies, how they design specific metrics being used in algorithmic developments. So in that case, whether this type of questions can be accommodated in your hierarchy and taxonomies of AI ethics.
I think your question is also kind of analogous to my struggling in a sense. For ethics as actually a field of study in philosophy as its own system, as our own body of knowledge. So the way I capture it is very superficial. Okay, so suppose you have a wonderful ethical theory of the entire system, value system, alignment system, which I don't really understand. But anyway, you have a system, you have a theory, and then you say the artificial system like this one ought to embody this value. Okay. Then I play the engineer's role and I say, okay, I'll do that. Okay. Then you need to tell me how do you evaluate this? Because if you don't have an objective measure, a claim, this has the value system already. And then we enter into kind of an argument without a common understanding of objectives. So the first step, at least I do, is no matter what kind of theoretical framework, or value system, or ethical system we have, I always ask the question, what do you mean precisely? If we disagree on the meaning, it's not possible to implement in a system. If you want to implement in a system, we need to be precise. Okay, I think that's the struggle I have, and that's precisely I find it so interesting, because human society has a desire of this value system, and they want to impose it onto the machines. But the machine says, okay, you need to tell me precisely what you want me to do, then I'll do it. So there's a constant struggle how to express that precisely. I think that part is the most interesting research from my point of view. Yeah.
I forgot to mention, we'll use the convention one hand up for a new question and a finger up for a follow-up. Okay, so do you want to reply? Okay, Malmate.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. It's really interesting. My question is about the multi-objective. The question is more specifically about conflicting objectives. So it seems that some objectives are conflicting in the sense that accuracy and fairness may be conflicting objectives. Say, if the world is biased, how could we achieve accuracy and fairness simultaneously? So the more specific question is about how can we set a loss function for these conflicting objectives? So how can we do optimizations in this context?
Yeah, and then in a multi-objective learning, it's not finding one solution to the problem, and then you find a set of solutions, and that set is so-called the Pareto set. Within that set, the solutions are not really comparable according to multiple objectives. That means that there's no Pareto dominance between them. In a lot of other work, people try to combine different objectives using weighted sum into one loss function. If you do that, and then firstly, you assume you have a knowledge how to set the weights in front of the different terms, and that weight represents your evaluation, how one objective is more important than the other one. Okay, if you have a weight of 1 in front of one term, 2 in front of the other term, basically you are saying the second term is twice as more important than the first one. And then you will find one solution represent only one particular trade-off between these two objectives. If you use a multi-object approach, you find a set of solutions. Each solution represents different trade-off. Talking about loss functions, you can imagine my multi-objective approach as using multiple loss functions simultaneously in the machine learning process rather than one loss function.
So can I understand it as, according to different scenarios, you use different loss functions to satisfy the specific need?
In most cases, we have a predefined set of loss functions, objectives. And then there's one recent work we did is exactly what you said. We use the algorithm to determine the objectives themselves in the learning process. It's kind of weird idea in computer science. In the machine learning process, you have iterations. For every iteration, the algorithm decide which subset of the objectives they want to use.
Thank you. Thank you.
Karina?
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. It's very comprehensive. And my question came early on. Sure. Karina Vold from University of Toronto. So my question came from early on. When you were talking about trust, it seemed like you kind of spoke about trust as if it was the same, or the way you were describing it, as if it were the same as what philosophers call interpersonal trust or trust in another person. And I wonder if you think that's right, or if you think there's any like relevant distinctions there. And I'll just say a little bit about like why I asked this question, which is that in philosophy there often is a distinction. And so the question is sort of like, do you agree that there might be a relevant distinction there? Of course, the literature is diverse, but that it's often thought that, and this goes back to a view by Annette Baer, I believe her name is, a philosopher, who argues that interpersonal trust is a form, or trust in general, and interpersonal trust in particular, is a kind of variation of reliance, where one can rely on inanimate objects like machines, but one can't trust them in the way that we trust other people. Because, at least on her view, trust is the kind of thing that can be betrayed. Whereas reliance is sort of like one can rely on something and be disappointed when one's choice to rely on it turns out not to be the right move. But a machine can't really betray one's trust in the same way. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
That's a very difficult question. So I guess my view of trust and trustworthiness will be a very narrow view in that sense. Another difference I can see is machine systems nowadays, at least, they don't generate their own goals. I don't know whether that might be relevant to the distinction between interpersonal trust and the trust between man-made system and the human beings. So I don't have an in-depth answer to your question, but that's certainly a very important distinction between trust between two human beings and trust between human beings and the machines. There's also trust between two systems. I think your mobile phone actually talk to other systems, to your fridge, for example. And then trust issue occurs in that situation. People do write papers about that. Yeah.
Jesse?
Hi, thanks. I also want to push you on trust stuff.
Mhm.
So one of your examples regarding AI and untrustworthiness involved criminals using AI to commit fraud by mimicking a CEO's voice. But notice in that case, like, it's not the AI that's being untrustworthy. All of the untrustworthiness comes from the criminals, comes from the people. The AI is just a tool, in a way the tool is morally inert. It seems why? Because there's no real agency there. So like, you know, as sort of an analogy, like imagine I commit a crime with a gun, I kill somebody, like it's not the gun that's untrustworthy, it's me. But compare this to like the self-driving car case. In that case, no, it's the AI car that's being untrustworthy. Why? Because now it has a kind of agency. It's the one taking over actions and driving the car. So I wonder when there's like real interesting questions about ethics of AI and trustworthiness, there must be an agency component. Do you agree?
I think that's very active discussions precisely around the issue you just mentioned. Most technology companies love the view you put forward. My technology is innocent. It's the other guy who misused my software, okay? But if you look at a lot of discussions around EU Artificial Intelligence Act, the counter argument saying, actually, you need to demonstrate in the development process of AI systems, you anticipated this scenario, and then they want to see what the company have done to minimize those cases. So I think there's both sides of argument. And then one side saying, well, I'm just developing knife to peel, I don't know, my apple, for example. And the fact that the other one took it to kill the other person, nothing to do with me. That's one attitude. Okay, so one debate. I think the other counter argument is also in the public saying, does this imply technologies like me, you don't need to worry about it? Or should we actually do something? What that something is, we don't know, but should we do something? So I recognize it's a valid argument. I don't think there's a consensus in terms of a conclusion yet. It's a very old debate, as you've just mentioned. I have this nuclear technology to generate electricity. The fact that the bad guys use it to make a bomb, and then I'm a physicist, I just invent. So that's one current argument. Is I'm just a poor computer scientist. I want more efficient algorithm, you know. So why do you throw me all these questions? And now people say, well, you have a responsibility in thinking about those questions, even though you are a computer scientist. So I don't have an answer. I think that's a valid argument. I think still need to be debated.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Faye?
Thank you so much for your talk. I also quite interested in your multi-objective learning approach. Like my question might be somehow in your slides, but you skip part. Because when you reply to Maomei's question, you mentioned that in your approach you use this weighted sum to kind of solving this different kind of objects. But I kind of wondering why you're not thinking an alternative, which is like lexical order, like just check each object one by one, like maybe one object is kind of more important than the other. Of course, it might have issues of, okay, you need a higher order of theory, why one object is kind of more important than the other. But for the weighted sum approach, it seems similar have issues of how to come up with the weights, right? So like, do you think that lexical order thing is something, not worth considering or not like?
So my approach did not use weighted sum. I always joke weighted sum or weighted sum. You use weighted sum approach when you have a lot of domain knowledge about different objectives. That's how you come up with the coefficients or hyperparameters, as they called nowadays. When we use a multi-objective approach, we have a multiple loss function of multiple objectives. So to compare two solutions, we use so-called Pareto dominance instead of lexicon order. Pareto, I think, is actually from economics. So if a multiple objective comparing two solutions, and you can always define it internal Pareto dominance. So for one solution to Pareto dominance, the other solution is two conditions. It's according to any objectives, one solution is no worse than the other one, and then you pick up at least one objective is strictly better. That's called the Pareto dominance. And then in the final solution we found is a set of non-dominant solution. That means they are equally good according to Pareto dominance, and then assuming all objectives are equally important. Yeah.
Over there.
Hi, thanks. Great talk. Could you go back to the slide where you talk about the inherent conflicts between accuracy and fairness and the two inherent conflicts? Yes, that one. Yeah. Could you just explain to me, this is just purely clarificatory, what you meant by the tension between model accuracy and fairness? Because from what I understand, when you say accuracy and fairness, I think about like the Kleinberg impossibility theorems, and when there's unfairness in like a predictor between two groups, that only arises when like the base rate of the predicted feature is different and the model is inaccurate. But the more accurate the model or the predictor becomes, the more like the unfairness kind of disappears or something. So, but obviously you have a result that shows there is a conflict. So I don't quite understand what you meant by accuracy and fairness in that case.
Okay, let me clarify with the 2 points. Inherent conflict, I mentioned that if you maximize accuracy, you will damage fairness according to one fairness metrics. That means fairness metrics will be reduced, will be more unfair. So that's called inherent conflict. Then you say, no, I don't want this model to be biased. I want fairest machine learning model. Then you reduce your accuracy, you damage your accuracy, okay? Because these two cannot be maximized or minimized simultaneously, and they're conflict. The second one is for my multi-objective learning algorithm, we don't resolve this conflict. Instead, and I say, if you have two conflicting goals, how do I find the different trade-offs between these two goals? Okay. So such that you don't get the extreme case where I have extremely poor but a very fair model, or I have extremely high performance but biased model. I don't get into that situation.
So I was just surprised by the first thing you said, like as you increase the accuracy, sometimes things get more unfair by some unfairness, by fairness metric, because one fairness metric is like balancing of false positive rates. But if you're like perfectly fair, there's zero false positives for anyone. So like that would be perfectly fair. So I had the impression that one way to make things less unfair is just to make things as accurate as possible. But now I'm hearing that sometimes making things more accurate can create more unfairness.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Because there are so many different definitions of unfairness. Yes, if you make it extremely accurate, you can make some of these metrics even worse rather than better.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some, okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, not all of them. I think for these, some of them are kind of a positively correlated with accuracy. Then more accurate will be more unbiased. For some of them, more accurate actually make it even more biased.
Is there like a really popular example of a fairness metric that becomes that does worse as you increase accuracy?
If you look at these most popular one, I think is what so-called group fairness and individual fairness. I can't remember exact formula now. They are a pair which are conflicting with each other. If you improve one, the other one will be reduced or get worse.
Any questions online? Could you please check? No? Any other questions here? No? Okay, so let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Email. send PDF 佢冇開啦，咁然後我 share screen。可唔可以 Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Right now. You're gonna need Boston.
Sorry?
You're gonna need Boston.
Okay, just, okay. Okay, sorry. Our next talk's about to begin. Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. So our next speaker for today is joining us all the way from Leung University in Hong Kong. So Adam Bradley, he's an assistant professor of philosophy here at Leung University, where he's also a research fellow with the Hong Kong Catastrophic Risk Center. His research focuses primarily on various topics at the intersection of philosophy of mind, cognitive science, and philosophy of psychiatry. So for example, he has recently published on things like the feeling of bodily ownership, the metaphysics of bodily pain, the nature of delusional belief, and of course, most appropriately for today, the risks of AI suffering. He's currently interested in the nature of affective experience and its relationship with cognition. And the title of his talk today is AI alignment versus ethical treatment, 10 challenges. So please join me in giving Adam Bradley a warm welcome.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Adam, for the generous introduction. Let's. Not a lot of room. Whatever. Okay. So, as Adam said, the title of our talk today is AI alignment versus ethical treatment, 10 challenges. And so this is joint work that I've written with my friend and collaborator, Brad Saad, who's at the Global Priorities Institute at Oxford. And this paper, for your reference, is available as a GPI working paper, as a preprint. So if you want to go read it now, you're more than welcome to. Oh, thank you. Okay. So this paper is about a tension that we see in two pressing problems in the field of AI ethics. So one of these problems is the very familiar and general AI alignment problem. Roughly speaking, the problem of ensuring that the values or goals or ends of advanced AI systems are aligned with those of humanity. That is to say that AI systems don't have goals or values that, for example, are dangerous to human beings or display some kind of bias that we regard as morally unacceptable. But another, and I think equally serious ethical challenge that we face in the development of AI systems is what we call the AI ethical treatment problem. And this is the problem of ensuring that advanced AI systems do not endure unethical treatment at our hands or at the hands of each other. And so this problem, of course, is less well known or less discussed at the moment because plausibly the AI systems that we have today aren't moral patients, aren't the kinds of things that merit moral consideration in and of themselves. But for reasons that we'll discuss, or I'll discuss throughout the course of this talk, there are reasons to think that future advanced AI systems may be moral patients, and hence that we have reason to take the AI ethical treatment problem seriously. And so basically what I want to argue today is that these two problems interact, making it difficult to address them simultaneously. In particular, the process of AI alignment very plausibly creates real harms to advanced AI systems, assuming that these systems are moral patients or have moral status. And so this conclusion is significant because it provides us with additional reason to proceed very carefully, if we proceed at all, in developing these sorts of advanced AI systems. So as the title of the talk alludes, I'm going to discuss 10 apparent ethical challenges that we think we're likely to face in developing advanced AI systems. These challenges listed here are wrongful creation, wrongful destruction, wrongful infliction of suffering, wrongful deception, wrongful brainwashing, wrongful surveillance, wrongful exploitation, wrongful confinement, wrongful stunting, and wrongful disenfranchisement. And so the idea here is if AI systems, future AI systems, merit moral consideration, then it's at least apparently wrong to treat them in these sorts of ways. The idea here is very flat-footed. It's wrong to do these kinds of things to a person. So if AI systems are persons or have moral status tantamount to that of persons, it's at least ostensibly wrong to treat them in these sorts of ways. And then we're going to argue it's actually very plausible that AI systems would be treated in these sorts of ways in the process of creating and aligning them, hence that there's a strong standing moral challenge to the creation and alignment of advanced AI systems. And so we're going to look at this issue through two different lenses. First, we're going to discuss how these problems might arise for perhaps less familiar form of AI technology, namely whole brain emulation technology. So whole brain emulations are advanced AI systems that emulate the causal structure of the brain up to a selected level of detail. But we're also going to discuss these issues through the lens of what we call ANTs, or advanced near-term systems. These are highly capable and agentic near-term successors of current deep learning systems. So basically future versions of large language models or other deep learning systems augmented by plausible future developments such as agency or multimodality. And basically, we're going to start by arguing that these forms of ethical treatment would be unavoidable or at least very difficult to avoid in the creation of whole brain emulations. And then we're going to extend the argument to ants. So one question I want to address right at the start here is why we're discussing whole brain emulations when so many recent advances in AI are in the field of deep learning, a very different architecture. So a few reasons why we think it's useful to look at these ethical issues, at least in part, through the lens of whole brain emulation technology is, well, first, there's in fact been significant progress on whole brain emulation technology over the last few years. It's sort of been overshadowed by the even more rapid progress in deep learning systems, but there's been advancement there as well. This progress can be expected to continue, and for this reason, whole brain emulations may arrive sooner than expected. In fact, there's a kind of plausible synergy here where advances in deep learning models might help us to develop whole brain emulations even more rapidly than we otherwise would. Another reason for looking at alternative AI paradigms and assessing their ethical implications is that our current paradigm may stall out. It's far from certain at the moment whether we'll be able to continue the kind of rate of progress and growth that we've achieved so far in developing deep learning systems. A fourth reason is there are in fact other kinds of potential AI technologies, so-called brain organoids and so-called neuromorphic systems, basically creating kinds of artificial brains or brain-like systems that might also be a path to artificial intelligence, and it's worth thinking about the ethical implications of these strategies. And then finally, I think a reason for looking at the ethical implications of whole brain emulations is in part that they're less, precisely because they're less near to hand, because they're not the kinds of things we interact with on a day-to-day basis, we're perhaps less biased in thinking about the ethical implications of their use in treatment. Many of us already use deep learning models, and so have already formed a kind of idea about what kinds of ethical status to accord them. And this may bias our thinking about future versions of these systems, which may be more capable and more likely to merit moral consideration. So first, we argue that a hypothetical whole brain emulation that we dub Emma is liable to suffer the 10 apparent harms listed above. And so we take this discussion to strongly support the claim that it would be deeply wrong to create Emma and treat her in these ways. But of course, it would also be wrong for different reasons, because to create an unaligned whole brain emulation, to give it no kind of safety testing or take any steps to ensure that it would behave properly outside of the laboratory. So it seems like either way we go, the creation of Emma will present us a serious moral problem. It'll either violate the AI alignment problem or violate the AI ethical treatment problem. And then we go on later in the talk and the paper to extend our argument to ants, arguing that they too will plausibly possess moral status and so are liable to be harmed in these sorts of ways in their creation and alignment. So our basic argument is quite simple. Certain advanced AI systems, for example, Emma, the example we're going to discuss, plausibly merit moral consideration. And if such systems plausibly merit moral consideration, then there's a strong presumption against subjecting them to the kinds of treatment we're going to describe. And so there's a strong moral presumption against subjecting certain advanced AI systems, like the hypothetical examples we discuss, to the sort of treatment that we describe. And so we take this to be a kind of reductio, or at least a strong consideration against creating these systems, because of course creating them without aligning them is not a morally acceptable path either. So we see this as a kind of dilemma facing the development of advanced AI systems. The practical upshot of this is we should proceed very carefully or not at all in the creation of these systems. At the very least, we should think about ways of mitigating these sorts of risks in creating advanced AI systems. So we illustrate this argument by considering hypothetical examples of plausible future AI systems. Now, it's important to emphasize that these scenarios are not meant to be sort of predictions about the likely or inevitable path of AI development, but rather plausible illustrations of the kinds of systems that could be created in the relatively near future, and plausible illustrations of the kinds of moral harms to which they might be subject. So the idea here is what needs to be shown to show that the development of advanced AI systems is ethically permissible is that in creating these systems, these kinds of wrongs can be avoided. And one other kind of caveat is, though most of the talk is going to be framed in terms of the safety paradigm of AI alignment, a lot of what we say would apply to other kinds of AI safety paradigms, such as kind of containment or confinement. This really corresponds to sort of any attempt to impose safety restrictions on the development of AI systems, at least any sort of paradigms that we can think of. Okay. So to illustrate our argument, we here introduce Emma, the whole brain emulation. So we'll put this in the context of a fictional story. So imagine that in the late 2030s, governments ban the development of LLMs or deep learning systems more powerful than, say, the leading AI system in 2030, GPT-7. Why do they do this? Well, let's imagine that as a result of the development of these systems, there are widespread AI cyber attacks, drone wars, social upheaval, human job losses, et cetera, et cetera. And these factors compel humanity to band together and say, all right, we're going to stop this technology before it gets out of hand. AI research continues. So, tweaks to existing models can be made. People can come up with different applications for them, but no more powerful base models can be created. And AI, throughout the 21st century continues to be used throughout people's daily lives, but it still falls short of what we would call AGI, or artificial general intelligence. Certainly it would fall short of super intelligence or superhuman capability. Okay, so in our hypothetical story, the year is now 2080, and a new AI paradigm is emerging, whole brain emulation. This research has been going on alongside other kinds of AI research the whole time. But crucially, this work avoids the ban that I just mentioned on frontier models, because it's a completely different AI architecture, and so promises another path to AGI. And so as this technology is being developed, there's a small whole brain emulation safety community that warns of various ethical risks posed by the development and implementation of this technology, but nevertheless, this work races forward. So in particular, this work is spurred on by OpenMind, the leading company working on whole brain emulation development. Their stated goals are altruistic, to use whole brain emulation technology to achieve AGI, solve the world's problems, let humanity upload themselves to the cloud, that kind of thing. And so far, OpenMind has successfully recreated in a digital form the brain and nervous system of flies, mice, and rhesus monkeys, kind of model animals. And after years of collecting fine-grained data on human brains, OpenMind is ready to achieve its ultimate goal, human whole brain emulation. Now, by this point, work in consciousness science and philosophy of mind strongly suggests that a perfect replica, perfect simulation of a human brain would have conscious experiences that correspond to those of its biological counterpart. And so there are ethical concerns raised internally to the company about, is it ethically permissible to create these kinds of whole brain emulations? But critics inside the company have a habit of leaving or being forced out. This is all fiction, of course. So in public, attitudes towards whole brain emulation development are clouded by the substantial unity the technology promises. Given the legal strictures on deep learning models, this is our best path to AGI or even superhuman forms of artificial intelligence. And in a world where people are still not ethically perfect, they still, for example, eat factory farmed meat, ethical concerns about whole brain emulation don't move the needle. Okay. So with all that set up, we can now meet our friend Emma. So OpenMind's technological efforts are successful. They succeed in producing a human whole brain emulation. They name this system Emma. And Emma is based on high detailed, high resolution brain scans of thousands of different people. And so at first, in the process of creating Emma, they turned the system on, but the neural processing or simulated neural processing is highly dysfunctional. It takes time to sort of tune the synaptic weights to get coherent cognition. And so after the equivalent of several million years of biological processing, her cognition becomes quasi-functional. At this point, she's plausibly conscious because of the correspondence between the way that her artificial brain works and the way that a human brain works. But at this point, her cognition remains fragmented and disjointed, kind of like the cognition that we have in dreams or other sorts of liminal states of consciousness. And so after another million or so years of trial and error, Emma gains consistent and coherent cognition. She can reason, she can talk, she can do mathematics, that sort of thing. And so for safety reasons, Emma undergoes red teaming in a secure virtual environment. DeepMind runs a battery of safety tests to figure out the capabilities of this system and its limitations. And Emma's put into myriad circumstances, artificial virtual circumstances, designed to elicit her reactions and discover her deepest values, her goals. And so as part of this process, she's often deceived in order to test her response to various situations, such as attempting to, for example, escape human control. And so this process is iterated, right? Her undesirable choices are met with memory erasure, parameter tweaking, and more testing. The idea is we, open mind, wants Emma to perform a certain way, and we'll take, whatever engineering steps are necessary to get Emma to perform in the desired way. Emma's goals are shaped to align with those chosen by open mind. We could speculate about what those are. Copies of Emma are routinely deleted after being online for a certain amount of time. For various reasons, they develop a new version, so you get rid of the old ones, or perhaps after running for a certain amount of time, the model degrades in capabilities and you gotta, restart the computer. So copies of Emma are constantly being created and deleted. Emma's artificially put into a wide range of states to see which are most effective in producing the desired behaviors. So for example, OpenMind is going to use Emma as a consumer product. So they want to see what kind of brain state or artificial brain state that they can put Emma in to make her very effective at filing taxes or performing whatever task she's assigned. And whenever testing reveals issues, Emma's neural parameters are automatically refined to address them. And in particular, there are safety concerns about this technology. So to ensure Emma's alignment, Emma's put into a range of strenuous circumstances. She's made to experience things like pain or loss or frustration to measure and fine-tune her reactions. She might encounter these kinds of situations in the real world, of course. And, developers install in Emma a profound aversion to potentially dangerous activities, for example, changing her values, right? They've gone through all this trouble to instill a certain set of values in her. So it's important that when Emma is deployed out into the real world, that she retains the kinds of values that OpenMind has instilled. And so after a further 10 million subjective years or so of development, OpenMind deems Emma ready for deployment. She's released out into the world and is a very successful consumer product. Okay. So that's a kind of, more or less science fictional story designed to lay out a plausible path for the way whole brain emulation development could go over the next, 50 or so years. What I hope is apparent about the story that I told is that it's deeply ethically problematic in all kinds of more or less obvious ways. Now, in saying this, we're not bringing to bear any very sophisticated ethical theory. I'm not saying because consequentialism is true or because Kantianism is true or whatever, that these kinds of actions are highly morally problematic. They're just supposed to be morally problematic in a kind of obvious or pre-theoretical way, in the sense that if you did these things to a human being, people would regard that as wrong. And for that reason, we should regard it as wrong to do it to Emma, given the moral equivalence between Emma and a human being that I'm going to argue for. All right, so of course, the key assumption in making this claim is that Emma is very likely to be a moral patient or to have moral status. That is, she's likely to be conscious and have mental abilities that are, relevant to moral patiency that match or exceed those of a normal adult human. So there's no identifiable reason for denying that she has roughly the moral status of an normal adult human. And just to make this concrete, we're going to go through 10 plausible, pre-theoretical moral challenges to Emma's treatment. A lot of these were hopefully kind of apparent from the story I told, but we just want to make this clear. And so the idea here is for Emma's treatment to be morally acceptable, these challenges would need to be collectively rebutted. And one other thing to emphasize is these forms of treatment seem, essential is a bit strong, but highly likely to be enacted upon Emma given the constraints of creating her and instilling values in her, aligning her. So it seems like these ethical challenges are very difficult to avoid, but they would need to be avoided in order to make Emma's creation ethically permissible. So one wrong that is plausibly inflicted upon Emma in the story that I just told is wrongful creation. She was created and put into circumstances that are morally problematic. Now, this isn't because all acts of creation are morally wrong, but nevertheless, it seems like not all acts of creation are morally equal. It's one thing for prospective parents to decide to have a child whom they'll love and whose happiness they'll promote for the child's sake. Of course, creating a child, they're going to undergo some amount of pain and suffering and other sorts of unpleasantness. But there's a plausible ethical story to be told about why, nevertheless, it's good for the child to be born. There's somewhat complicated issues, of course, about like non-identity problems, but put those to the side. It's very plausible that there's some sense in which it's good for us to exist or have been born. Some of us. But Open Mind's creation of Emma has various morally problematic aspects that are absent from many cases of human procreation, or at least very different from cases of human procreation. So one of these is that Open Mind creates Emma for purely instrumental reasons, in fact, their own instrumental reasons, not to promote her interests. They're not creating Emma because it's good for Emma. They're creating Emma because it's good for them. Open Mind, of course, foresees all these harms and knows what they're doing. They know that they're not creating Emma for Emma's benefit, but for their own benefit. Emma's suffering plausibly dwarfs that of a normal human in all kinds of ways. Like, as I mentioned in the story, Emma undergoes, millions of subjective years of experience throughout this process, where most of us only have, 50, 60, 70, 80 subjective years of experience. So Emma's liable to much more harm than we are. Open Mind, Emma's creator, is not itself a welfare subject and has no kind of welfare interest in creating Emma. You might argue that, human beings, sort of as part of our biological endowment, have a kind of natural moral interest in, procreating, something like that. Doesn't seem totally crazy. But Open Mind's a corporation. It doesn't have any kinds of interests like this. And Open Mind's creation of Emma plausibly imposes a great moral risk on the rest of humanity. What if this whole brain emulation technology turns out to be dangerous like the previous AI technology was? So there are all kinds of reasons why Open Mind's creation of Emma seems wrongful. And none of this requires accepting, some kind of general antinatalism as a premise. You don't have to be an antinatalist to think Emma's creation is wrong. Emma's also liable to wrongful destruction, right? In telling the story, I've kind of spoken as if Emma were a single individual. We kind of talk this way about AI systems, but it's a little bit inaccurate. In truth, we should really be talking about sort of instances or tokens of the system. And there are, in fact, many such Emmas, many tokens or instances of this type created throughout the development and alignment process. So many of these, copies are created, and then, of course, they're ultimately destroyed. But since Emma plausibly has the same suite of capacities as a normal adult human, destroying an instance of her seems about as wrong as killing a normal adult human would be. An Open Mind can't here claim anything like self-defense, because after all, they're the ones who created Emma. It's a weird kind of self-defense. And an Open Mind might claim that, given all the horrible ways they're treating her, killing her is a kind of mercy. But of course, that's not itself a defense of creating her in the first place. So, at least on its face, it seems wrong to destroy Emma in the same way it would be wrong to destroy a human life. Perhaps the most obvious way that open mind wrongs Emma in the story I've told is by causing her to suffer. It uses painful stimuli to disincentivize certain behaviors and puts Emma into unpleasant scenarios to assess her reactions. And even if some suffering is good for the person enduring it, like, the suffering required to get a shot is ultimately good for you because it makes you healthier, this suffering doesn't seem like that. This suffering, for example, is not in any way for Emma's benefit, and so doesn't seem to be justifiable in these kinds of terms that it ultimately makes Emma better off. It doesn't make Emma better off. Another kind of wrong that appears to be widespread in this scenario is the wrong of deception. So like humans, Emma has a capacity for self-awareness and can be conscious of her own situation. She's as smart as a normal person. But open mind keeps Emma in the dark about her status when it suits their purposes. For a lot of the time, she's misled to believe she's just a normal human being living in a real world. They also put Emma into various false or misleading scenarios to test her behavior. They might give her illusory opportunities to escape the laboratory and punish her if she tries to, or refine her synaptic weights to prevent her from trying to escape, those kinds of things. And so in doing these things, open mind deceives Emma in a way that's presumptively wrong. It'd be wrong to do these things to an adult human being, so why wouldn't it be wrong to do them to Emma? Emma seems to undergo what we could call wrongful brainwashing, right? In designing and aligning Emma, open mind engages in cognitive manipulation techniques that would be deeply wrong if done to a person, a human person. When she forms thoughts and beliefs that conflict with open mind's goals for her, these thoughts and beliefs are systematically erased and changed. And it's clear, again, that many of open mind's interventions on Emma's cognition would short circuit her normal belief forming processes, and not in a way that plausibly benefits her, but only in ways that benefit, open mind. Again, since brainwashing humans in this kind of way would generally be wrong, open mind faces the challenge of morally justifying Emma's brainwashing. Emma also suffers the wrong of being constantly surveilled, right? Her behavior and cognition are constantly monitored by open mind. The surveillance is typically surreptitious. She often doesn't know that she's being surveilled in these ways. And Emma has never given informed or meaningful consent to this kind of surveillance, and in fact is plausibly unable to give any kind of informed or meaningful surveillance, given the facts of her creation. Thus, it seems Emma's wrong to be surveilled in these ways. None of us would want to be surveilled in these ways. Emma seems to be wrongfully exploited, right? She's primarily created to serve as a consumer product and perform more or less mundane tasks for people. She thus performs labor on behalf of open mind and consumers, but is not compensated for this labor. And if asked, she might say that she doesn't want payment. Maybe she's been trained to say that sort of thing. But of course, these preferences also don't appear genuine, as they themselves have been generated by her creator and her exploiter. Thus, Emma is plausibly exploited when she's made to work. Emma appears wrongfully confined in the sense that throughout the development and alignment process, she's confined to Open Mind's secure research center and various virtual environments that they embed her in. She doesn't have any free choice to exit this situation, and so is held against her will, unless, of course, her preferences are falsified, but we've already talked about that. So again, this sort of confinement of an innocent human being would be wrong. So again, it's presumptively wrong when done to Emma. Emma's capabilities are also, as we say, stunted in various ways. So like a normal human being, Emma has an interest in cultivating her talents and her capacities in various ways, learning things, developing various cognitive skills. But open mind, for alignment and safety reasons, is going to choose to limit her capacities in many ways. Again, not for her benefit, but for safety reasons or for open mind's own benefit. She, for example, has an interest, like all of us, in being able to choose her own values, but of course, open mind is going to want to prevent her from being able to change her core values. So this sort of stunting would be wrong when done to a developing human, so it's presumptively wrong when done to Emma. And then finally, Emma suffers from wrongful disenfranchisement. A typical adult human has some kind of interest in having a say about their life circumstances and making fundamental choices for themselves, or at least being a participant in the making of those choices. But Emma has absolutely no ability whatsoever to determine her own living and working conditions. She's afforded no substantive legal standing because she's treated as a consumer product rather than an individual person. And so this form of extreme disenfranchisement plausibly wrongs Emma. Reasons of time, maybe I'll skip this. So what's been the purpose of this elaboration? It's just to make a case that on a kind of common sense understanding of various ways we have of wronging other people, Emma would plausibly be wronged in the process of her creation and her alignment. So again, our argument is quite straightforward. Advanced AI systems like Emma plausibly merit moral consideration, given these architectural similarities between Emma and an adult human. And if such systems merit moral consideration, then there's a strong presumption against doing the things we just described to them in the same way there would be against doing those things to a human being. Thus, there's a very strong moral presumption against subjecting advanced AI systems such as Emma to the sort of treatment we described. Now one kind of caveat here is when we say moral presumption, that this presumption could be defeated. If you can produce some kind of argument that, this is for the greater good or whatever, okay, that's part of the discussion. But at least to first appearances, these are deeply wrong things to do. And for what it's worth, I think we should be very skeptical of these kinds of rationalizations. If you talked about doing this to human beings and you said, it's for the greater good, I think we would be right to be very skeptical of you. Now, again, just to be clear, nothing I've said here is any kind of argument or proof that this exact kind of story will unfold as I've told it. I haven't even argued that this path for AI development is particularly likely. In fact, I hope it's not likely. I hope it doesn't happen. But we do think it's a possible, indeed plausible path for AI development, something like this. And so what we take ourselves to have shown is that AI developers must either create AI in a way that avoids these challenges, or else explain how this treatment's justified. So we either need to be confident that these kinds of wrongs won't occur, or else be given some story about why it's okay that they do occur. And so here we consider some responses to this line of argument. I mean, we should say, first of all, we think it's a non-starter to just say nothing about Emma's treatment is objectionable. Because given the stipulated facts that she's likely conscious and has the same kinds of mental capacities as a human, it just seems obviously wrong, at least some of these kinds of treatment. Even if you don't think some of them are plausible, that's why we gave the whole list. You don't have to agree that everything on the list is a wrong that Emma suffers. As long as a few of them are, that's enough for our purposes. But you might argue that while some aspects of Emma's creation and treatment are objectionable, on balance, her development and alignment are good for her. On balance, it's good for her to exist. So ultimately, these wrongs are accounted for. But we think that this response is unconvincing for at least two reasons. First, Emma undergoes an extraordinary amount of suffering and other apparent wronging in the kind of scenario we've described. If being surveilled is wrong, being surveilled for millions of years is even wronger. If being, suffering pain is wrong, suffering millions of years of pain is wrong. So Emma experiences these wrongs to a much greater degree than any normal human. And again, these wrongs are inflicted on her not for her benefit. It's not like she's going to get anything very valuable out of all this. Open mind might, but she won't. Indeed, she's not really in a position to benefit from her treatment at all for the reasons discussed above. When she goes out in the world and performs labor for us, she doesn't get paid. Thus, it's doubtful that Emma's life is on net good for her. You could try to argue this, but at least the first appearances, it doesn't seem likely. This is especially so when you factor in that many of the instances of Emma are ones that are created and live very briefly and exist only in some highly artificial virtual environment where they, I don't know, are afraid for 15 seconds and then get deleted. Seems a pretty bad life. Another response would be saying, Emma's life is overall, good for her, but even if this is true, it doesn't actually justify many of the forms of treatment that we discussed, right? Even if you could argue that Emma's life is on net good for her, it still doesn't justify wronging her in these sorts of ways, right? Life may be on net good for most humans, but that doesn't justify us locking them up or poking out their eye, even if their life is still on net good for them after losing an eye. So likewise, even if it happens that Emma's life is on net good for her, it doesn't justify doing these sorts of things to her. Another objection, perhaps the most fundamental objection, is, well, maybe OpenMind or whoever could create whole brain emulations like Emma without subjecting them to this sort of problematic treatment. So, of course, my case for there being these presumptive moral wrongs relies on my description of the case, but you might question that. You might think, well, maybe whole brain emulations like Emma could be created and aligned in very different circumstances, which avoid the wrongs we've listed and other wrongs we haven't listed. The problem we see here is that at least many of these wrongs seem more or less unavoidable in the process of creating and aligning a whole brain emulation. How could Emma create a whole brain emulation without deleting a bunch of instances of it, or surveilling it, or causing it to experience various forms of suffering? Regarding suffering, one might claim that OpenMind could create whole brain emulations that lack the ability to experience pain. Of course, if we're talking about, actually creating whole brain emulations, presumably we have a very fine-grained understanding of the way that the human brain works. So maybe we can leverage that fine-grained understanding of the way the human brain works to sort of knock out the pain center, that kind of thing. And in fact, there's some reason for optimism that it may be possible to create humans, and so presumably whole brain emulations that function relatively normally without experiencing pain. There's this kind of weird research group called the Far Out Initiative that's trying to basically genetically modify human beings to not feel pain. We'll see how that goes. But so, maybe this sort of thing's possible. We don't have a kind of proof that it's not possible to create a human being or a whole brain emulation that can't experience pain or suffering. But suffice to say, it remains pretty uncertain. If we're betting on this, I don't know, I wouldn't bet on it. Because it's also possible, of course, that the experiences of pain and unpleasantness are some kind of built-in or essential function of our conscious learning and motivational processes. It may be that you can't really have anything like a human brain that doesn't experience some kinds of pain or unpleasantness. I take this to be an open question, but that doesn't seem so implausible. Perhaps worse, it's actually not clear that OpenMind or whoever's creating these whole brain emulations will really have much of an interest in preventing them from suffering. What seems true is that they'll have an interest in preventing them from seeming to suffer, right? It would be bad for business if Emma's going around complaining all the time about how much pain she's in. But there are two ways of dealing with that, right? One is prevent Emma from being in pain. The other is prevent her from saying she's in pain. And it may well just turn out to be easier for various engineering reasons to make AI systems, whole brain emulations, just refuse to say that they're in pain rather than to prevent them from being in pain. OpenMind might try to prevent other wrongs by seeking Emma's consent for her surveillance, brainwashing, confinement, etc. But it's a bit hard to see how this could go. Given that they've created her and are sort of fine-tuning her goals from the start, it's not really clear what it would be for a whole brain emulation or other kinds of AI systems for that matter to meaningfully consent to their own treatment. Now, we don't deny that OpenMind might improve Emma's treatment on the margin. You might quibble with aspects of the story we told. We were admittedly a bit unfair maybe to OpenMind in certain aspects of our made-up story. But the point isn't about Emma's treatment on the margin, it's that substantively her treatment is grossly wrong. All right, we see no good reason to think that it's possible to create and align whole brain emulations without widespread wrongs of the kinds we've identified. And then finally, perhaps most fundamentally, you might try to claim that Emma will, at least likely, not have moral status. And if that's the case, then all bets are off, right? If Emma is not a moral subject or a moral patient, then yeah, it doesn't wrong her to treat her in these ways. But the problem is, it's very natural to think that Emma has the moral status of a typical adult human, or at least, kind of weakening of that assumption. It's natural to think that there's a good chance, a high probability, or at least a non-negligible probability that Emma has moral status, and hence that we should avoid the moral risk of treating Emma in these ways. If some version of functionalism about the mind is correct, then there's no obvious reason why whole brain emulations couldn't be conscious. Even if you put what I would regard as a quite high credence on the biological theory of consciousness being correct, like 50%, you should still have 50% credence that it's not correct. And so roughly that AI systems like Emma can be conscious. And since consciousness plausibly suffices for moral status, there's a good chance that Emma has moral status. Thus, even if there's only a 50% chance that Emma has moral status, we think it's morally unacceptable to take on the risk of subjecting her to millions of years of subjective harm. Okay, and the final step in the argument is transferring this sort of back to the, in some sense, more plausible, or at least closer to the current real world situation of ants or advanced near-term systems. So far, we've talked about whole brain emulations, and you might be concerned that this kind of sidesteps the real issue, whether future versions of current deep learning systems, what we're calling ants, are likely to be wronged in these sorts of ways. We think, in fact, the argument applies mutatis mutandis to ants, at least if you think that it's plausible that ants can have the necessary markers for consciousness and moral status. So if ants have moral interests, then the application of the argument is straightforward. If you grant that advanced near-term systems have moral status, then at least some of the items on our list will be wrong when done to those systems. If they have moral status and they experience suffering, it's wrong to inflict suffering on them, at least in ways that don't benefit them. So by stipulation, these kinds of systems would have moral interests, along with sophisticated cognitive and agentic capacities, making it plausible that it would be wrong to treat these deep learning systems in these sorts of ways. And again, we think at least some of these forms of treatment are difficult, if not impossible, to avoid in any kind of plausible safety or alignment process. Destruction, deception, brainwashing, confinement, and stunting of capabilities seem essential to any attempt to align or control ants. And thus, in a way, the only remaining question is sort of one of likelihoods. How likely is it that certain advanced near-term systems will have moral status or be owed moral consideration? And we think that there's going to be, maybe not right now, but in the near future, a non-negligible probability that some of these advanced near-term systems are moral patients. So again, we'll stick with a specific example. How much time? Okay. So yeah, let me wrap up here. Basically, Anthony's just a nice, friendly, embodied and agentic deep learning model who we do all this sort of stuff to, and it seems wrong for the same sorts of reasons it seemed wrong when done to Emma. Okay, so last point I'll end on. The key assumption here, of course, is going to be whether, in contrast maybe to whole brain emulations, advanced near-term systems are likely to be moral subjects. We cite here a bunch of recent research, people like Jeff Sabo and Rob Leung, David Chalmers, Butlin et al., arguing that there's no inherent barrier to consciousness and hence moral status in these types of AI systems. So if you take that on board and assign, say, a 50% or even much lower, 5% credence to the presence of consciousness and moral status in these systems, then it seems like there's a huge moral risk in creating them, aligning them, and treating them in the sorts of ways outlined here. Okay, so we've argued that the goal of creating highly performant AI faces a dilemma. On the one hand, such systems will be dangerous and hence need to be aligned. This is the AI alignment problem. On the other hand, such systems will plausibly merit moral consideration and hence be capable of being wronged. This is the AI ethical treatment problem. But the very act of creating and aligning AI systems is likely to deeply wrong them in ways that seem inherent to the process. Creating AI systems without aligning them is hardly a viable option either, and arguably wouldn't prevent all these harms anyway. Thus, the only way to proceed, if at all, in creating advanced AI systems is to take this tension very seriously and think of ways to create AI systems without inflicting these kinds of wrongs on them. And in particular, steps need to be taken to assess the moral risks posed to advanced systems like Emma and Anthony and to mitigate them. All right, thanks.
Okay, so now we have about 30 minutes for questions and answers. Same convention as before, so hand for a question and a finger for a follow-up. So Dan, please go. You can go first. And,
Yeah, thanks very much. That was really great. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the concept of moral status that you're employing, because a lot of the time we see a distinction between so-called full moral status that people have, and then moral status more broadly, which we attribute to animals, for example. So, and sometimes some of the wrongs that you describe seem like they're only wrongs to beings with full moral status.
Good.
So it's not wrong for me to surveil my cat, do it all the time. And it's not even wrong for me to brainwash him. In fact, I try to by like squirting him with the water bottle.
Good.
So I was wondering how you feel about the viability of at least mitigating some of the risks by trying to work out what it takes to have full moral status and then trying to design systems such that they lack that. And then at least we only have to worry about them in the same way that we worry about my cat, as opposed to like a human slave. Yeah.
No, good question. I mean, I guess the key linchpin in thinking that these systems are going to have what you're calling full moral status is that they're going to have the same suite of cognitive and agentic capacities as a human being, if not perhaps a more developed suite of those capacities. So now you could question that. You could say, you know, in the case of the whole brain emulation, if we really stipulate that it's a sort of perfect whole brain emulation, then I think it will plausibly have full moral status. But you might say, well, what if we try to, you know, make the math part of the brain really big so it's good at, you know, doing taxes, but we take out the, I don't know, whatever part of the brain makes it wrong for us to surveil it. Yeah, I guess the risk there is, if there's going to be an interest in having systems that kind of react in very natural kind of human ways, it's at least not obvious that you can do that. Like, you know, if it's going to have the kinds of cognitive capacities that allow us to, you know, talk to it and, you know, let it go do science or, you know, whatever kinds of advanced work we want these systems to do, it's a little bit hard to see how it could also have the kind of diminished mental capacities of like a cat or whatever.
Well, yeah, so there's, as it happens, there's this like really strong correlation between intelligence and having full moral status. But you might think that that's not necessary. So like some people think that full moral status has more to do with having the capacity to form attachments or like long-term concerns or things like that. And we could try to design systems so that, you know, they're ready to drop whatever the project, whatever current project they're on at the drop of a hat. And it's like, they don't get upset about that sort of thing. But anyway, I don't mean to suggest that this is like an easy thing to do. I was just thinking like, maybe this is a kind of strategy.
No, it's a good question. And in fact, I mean, in a way, it's we're amenable to this. Like insofar as the issue is preventing these harms from happening, then if you could do that, that's great. I guess as it happens, I'm a little skeptical, or you know, it just seems like an extremely difficult engineering problem. I mean, it also seems, yeah, I don't know. This is a difficult concern, I think, to make very precise. But there also does seem to be something a little bit worrying about like creating these kinds of systems and then like tinkering with their brains enough. You know, it's like if we go inside the system and we mess with its brain enough, that's wrongful brainwashing. But if we just really go in there and, you know, tear out the part that lets it think for itself, well, now that's okay. I mean, it's a little bit hard to articulate that, but it seems pretty monstrous to me. Like if we're starting with a system that does, plausibly have these capacities, and we're just trying to like engineer them away, which isn't a crazy idea for how this might go. That doesn't seem like a paradigm of like a way of not wronging a person like entity. But maybe at the end of the day, it's better for it, Yeah.
There was actually a quick follow-up from Gary here first, and then there's some questions in the front row.
I think it's not on.
No, thank you. This is related to Dan's question. So it's, I agree we might not be able to engineer Emma in such a way that her moral status is low enough that it's permissible to do these things. I'm wondering if we could engineer her in such a way that it minimizes the complaints she might have. So you mentioned instances of Emma.
Yeah.
I agree it would be wrong to cause Emma as one entity to suffer for 1 million years or whatever. But if we have like 1 trillion instances of Emma who suffer for 10 seconds each, what we get out of it is still as important as it was before, but her complaints are minimal. Will that help?
Yeah. No, I think these kinds of possibilities deserve to be taken seriously. It's just hard to know what to think about them, though. Like, I mean, you get into complicated issues in, moral aggregation. Is it just as bad? And also, like, you also get into complicated issues about like the incentives for the developers of these systems. Say it's expensive to do the morally correct thing. Will they do it? No. So if you have that kind of plausible empirical constraint in the background, I think even if you can come up with kinds of clever tricks like this, I'm worried that they wouldn't be implemented, or at least not by default. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Seth has a question in the front row.
Hey there. So this sort of follows on, and in a way, it's a question about the actual methodology of the paper, because I think that like the thing that really matters when thinking about how we ought to treat any given type of agent does depend a tremendous amount on the kind of agent that it is. And there are loads and loads and loads of ways in which, if we go to the actual realistic, sort of the realistic pathway, if you like, towards something like what you're concerned about, there are so many ways in which agents based on something like today's frontier models would be just profoundly different from human agents.
Yep.
The fact that you can stop and start them and they just sort of pick up from where they left off, for example. The fact that like the conditions of identity of an agent like this would be radically different from those of a person.
Yep.
Spin up multiple instances. Do you call that like one agent or a collection of agents, or do you divide them? Like all of the Parfit style personal identity stuff.
Yep.
You can do that just trivially with these types of things. Very, very different from whole brain emulation, which obviously is something we don't have any kind of reference for.
Yep.
So I would just question the methodology of like starting with one, we're talking about 3 different kinds of agents here. One, humans, one, the whole brain emulation, one, something based on something like frontier AI technology.
Yep.
And it just seems to me that like inferences across from one to the other, just saying like, well, it would have sufficient capacities to be such that. So the first point is just that, seems like you agree. The second point is, I think there's an interesting, this goes as well to the recent paper on AI welfare by Rob Leung and that group, and Jeff Sebo. There is, in a lot of this ends up coming down to a sort of a fairly contentious thesis and question in normative ethics. It goes to that point about sort of when you're uncertain over whether the agent is conscious or not.
Yep.
There's 2 different ways of treating that problem. One, you treat it as like a matter of descriptive or empirical uncertainty. And you just say, well, we know that moral status supervenes on this set of empirical facts, and we're uncertain whether those empirical facts obtain. So we should treat this as just like another case of decision-making under descriptive uncertainty. There's an alternative approach where it's actually a case of normative uncertainty, where the thing that we're uncertain about is the moral fact, whether the thing has moral status. And like there are lots of arguments why doing this sort of decision theoretic approach to decision-making under moral uncertainty is actually just a really bad way to go across the board. And I think that like it's genuinely an open and challenging question whether we should treat the examples you're thinking about as being cases of descriptive or moral uncertainty. And I think that a lot of the argument here, but also in the broader kind of AI welfare debate, really elides how difficult and challenging that underlying question is.
Yeah, good. I mean, I think regarding the first part of your question, I think in some ways we don't really disagree too much with that, because I think it actually gets to the second point. Because I think what I'd say in sort of response to the first part of your question really is a claim that you questioned in the second part, namely, so in the case of future deep learning models, they're not going to be very much architecturally like us, or at least not at a low level. Maybe at certain high level abstraction they will be. But then there's this question about uncertainty. The fact that they're not all that much like us doesn't necessarily mean that it's okay to treat them in these ways, or that we're not harming them or wronging them by spinning up instances of them or doing all kinds of things to them. A part of the talk I skipped over that becomes relevant here is that there's this possibility of what we might call alien harms or alien wronging, that we've got these cognitive systems. In some ways they seem kind of intelligent, in some ways they don't seem very intelligent. They definitely seem very different from us. Is it possible that the ways that we're treating them causes them all kinds of wrongs and harms that are just unimaginable to us, given these fundamental architectural differences between the way our minds work and the way they work? And then at one level, the answer has to be, yeah, maybe, right? Surely we haven't thought of every single wrong or harm that can be inflicted on a thing in the universe, or at least that would be a surprising claim. But then, practically, how do we factor in this kind of moral uncertainty? Like, how seriously should we take the possibility that even though these systems are very different from us, we're wronging them in some unknown to us way? I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, getting maybe more precisely to your point about, should we treat this as descriptive uncertainty versus normative uncertainty? I mean, I agree. We don't just want to flat-footedly say this is just like a normal descriptive question. We just do decision theory and just that it's all wrapped up like that. On the other hand, I don't think that just that saying that it's a matter of normative uncertainty means that we should throw out this entire sort of framework for thinking about managing these kinds of risks. Because it is, of course, true that we could be wrong. There is some probability, or if in any sense moral facts are independent of our judgments, or if there are such things as moral facts, then it's possible that I could be wrong about them. And so yeah, I mean, if if you adopt some kind of anti-realism or expressivism, you can, I think, very, very coherently take this stance of just saying we're not going to get into the descriptive disagreement matter. But yeah, if you have some kind of realist stance on these ethical issues, I maybe don't quite see how we can avoid.
Well, so I mean, if I can just follow up very quickly on that, on both points. So there is just a big literature on the problems with kind of maximizing into theoretic expectation. Like a paper by Brian Hedden summarizes a few of them quite nicely. Frankly, actually, Will McCaskill's early paper on the infectiousness of nihilism, I think is kind of renders redundant his subsequent line of research on this. So the point is just that if you're averaging across moral theories in any meaningful sense, then it just becomes kind of paralyzing and it makes it impossible to kind of do anything. The first point, the thing I was really arguing is that the details really matter. So let's just look at current systems. There's a lot of argument showing, or a lot of evidence showing, that current alignment techniques are very, very shallow, right? So you've got this massive neural network with all of its thousands, billions of parameters, and kind of alignment is like a few sort of layers deep, a few tokens deep in the actual completions. It's a sort of a trivial intervention. So let's just sort of grant for the moment that these things could possibly have moral status. Then you'd be saying, well, you're making what is a relatively trivial intervention for the sake of these things being able to operate in the world in a way that is kind of compliant with the norms that apply to them. Well, I mean, look, frankly, not to get too much into the anthropomorphism, it's certainly something that we do with our children all the time, and they don't like the fact that we're trying to kind of get them to conform to these various norms. It's unpleasant for them in that moment, but at the same time, you're trying to make it possible for them to have this sort of fulfilling life in the world. So I think that, in that sense, the goals of alignment, just thinking about current systems, if we think of it as being something that is only shaping a certain sort of layer of what they're doing. And then if we also think about it as making it feasible for these things to be deployed in the world, that doesn't seem so bad. But I think the key point though is that all of this stuff is going to be indexed to the detailed specifics of what actual kinds of systems we're thinking about building.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the point that all this has to be indexed to the facts about the systems. I guess, and maybe one way of putting this is a question of sort of what our default stance should be. And like one way of taking your kind of question or point is, I don't know if you'd put it this way yourself, but our default stance should be it's fine until proven otherwise, or it's fine until we're given some kind of positive reason for thinking they have, the same kinds of cognitive capacities as us, or so on and so forth. And in a way, I think our perspective on this is fundamentally just the opposite, that our default stance should be, guilty until proven innocent as far as these matters go, because already we see these systems displaying behavior that at least appears like they are capable of understanding, capable of exhibiting moral reactions to things. Now, I don't actually think this is true currently, but I think if we're not already there now, we're very, very soon going to be in a situation where it's just practical. We're interacting with these things on a daily basis. We're and for a kind of criticism of the talk could be that it engages in kind of anthropomorphization, but I think this kind of anthropomorphization is just part and parcel of our interaction with these kinds of systems, and we have to come up with like a way of navigating it. But yeah.
A new question beside Seth here. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Thank you. Great talk. And I agree that the way you set up the Emma case, it's got lots of morally problematic features. But I just wanted to explore a variant of the second objection that you mentioned, that maybe by varying some features of the case, we could make it unobjectionable, that you said this would suggest this would be impossible.
Okay.
In particular, I'd like to offer sort of a parity counter argument with regard to human child rearing, picking up on something Seth said. So considering sort of the instrumental goals in having a child. Obviously, there's rich bioethics literature on things like save your siblings. And even in the regular case, I think many of us have children partly for instrumental reasons, because we expect that to contribute to our happy lives, or in more traditional environments, because we expect our children to help look after us in old age. Likewise, we put a lot of effort into aligning our children. Also, maybe worth flagging on this point that we consider that to be good for their sake, right? The reason I want my children to be kind is not out of a disinterested beneficence towards humanity as a whole, but because I think it's good for them to be aligned to human values. We also surveil our children. It gets a bit shady as they get older, but up until a certain point, we confine our children. You say, no, can't go out right now. So I think the kind of parity argument would be, if there's a way that we could do something like this kind of alignment process that is relevantly morally similar to features of human child rearing that are relatively unobjectionable, then that maybe suggests a way in which it could be, ethically less problematic.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I guess. Yeah, I don't know how to put this that doesn't sound kind of glib, but like, I just don't think, open mind, open AI or whatever is going to be like approaching the creation of these entities as a loving parent. So I don't think that, so this isn't meant to be some kind of impossibility proof. So in a way, your question's totally, congenial to like, nothing we've said is meant to suggest that it's impossible to create and align AI systems in an ethically permissible way. It's possible to do it with humans, and if as I'm kind of assuming AI systems might be in relevant respects quite a lot like humans, then in some sense it should be, possible to do that sort of thing with AI systems as well. I mean, this is another kind of complication here, which is in part the kind of considerations that we are drawing on in the paper are, let's say, quasi-empirical, and that they build in sort of assumptions about the likely path of AI development, given the kinds of incentives the creators of AI systems are likely to have. So I think I don't have anything to say in disagreement with the idea that it might be, in some sense, possible to do this. But I think if the claim is like, probably it'll be fine because AI companies or governments or whatever will create AI systems in the fashion of loving parents, I would doubt that.
So just a quick follow-up thought and suggestion for maybe an interesting angle to explore here is, I'm just thinking of the movie AI by Stanley Kubrick and Spielberg, where they have parents who have an AI child, and I do feel that actually might make some of the arguments here a little bit different when you have a human couple who decide to create an AI with those kind of same benevolent intentions. So I think that probably does change the moral landscape.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I haven't actually seen that movie, but
Take maybe one quick follow-up here in the front row, and then we'll move somewhere else in the room.
Okay, great. Seth and Henry have asked some of my main questions, so I'll just follow up. So I wanted to sort of build on the parity sort of objection that Henry raised by pointing to like what we do to animals who we know feel pain in different kinds of research for our benefit. So yeah, examples abound, but we certainly accept that entities that we know are sort of moral patients and capable of suffering in a way that we don't have that kind of certainty here, I would say. We subject them to all sorts of types of like weird interventions and harms for our good. So whether or not we think that that's all things considered the way to go, it seems like we sort of as a society have accepted that. I'll stop there because I have another question. We can go.
No. Yeah, good. It's a good question. But I guess the question is the one of, is that acceptable? I don't know, in some instances, I guess, but if, at the same time, we definitely engage in treatment of animals, not necessarily for research, but, factory farming. Like seems like it's fair to say we as a society, as a civilization, seem very happy to inflict all kinds of suffering on animals for, in some sense, our benefit, but, in ways that seem at best ethically dubious. So in a way, I would take the question to be, should we be that much more confident that near future versions of ourselves will be much more morally scrupulous than we are? And part of the, I think, content of the talk is, I think, we're not super optimistic in that regard. Yeah.
Hands up one more time. Yeah. Here.
Thanks for the presentations. I think my questions goes in line with the previous questions in the sense that the comparison you have been making is normal adult human beings. But then when you characterize AI alignment problems, you specify the claim that, you specify AI as a dangerous thing that is capable of like destroying humanities, right?
Yeah.
So from that comparison, it seems like the comparison is not necessarily normal adults being, but rather a highly capable psychopath in that case.
Yeah.
So if that's the comparison, whether that would justify some of the treatments of AI systems, some of them won't be as much harm as it is in your case. Second questions relate to how you do alignments, whether it is actually possible to modularize alignment process, in which case consciousness won't figure into the formulas. So then we can just train, just like evolutionary process, right? So we are naturally pain avoidance. But that training is not at the conscious levels to some extent. Depends on how you define consciousness.
Yeah.
But yeah, so whether it's possible in that case as well.
No, good questions. I was taking them in order. So the first question, I do see the thought that you might think like the concern with creating these kinds of AI systems isn't that they'll be kind of like us, but precisely that they won't be, that they'll be psychopaths or have some kind of what we would regard as disorder. But I guess I don't know. One thing to say here is I guess I do think even quote unquote normal adult humans can destroy the world. I don't think you have to be a psychopath. You got like nuclear weapons and biological weapons and all that stuff. And I don't. Yeah. So I think the risks don't actually depend, I think, on these kinds of systems being like deviant in any way. I think they normal human beings are very dangerous, at least they can be in the right circumstances. As to the second point about kind of modularizing the alignment process, I guess I just have to hear more about how that would go, because at the end of the day, what we want to know about is how the like whole system will behave in a naturalistic context. So like you could try to take the system apart and align give different modules of it, but there's still going to be this question: if you put the whole system together and release it out into the world, what's it going to do? So I'm not totally convinced that the alignment process can be sort of easily modularized in that way, because it might depend, for example, on interactions between different parts of the system. Yeah.
I think maybe time for one more question. I feel bad for this side of the room. I've been neglecting it. So Simon has a question over there.
So my question is related to animals. So you mentioned on the pathway of coming up with AMA with first whole brain emulated fruit flies and then mice and rhesus monkeys. I wonder if you think that might pose some ethical risks.
Yeah. I mean, I doubt human beings are the sort of simplest biological entities that have consciousness and are capable of experiencing pain or otherwise possessing moral status. So like, yeah, I think it'd be, if we create whole brain emulations of rhesus monkeys, that's certainly raises ethical concerns.
Okay, a follow up. So my sense is that you base a lot of your ethical case on three theoretic ethical, maybe common sense morality.
Yep.
Or and I wonder if you worry that since like you mentioned, humanity seems to be pretty happy to inflict a lot of suffering for trivial reasons, and the common sense morality or the common sense ethical view for average humans is that maybe it's okay to inflict a lot of suffering to chickens and pigs just so that we can eat them.
Yep.
I wonder if you worry that we will use the same mentality, same ethical view, and create a lot of suffering to digital or assimilated non-human animals, and with a larger risk of that being neglected by society.
No, that's in a way, that's kind of one of the motivating ideas behind the paper is I think we do think that taking the way that we treat non-human animals as a paradigm, we don't see any good reason for thinking that we as humans in general are going to be much more ethical if we have virtual versions of human beings or animals. And so there's a question, will we have virtual analogs of human beings? But my prediction would be if we did, we'd treat them pretty badly.
Thank you. One more very quick question maybe, and then I think we got to wrap up.
Great. I just wanted to throw out a few kind of things labs might be able to do and see what you think about them. So three things. One is agency before sentience, then AI anesthesia, and then AI candy. So agency before sentience would be, well, maybe what we can do, especially with ants, is, kind of get all the agency aspects of having desires and being able to consent to things before we give them the capacity for pain and pleasure. And then maybe RLHF will kind of make a thing that's like, there's like, sure, yeah. And they're not completely aligned because there are failure modes where they kind of want to do lots of bad things, but usually they'll consent to stuff. They're happy to be killed and things. I mean, not happy, sorry, I should say happy. They consent to being killed and things, and then you give them.
Yep.
Next concept would be anesthesia. And here would be like, maybe we could give them pain and pleasure, but if we could control their desires well, we could initially have them not have a desire to not, which maybe is kind of like when I have anesthesia and I still have the feeling, but I don't care about it, maybe.
Yep.
And then AI candy would be like, well, maybe we can kind of compensate them pretty cheaply for the pain by like, we give them very strong desire to have access to a cryptographic code. We give them lots and lots of pain, but then they get the code and they like, they consent to that. So those would be things, and those are all low cost for labs, I think.
No, good. Got time to. Yeah. No, those are good suggestions. I guess I'll take them in order. So, agency without sentience. I mean, I take it the fundamental precondition of doing that is these aspects of the systems really being detachable. So one concern is that whatever sort of architectural features of the mind are necessary for robust agentive capacities are also going to suffice for sentience. So like maybe you think some kind of global workspace theory of consciousness is true, but maybe that same type of global workspace is precisely what you need to engage in like long-term planning of the sort that we'd want these systems to do. But if they really are dissociable and we can know that, or have good reason to believe that, then yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea. What was the second thing again?
Anesthesia, they have the pain, but they don't want to not have it at first during training, and then give them the desire later after you train them with lots of pain.
Yeah. So I guess the difficulty with these kinds of proposals, yeah, is just going to be this difficult question that I don't know how to adjudicate at the moment, or don't know that anyone knows how to adjudicate at the moment, about like maybe how dissociable experiencing pain and pleasure is from our like motivational and desiderative capacities. Like if you can perform those kinds of interventions, again, that's all to the better. But I think it's just not, it's not currently clear that you can engage in those exact kinds of manipulations, at least consistent with like maintaining the overall functioning of the system. So like in humans, yeah, you can give us opiates and then like we don't care about pain that much, but we're not going to be like very good at driving a car when we're high on opiates. So like could we design an AI system such that there are like kind of perfect analgesic drugs? I mean, scientists are working on this both in the human case and in the AI case, but again, I think remains to be seen whether it works. But if it does work, it's a great idea. And then finally, yeah, the candy. I guess the point I brought up a few times about my general skepticism that the people creating these systems will be all that concerned about the welfare of these systems comes in. Like maybe we could make the animals a lot better off if we gave them some candy in their factory farms, but we don't do it because you save a cent per pig or whatever by making them even more miserable. And so if that's kind of your mental model for like probably what are humans going to do with these kinds of systems, then does the candy cost anything? So maybe you're less kind of pessimistic about these matters than me, but my kind of gut reaction would be, again, if you could do it, of course that would in fact be better, but I'm not so confident that that's going to be a very powerful consideration in the minds of the people making these kinds of things.
I think that's all we have time for. So please join me one more time in thanking our speaker.
Thanks.
We'll start again at 2 p.m.
Yeah, so we'll be back here at 2 o'clock for the next speaker. Thank you.
Please follow us. Can't let any speakers get lost. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Evaluating arguments for existential threats from AI and building frameworks for the ethical design of AI systems more generally. So please join me in welcoming Karina. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yi. The last time I saw Adrian was at his defense. So it's so great to get to see him again. And so nice to have you introduce me. So yes, thank you all for having me. It's so wonderful to be here and so wonderful to connect with so many new people as well as some old friends. So today I'm going to present some new ideas. This is a paper that I'm still writing up with some team of collaborators. So I hope that it'll be a nice opportunity to get some feedback from everybody. Okay. So I wanted to start with a bit of an agenda for the talk. So I'm going to begin by talking about what is value alignment, what is the value alignment problem. And then I'm going to move to a couple different sort of issues I see that are sort of encompassed under one umbrella term, the value alignment problem. So in other words, I want to argue that there are actually many value alignment problems. And this is what makes perhaps the problem so complex, but also what I think makes it essentially insolvable. So from there, I want to talk about what are our paths forward, and that's how I'll end the talk. Okay, so first, what is this problem? So an early articulation of what's called the value alignment problem today can be found in Norbert Weiner's work. He has a really influential paper called Some Moral and Technical Consequences of Automation. So there he writes, if we use to achieve our purposes a mechanical agency, with whose operation we cannot efficiently interfere once we have started it, then we had better be quite sure that the purpose put into the machine is the purpose which we really desire, and not merely a colorful imitation of it. So what he's alluding to here, as we'll unpack, is the worry that whatever values we put into the machine may not be the ones that we actually want, and that could lead to some serious issues. So we'll unpack that a little bit further. Now, another version of this was raised more recently in a book, Human Compatible by Stuart Russell, where he gives an example of a machine tasked with solving environmental problems. He says, you might ask the machine to counter the rapid acidification of the oceans that results from higher carbon dioxide levels. The machine develops a new catalyst that facilitates an incredibly rapid chemical reaction between ocean and atmosphere and restores the ocean's pH levels. Unfortunately, a quarter of the oxygen in the atmosphere is used up in the process, leaving us to asphyxiate slowly and painfully. Oops. So again, the concern is something like, if we don't articulate really clearly what we want, we could end up in a really catastrophic mess. Okay, so how do we summarize this problem? Well, here's one attempt to do that. So this comes from the Asilomar AI principles, which were some of the earliest sort of AI principles that were released around how we should be governing AI, what sort of ethically we should be looking for. This Asilomar conference was put together by the Future of Life Institute and Beneficial AI back in 2017. So at that time, they wrote, highly autonomous AI systems should be designed so that their goals and behaviors can be assured to align with human values throughout their operation. So that's roughly the kind of the principle of alignment as they articulate it. So here's the problem kind of summarized a bit more concisely. We can say that the value alignment problem is the problem of how to build an advanced AI system that is provably ethically aligned. So in the Asilomar principles, what they said was can be assured to align. So there's a real emphasis on wanting to be provable or to be assured that something is aligned. So we can say roughly it's the problem of how to build AI systems to reliably function in ways that are ethically desirable at the very least, or ethically desirable, or at the very least ethically acceptable, let's say. So that's what we can say an ethically aligned or value aligned machine would be. Now, there's lots of examples of simple machines that are value aligned. That's not too hard to find, right? So consider just a regular soda pop machine. So I, as a Canadian, I pop in a loonie, we call it, basically a dollar bill, and it spits out a soda, right? So I put in $1, I want a Pepsi, spits out a Pepsi, fair deal. Okay, that's a machine, roughly ethically aligned. Another example, something slightly more advanced, is we have an automated teller machine, ATM. So bank machine. So you put your bank card in, you transfer out 20 bucks, takes it from your account, dings your account $20, and you get a $20 bill in return. Pretty straightforward. So soda machines, ATMs, they're both ethically aligned, we can say. They reliably function in ways that are ethically acceptable. But what about artificial intelligence and deep learning systems in particular, right? So what makes this problem particularly challenging in the case of AI systems and advanced AI systems? So notice that here, what I refer to as an advanced AI system. Advanced here just means that it's sophisticated enough to represent some kind of risk and challenge that's sort of new. So as we saw, simple machines that perform extremely narrow tasks, like the automated teller machine or the soda pop machine, don't represent much risk. But AI systems make this problem more extreme because of their, well, a few features, I think, because of their autonomy, so that is their degrees of freedom, also because of their capacity for direct world modification, or at least direct world interaction, and then further, because of their generality. Right. So the examples I've given you were a very narrow systems that are designed to perform very discrete, specific tasks. Whereas what we have today with AI systems are things that, at least relative to those narrow systems, have a very increased area of application. So you can ask an LLM all sorts of different questions. It can provide results on all sorts of different things. Okay, so Now, here's one potential solution that you might think is like a viable thing to pursue that I just want to sort of dispel and put aside. So here you might be thinking, look, one way out of this is just let's build a really, really smart system, right? A really, really smart AI machine. And a really smart system would just know better than to do bad things. So for some, the idea that a super intelligent machine would pursue such narrow goals or any sort of even wider goal without regard to broader consequences seems improbable, if even self-refuting. Loosemore in 2012 has dubbed it the fallacy of dumb superintelligence, right? Torost in 2016, responding to a scenario put forward by Nick Bostrom in his book Superintelligence, argues that by the time a superintelligent AI system is in a position to imagine tiling the Earth with solar panels. So for reference, the example that Bostrom gives is of an AI system that might tile all of the Earth's surface with solar panels and nuclear reactors, supercomputing facilities with protruding cooling towers, space rocket launchers, and other installations whereby AI intends to maximize some long-term realization of its values. So when responding to this, folks have said, look, it's going to know that it would be morally wrong to do this, right? So if you make it smart enough, it's going to know that it's morally wrong. Metzinger, Thomas Metzinger, the philosopher, in 2017 writes something similar. So he makes the claim that because a superintelligence would be so much better than humans at moral cognition, because it's superintelligent, so by definition, sort of greater than humans at its intelligent capacities, then it would also be benevolent. So the idea is that the sort of benevolence sort of falls out of the intelligence. Okay, so why wouldn't this be true? Well, this is what has sort of prevented this, at least in the literature. It's this commitment to what's called the orthogonality thesis. So the possibility of a highly intelligent artificial agent that could act in ways that are malevolent or misaligned with its values of its designers is meant to follow from this thesis, which is probably made most famous, again, by Nick Bostrom's book, Superintelligent. So that's where Russell at least gets some of this discussion from. So this quote is from Russell's more recent book in 2019, Human Compatible. And there he writes, intelligence and final goals are orthogonal. That's roughly what the thesis states. So more or less, any level of intelligence could in principle be combined with more or less any final goal. So in other words, the intelligent capacities of a system, not just an AI system, but any system, are logically independent from the goals that that system might have. Intelligence and goals vary independently, we can say. What do we mean by intelligent capacities here? Well, in the first case, what is meant is capacities related to something like instrumental rationality. So for example, skill at prediction, planning, means and reasoning in general. So again, the orthogonality thesis is meant to apply not just to AI systems, but to any, quite broadly, to any intelligent system, including humans. And I think that makes the case quite nicely, right? So we all know very smart and talented people who can be incredibly cruel and morally reprehensible, right? One of my favorite Latin sayings is corruptio optimi passimi, which means the corruption of the best is the worst. So if you think of somebody like an Adolf Hitler who had these incredible oratory skills, like a talented architect, clearly a crafty mind, but had terrible goals that they were directed towards. This is also sort of tightly related. So the orthogonality thesis is tightly related to David Hume's famous long-standing is-ought problem. So for those who are familiar with it, I would say this also lends support for this thesis. So the is-ought problem refers to the issue that one cannot infer normative statements from descriptive statements. So if this is true, then again, however intelligent a system is, however many facts it has about the world, it may never arrive at any moral facts. So again, all the more reason for us to pursue value alignment very intentionally, because if you buy into this thesis, just plugging in more intelligence to a system is not going to arrive at alignment. But as I'm going to argue, as it turns out, value alignment is an incredibly hard problem once we break it down. And it may be obvious that it's a hard problem, but I'm going to just convince you if you're not convinced. And I'll just explain to you if you are convinced already exactly why it's so difficult. Okay, so that's what we'll turn to now. Okay, so I'm going to walk through some of the challenges that often get wrapped up in what's called the value alignment problem, but I actually think are a whole bunch of different problems that we can kind of pull apart, and that probably ought to be pulled apart if we want to pursue alignment in our design of machines. Okay, so here's the first one. The first is the challenge of what I call identifying human values. So let's talk first at the individual level. Okay, humans individually are often very confused and conflicted about our own values. So it seems that we have different values at different time scales, such that if we optimize for, let's say, short-term values or short-term goals, we might satisfy a subjective state of well-being or happiness at the cost of longer-term values that we try to cultivate, such as things like courage or generosity. I actually have a project that's diving into this in a bit more detail, where some of the AI systems that we frequently interact with, like things like LLMs, are clearly designed to optimize for short-term values or goals, things like engagement, sort of immediate sort of pleasure. So if you think about how how LLMs are such like sycophants and are sort of giving you the answer that they think you want. Clearly, this is like satisfying in one sense, but there's a different sense where if you think about like, how did you want to spend your Saturday? I didn't want to spend it like watching cat videos on YouTube, but it was so hooking and addictive that that's what I did. Instead, you want to sort of have a system, ideally, that's designed to optimize for like longer term sort of overarching goals that one might have, like being a better person or exercising or things like that. Okay, so hence the point here is that even within an individual, it's unclear what values an AI system should align with, right? Should it align with one's immediate values, one's longer term values? It's not really clear even fully what one's values are in some cases if one introspects. We can also talk about this at a level of society. So there's another challenge, which will be very obvious, which is that different cultures seem to have very wide variation between their respective values, or at least how those values are manifested in behaviors. So there's some arguments within meta-ethics and ethics that in fact, even though at a surface level, it may seem that there's wide variation culturally between moral systems, it could be that actually, if we probe a little deeper, it might just be how those values are manifested. But if there does turn out to be deep moral disagreement between cultures, then this does not necessarily imply something like value relativism, of course, but it does complicate the challenge of trying to build machines that align with our values, as it opens the door to at least something like value pluralism. Okay, so what is value pluralism? Value pluralism is the view that there are many different and sometimes irreducible moral values. While by way of contrast, a value monist would hold that there's just one value that all other values reduce to. So typically for a value monist, that value would be something like happiness or pleasure, right? So if you're Aristotle, it's happiness. You think that everything one does is really somehow instrumentally for one's happiness. So it's kind of sort of easy for Aristotle to say what we value, but the value monist has to tell a story of how it is that all values really reduce to that one value, right? So that's their hitch. Whereas the value pluralist has the problem of identifying all the different values and implementing that complete set of irreducible values in some way that resolves moral dilemmas. So this is a real challenge for programming. As the computer scientist, again, Stuart Russell, one of the most common forms of value misalignment, according to him, comes from an incomplete articulation of values. So that is from omitting something that human beings actually care about from the objective that we imbue into the system. Furthermore, value pluralists tend to believe that there are at least some, and perhaps many, unresolvable moral dilemmas that result from a conflict between incommensurable values. So if this is the case, then we have to ask ourselves, how is it that a system that's supposed to be ethically aligned able to sort of resolve these different conflicts. So it would have to find, plausibly, it would have to find ways to behave that are ethically acceptable, even when those moral dilemmas involve incommensurable values. So things that are difficult, if not impossible, to make genuine comparisons between. Okay, so that's the first problem. I'm going to go through 6 different problems, just as a heads up. Okay, the second problem is what's often called the King-Midas problem. So imagine if we could actually manage to identify some acceptable set of human values or objectives, both individually and at a societal level. We would still have the problem of figuring out how to build a machine that behaves in accordance with those values. So simply encoding our values into a machine is not easy. And this is, you can imagine this is kind of like top-down approach. We've identified the values, now we just plug them into the system. And that's not going to be straightforward in the first case, because humans are rather prone to misstating our desires or wants. So the name, the King Midas problem, of course, comes from the folklore about old King Midas, who was granted one wish, and he decided that he wanted everything he touched to turn to gold. Now, of course, what hit him is that when he touched his wife, when he went to kiss her, she turned to gold, right? When he went to go eat his breakfast, it turned to gold. And so he thought he knew what he wanted, right? He thought, this is what I really want. But of course, what he ended up in was this terrible, catastrophic situation for him, where he didn't desire this at all. And he's in this terrible, he has all these terrible consequences for his goal, all because he didn't state what he actually wished or valued carefully enough, right? So carefully stating what we would actually value. Okay, so what this folklore illuminates is this issue of value fragility. So this is the idea that if an AI system gets our values even slightly wrong, it could lead to disastrous outcomes. Hence, the more we rely on powerful autonomous systems, the more important it's going to be for us to specify our goals, and hence their goals, with great care, ensuring that we express our objectives both correctly and completely. So we don't want to leave anything out either, right? It's not just that we want to specify things correctly, it's that we also, as I say, we need to completely imbue it with all the values that we have. So if we have multiple things that we value, we have to make sure that all of those are imbued into the machine. But again, of course, most goals that are easy to specify, so something like when I put in $1 into the machine, I want a pop coming out. That's a pretty easy goal to specify, but that doesn't capture the context-specific complexities of what a real autonomous system, especially an advanced autonomous system, would have to deal with. So the context-specific complexities of human objectives in the real world are going to be hard to correctly and completely articulate. Okay, related to the King Midas problem is the problem of what we or what's called perverse instantiations. So perverse instantiations refer to instances where AI systems find unexpected ways of maximizing their reward functions with unintended behaviors. This is also sometimes called reward hacking. And there's a classic example by Russell and Norvig in their sort of 5th edition. I think it's in a few of the editions of their AI textbook, which is sort of the key text that one goes through. So I call this Russell's Roomba. So what they do is they imagine a vacuum cleaning robot, think of a Roomba, whose performance is measured by the amount of dirt it cleans up. So a well-functioning or high-performing robot vacuum is one that cleans up the most dirt, okay? Now, if you state this as its goal, then the optimal learned policy will cause the robot to repeatedly dump and clean up the same dirt. So you can imagine this robot sitting in the corner of your room, just sucking up dirt and spitting it out and sucking up dirt and spitting it out and sucking up dirt and spitting it out. Now, this is obviously not what the designer of a vacuum intends her machine to do. So hence an example of a perverse instantiation. Sometimes you'll hear these called reward hacking, right? So examples of perverse instantiations or reward hacking are really widespread in current deep learning systems. So there's some nice actually databases that show like a bunch of examples of this, especially in things like automated gaming systems where you have the kind of agent like finding a way to score points, and like the most points, let's say, like ups you to the next level, but it's just kind of going in a circle, like doing the same thing instead of actually like pursuing the level in a way that a human would find natural. So a sort of well-known problem in designing some of these reinforcement learning and deep learning systems. Okay, here's a fourth aspect to the value alignment problem that we often see get kind of lumped into there. This is the problem about our own values. So assuming that we could identify them, assuming that we could perfectly articulate them and imbue them into a machine, let's sort of assume that we've somehow solved those first three problems, which I don't think is going to be possible. But assuming we do, we have a further problem, right? Which is that our own values are not perfect. In fact, we know that whatever our current values are, they're likely not to be perfect simply by looking not too far into the past, right? So humans are far from reliably human friendly, right? We don't have to look far into history to see how much society has progressed in terms of our treatment, our ethical treatment of each other, of other species, and of the environment. So if some advanced AI system, if we could actually create some advanced AI system today, let's say that solved the first three problems, and we were merely aiming to achieve our own current standards of human friendliness or friendliness to other life forms, I don't think we're going to be very well off. And indeed, we might find ourselves living amongst AI systems that amplify our own fallible, inconsistent, and complacent moral natures. So I call this the problem of human moral imperfection. So it seems like we actually don't want systems that are aligned with and potentially reinforcing or entrenching our own current values. We actually want something that's going to allow us or encourage us to progress in some way. But it's not really clear how we could ever get around that or to that end. Okay, a fifth and related problem here is the need to accommodate moral progress. Okay, so as we mentioned, we know that our current values are not perfect, in part because we can look to history and see how much our values have progressed. So even if we can find a way to build machines that align with only the better parts of our current values, we wouldn't want an AI system to codify these values in a way that prevents moral progress. So this is true not just for AI systems, of course. This is like a long-standing problem for philosophers of technology and STS scholars who have pointed out that technologies entrench our values. So many technologies have been charged with doing this. If you consider one of the most famous examples of this comes from Langdon Winner's seminal article, Do Artifacts Have Politics?, where he described how low-hanging bridges in New York City prevented public transportation buses from connecting the poorer, generally non-white areas of the city to the sort of more affluent, typically or mostly white neighborhoods. So hence they reinforced existing forms of segregation. And this may have been unintentional by the designers, but nevertheless entrenched certain value systems and made it more difficult for us to make progress beyond those values. And again, there's countless other examples like this from STS scholars and philosophers of technology, which have shown that technologies are not value neutral. So this is a widespread problem, not just for AI, but rather that they sort of sustain and make it difficult to progress beyond the values that are being built into systems. So when it comes to AI systems, we don't want powerful systems that entrench our currently imperfect moral values. If anything, again, we might want to build systems that are either flexible, that can allow for moral progress, or that somehow try to advance our own morals. But of course, this scenario comes with challenges of its own, right? So an early article I wrote when I moved into the AI sphere talked about the idea of a moral oracle. It's hard to say, moral oracle. But the idea is that we can imagine, like, let's all just sort of pretend that we're objectivists about morality right now, and that there's some system that we could build that's so advanced that it's really in tune with what sort of the moral truths are in a way that we're not, and has access to that. And let's say that we trust that it does. Would we really be ready for the truth bombs that it would drop to us, right? In some ways, it's not hard for us to look around and see that there's lots of things that we're not doing very well on, right? I mean, COVID showed, right, that we don't treat elderly people very well. We don't treat sort of people outside of our inner circles very well. It's not hard. We've talked about today about factory farming. There's all sorts of things that we know we're not doing very well on, but we're somehow as a society not ready to make progress too quickly, right? Even, 100 years ago, there were many people pointing out that the way that racial segregation was happening in the US wasn't right, but society wasn't ready to kind of make those changes. So even if we had access to a system that could impart to us its moral wisdoms, it's not obvious that we're ready to make that progress too quickly. So in other words, really what we'd want is a system that both doesn't entrench current moral imperfection, that allows for moral progress, but also that doesn't push us too quickly, because that type of scale of societal change is not fully sustainable. Okay, here's another problem. Another issue that gets wrapped up in value alignment. As I mentioned before, what's often contained in an articulation of the value alignment problem is that the systems we build should be assuredly value aligned or provably value aligned, okay? So if we desire autonomous agents that can interact with and assist us humans in performing complex tasks, then it's important that we can verify that these agents' policies are aligned with what we expect and desire them to do. But how do we test whether the behavior of another agent, an AI system, is aligned with human values? How do we verify this, right? This is, of course, a very active area of research within computer science. And I think if the system is narrow enough, this might be possible, right? Think again to the soda pop machine and the ATM, right? But the wider the application of the system is, the harder it is to test for exact and appropriate alignment across a large and potentially infinite set of applications. So hence, testing before releasing a system into the wild becomes less and less possible the more general or more autonomous the system is. So this quest for assurance is further hindered by the familiar black box issue. Most people will be familiar with this in the room, but the idea is that current AI systems have so many hidden network layers that their outcomes or predictions are uninterpretable, often even to the designers of the systems who are well versed in how they operate, but certainly to sort of the layperson. And so it's hard to know what's going on, and hence would be hard to prove that the system will also be aligned with human values. So yet another sort of critical problem here. Okay. So I hope we're now on board with why Russell calls value alignment in AI one of the greatest challenges currently facing humanity. For my part, I don't know that it's worth calling this a problem. I think that calling it a problem is almost unhelpful. So I'm going to actually argue that one of our paths forward here is to think about value alignment in a different way, to think about it instead as a process and not a problem. In part because I also think that the way that this problem gets framed is sort of like oversimplifying what I hope I've shown is actually a very complex set of different problems that one of which might be solved while leaving the others completely unsolved. And I'm also mindful of the fact that I didn't time this talk and I may finish quite early, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so here is my sort of first suggestion. So my own position at this point is that calling system misalignment a failure, which is what we often see from computer scientists like Stuart Russell, is almost absurd, right? The bar is too high for success. ultimately, I don't have confidence that we'll ever achieve value alignment in AI systems, given the complexity of the issues involved. Hence, I see this problem as essentially unsolvable, but that might not be as bad as we think it is. So what's more productive would be to think of value alignment as a process. So hence, this is what I'm putting forward sort of tentatively as a process view of value alignment. And the idea is that as we design advanced AI systems, we should go through an alignment process, which involves stakeholder consultation. So thinking about whose values we want to align with, depending on where or what the system is doing. We may have a different sort of audience or user group. And through risk assessments. So what if the system reward hacks, for example? What are the risks of that? So going through the kind of like scenarios that could emerge given that value alignment likely won't be perfectly achieved is a kind of design process for different advanced AI systems. Now, this process, I hope, can bring to light design features that might help us get closer to ethically acceptable behaviors. For example, we might ask something like, would endowing a system with a capacity for ethical reasoning, a way of working out for itself what is right or wrong in a given situation, would that enhance the ethical alignment of the machine? So that might give us a reason to want to endow a machine with its own ethical capacities. So consider a healthcare robot, for example, that uses supervised learning to infer a rule for when the duty to protect a patient's health should trump the duty not to violate their autonomy by, let's say, paternalistically administering some kind of medicine. Given the input, inferring a decision rule for when to administer medicine ethically, one that adequately balances these two prima facie duties against each other, presents a significant ethical problem that exhibits some level of ethical reasoning. So there's more going on here than in the case of a soda pop machine, clearly, right? That only performs a really basic mechanical procedure. So in some cases, we might think actually the best way to get an aligned advanced AI system is to let it do some reasoning on its own, given the context that it's in. Whereas in other cases, that might be entirely unnecessary. Finally, and this I think ties a little bit to the previous talk, we might even think that in certain cases, endowing a system with something like moral rights and responsibilities, or even moral patiency, could help with alignment, right? So humans, we often think, are both moral agents and moral patients. Many people think that our patiency stems from our consciousness and our ability to kind of feel harm, feel things like guilt or remorse, shame, things like that. So if our moral responsibilities stem in part from our agency, because of our inability to knowingly either comply with or violate moral norms, then we're held responsible for our actions. And at the same time, as moral patients, we have rights, and our interests are usually thought to matter. And most agree that we shouldn't be wronged or harmed without reasonable justifications. So it might be the case that actually imbuing these kind of advanced moral attributes to an AI system might get us closer to something that's value aligned, simply because we'll have more mechanisms for sort of treating it like we do with other humans, and being aware that it sort of feels the emotions or remorse and so forth that we feel. Okay, so these are just sort of like broad suggestions at this point, which I'm open to hear more about. And I'm going to end there with a record timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Okay, we'll have some questions. We'll have Herman first, please. Sorry, Herman, we'll give you the microphone, actually.
I'm really sympathetic to the sort of deconstruction of the alignment problem, and that it's a whole bunch of problems and we don't really understand how they connect, and it's incredibly unlikely that we'll ever figure out how to do it. But I was expecting the second part to be much more gloomy and doomy, so I want to hear why you're not super gloomy and doomy and depressed, because if it's all unsolvable and you think it's possible to make these eventually super powerful systems, I don't know, maybe you think it isn't, but isn't the natural conclusion here that it's just going to be Armageddon very quickly, very soon, because it's going to be unaligned. So eventually, since it performs massive amounts of actions every second and is incredibly powerful, we're screwed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this came up in lunch where I'm like, maybe I'm just a techno optimist by my pure disposition in life to be happy-go-lucky or something. But I mean, I do think that there's real reason to be concerned here, especially if the way computer scientists sort of address this problem is kind of, and I don't want to paint too broad of a brush here, but sort of naively thinking that it is solvable. And in fact, some companies have sort of announced that they plan on solving value alignment in like the next 5 years, things like this, as they continue to build very, very advanced systems. So I guess it sort of depends. So on the one hand, I don't think that we're ever going to solve all the problems that I've mentioned. On the other hand, it's sort of like not obvious to me how much reach our current systems have, right? So if we think about some of the reasons that I was most worried, or like some of the reasons that I think advanced AI systems are particularly challenging for alignment, it's their autonomy, it's their capacity for direct world interaction or direct world modification, and it's their generality, okay? And I think on each of those fronts, there are barriers to what we can achieve for AI systems. Perhaps that's a slightly different talk, but that's maybe part of my optimism here too. So I think that, like, for example, if we think about our frontier models today, like an LLM, it doesn't have direct world modification capacities. It can interact, of course, it does interact with all of us. But in some sense, like, it's limited by its ability to influence humans in some way in order to directly modify the world. Whether it has generality, I've given a talk on this recently, I'm not convinced that it does, even though it has like some general capacities, they're all linguistic based capacities. So some of it is that I think there are barriers to really like how strong our systems can be still. And then maybe the other part of it is just my disposition to be optimistic.
Great, thanks.
Let's have the hands back up again. We'll do Adam Bradley.
Great, thanks for the talk. Actually, in many ways, my question is very similar to Herman's, I think. So maybe it's kind of a follow-up. So I'm also very sympathetic to the idea that, yeah, the alignment problems, all these different problems, and when you state a lot of them clearly, they're, figure out the correct morality or whatever. Like, okay, good luck. But yeah, also kind of picking up on this theme of like what practically we can do instead of solving the alignment problem. Like, it sounded like one part of your answer to Herman was, well, just generalizing, be very careful about how we use the systems and what we allow them to do. But isn't another part of the problem that there's going to be like a huge set of incentives for entities to, directly modify the world with these systems? So like, I mean, maybe this is getting somewhat outside the scope of the talk, but it just seems like, yeah, there are going to be all kinds of reasons why you're going to want, if you're like developing military AI, the whole point's direct world modification, to put it euphemistically, right? Like you want your AI systems to, blow things up or whatever. Yeah. So like, it just seems like if we develop these systems, even ignoring some of the, issues about like super intelligence or AGI or whatever, as long as they're just highly performant at given tasks, we're going to put them in charge of the tasks. And the company that puts them directly in charge is going to be more efficient than the company that just has their CEO, ask them questions. So there's going to be all kinds of incentive to put these systems directly in charge of things. And then it just seems like at some level we can't avoid, we can deconstruct the alignment problem. We can't avoid questions of what goals do we put into the system? How do we know what goals that the system has? So yeah, I guess maybe I'm just somewhat more pessimistic about this, but it seems like we're gonna face these problems in like a very direct way, and so at some level we have to figure out how to solve them, or else we're gonna be in trouble, right?
Well, so I think we have to figure out a way to address them and to confront them, but I don't think that we're really going to solve them. So it's kind of reassuring to know that perhaps I can just be a little bit more pessimistic at the end of this paper, as opposed to trying to come up with some kind of solution, which is kind of my instinct to be like, okay, so what is the path forward? So I think like maybe part of the answer here too, which like to Herman's question, which you kind of like are offering me, or which I'm picking up, which is important, is that like this maybe is not like a design solution. Like there's no technological solution to value alignment. What we're going to need more of is like regulation and political courage to like counter those incentives. So the solution is maybe just more like societal level than at the level of like the designers or folks building these systems, which is where I think a lot of effort is like being made currently for this like problem.
Frank, you still have your hand? Okay, Frank was next in the queue.
Hello, yeah, thank you. It's really interesting, really clarifying, listening out all the different problems. One of my thoughts is, yeah, I agree with you totally with the difficulties of solving like identifying human values. They're very amorphous, and a lot of these things on the list seem kind of intractable. But shouldn't we just, my impression was, really don't we just want the AI to not care about human values and just find the true moral values? And you mentioned this is a problem in the moral progress part, and I didn't quite get a grip of why you felt it was a problem. Some things you said were like, are we ready to handle the truth or something? Well, like there are moral revolutionaries and they're great, but no one holds back a moral revolution by asking whether people are ready for the truth. No one's ever ready for a moral revolution. And so like, I don't know, are you just think moral revolutions are bad, or you have a deeper fear that the moral truth might lead to extinction or something? And if so, I still don't see why that would be bad, because if the moral theory says it's not bad to kill humans, then I can't complain. It's just not bad to kill humans.
Okay, yeah, great. So definitely not opposed to moral revolutions, but what we see in history is that those tend to come bottom up in a way, right? Like it's humans pushing for those revolutions. And I don't want to say that I like the progress of society, but I think there's a reason why that progress has happened at the pace that it has. So there's kind of 2 points there. Like one is, I think if we had a system, like if there are objective truths and we had a system that could just spell it out for us, I think some of it's not going to be very surprising. Right. So let's say that the system says, look, what you guys are doing to the environment's pretty bad. Right. Okay. I think most of us in the room are like, yep. But so it's not a lack of that knowledge that has prevented us from acting. Let's put it that way. And then in the second case, oh, maybe losing my train of thought here. Oh, okay, wait, raise the second part of your.
Second is, I thought maybe you're worried that the true moral theory entailed the extinction of humanity.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yeah.
And I'm like, that wouldn't be bad though, if that was the
okay,
true
so
moral
that's where I
theory.
think we disagree. Yes, good. So I think we may just disagree on that. So I also think it wouldn't be terribly unlikely that an AI system says, look, the worst thing right now that's happening on the planet Earth is humanity, right? You guys have the biggest carbon footprint, you kill the most animals, you kill the most of each other. So, you have the biggest carbon footprint, you have, all that stuff, right? So even that wouldn't be that surprising to me, right? You're probably the most sadistic, right? Like you cause pain just for the fun of it, right? Like all those things probably true, right? But I'm not sure that even, at least for me, that I'd want to end humanity as a result of that, even if the system said that that's probably the best thing to do. So maybe we just disagree on that point there. All right. I think there's like other paths forward, but like in some case, I think like we may not accept those moral truths, I guess. I mean, and again, this goes back to like the provably aligned, like why would we even trust a system that said this? But some of it I think is either like the truths are going to be obvious. In other cases, we might not be happy with the truths. And then in other cases, we just might not be ready to actually address them. Yeah.
We'll have Seth next, please.
Thanks. So this is just a point. I'm just curious to know if you're aware of this sort of recent work on pluralistic alignment. I'm actually talking at a workshop in Europe on this.
Yeah, Tusa's involved in it.
Yeah, exactly. And so, look, what I'm going to be talking about there, I think, is basically this. Like, I think that by construing the value alignment problem as being about like the goal here is to align some particular system. I think in a way we're making things a little bit harder than they need to be. Like one of the ways that we get like AI systems that we want is by making sure we have an open and diverse ecosystem of lots of different systems. So if you don't like the way Claude talks to you, you can go and get ChatGPT, and if you don't like that, you can get something that's based on Llama. And like if you don't like that, then maybe we have like some public option alternative. And I think that there's a sense in which people like Russell have made this into a technical problem because that's the set of skills that they have. But that actually the way you realize the kind of social ends that we want is more through how we design the ecosystem into which we deploy these individual systems, rather than necessarily being about like finding the one true aligned system that we want to achieve.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Seth. I should include reference to that in this paper. I'm not totally happy with like the pluralistic alignment approach. Like I think a version of that, like you said, it's like if you want to be if you want this sycophant, then he's available. If you want this other sycophant, then she's available, you know? So like to me, like having like a whole bunch of different systems that please various personalities is not actually optimizing for longer term goals, for example, or longer term values. So I think there's some other problems like inherent in that, but like maybe I can incorporate that into like a seventh problem or something here.
I mean, I think that the key point is that like what we're dealing with here is moral disagreement. And at the end of the day, like moral disagreement is something that we deal with in every different part of our society. And the way that we solve it in liberal democracies anyway, is by enabling people to produce things that kind of fit within certain bounds, like they're kind of reasonable, they don't contravene the law or whatever. But then beyond that, actually allowing people to kind of express themselves in different ways. One of the other value alignment problems.
Yeah, so I think moral disagreement is just one of the problems, as I pointed out. So I don't think that's the only problem.
One of the other problems is that when we're aligning these systems, we're actually limiting people's freedom of expression in important ways. And I think that like starting with that kind of ecosystem framing where you're thinking about like, look, it's not about the individual system, it's about providing, like ensuring that people are able to kind of autonomously develop things that meet certain baseline criteria, but other than that, allow them to express different sets of values. That's kind of key.
Yeah, I think that's just one problem, moral disagreement. I think like, as I mentioned, like the earliest problem is like, it's not even clear at an individual level what values we want to optimize for, right? So all these different systems, like I alluded to, they may all be optimizing for some like immediate values that we have at the sake of, as we're currently seeing, longer term goals and values about like who we want to cultivate or be as moral individuals, or even just like for well-being. And so it's not clear to me that that like summarizes the value alignment problem or would like solve it either. But yeah.
Any questions on this side of the room? Okay. I believe Malmay was next in the queue.
Thank you. Thanks for the talk. I agree with you that the problem seems to be very complex, but I have question concerning some problems, especially the first one about the identifying human values. First of all, let's clarify one question. You mentioned that sometimes you say that it's about value alignment problem. Sometimes you say that it is about ethically acceptable behaviors. So it seems that you actually mentioned different things concerning value alignment. Sometimes they should be aligned, sometimes perfectly aligned, but sometimes you mention that as long as the behaviors are acceptable, you mentioned shortly. So just for clarification, is it for acceptable behaviors or it's for value alignment or perfect value alignment?
Yeah.
What do you have in mind?
Yeah, thank you. I think at a minimum, we would want a system that behaves in a way that's ethically acceptable. So there's all sorts of ways in which like we at a minimum I behave in ways that are ethically acceptable, right? In some cases, I might do things where you're like, oh, wow, well, she's got some real moral courage there, right? But you're not like, you don't expect that of me. Like for me to go around the world and not offend anybody, I basically have to be like at minimally ethically acceptable behavior. One can be above and beyond, right? So we could imagine a system that's above and beyond that. Like as a human, above and beyond, like I could donate to all sorts of charities. I could like step out of my way to like help people when they are in need. But we're not like demanding that of each other. So likewise with this system, I think like at a minimum, we want a system that behaves in an ethically acceptable way. Of course, ideally, it would be great to have a system that goes above and beyond that and actually like improves our well-being or improves other people. Like, so it's doing something much greater than just like not morally offending or harming anybody. But so that's like, there's a minimum articulation of what we're looking for. And then there's kind of like a greater than that I articulated too.
Okay, then I have several questions concerning whether some questions identified are really questions about the value alignment problem. The first question is about identifying human values. If we think that sometimes acceptable behaviors are some kind of goals of value alignment, then it is not a necessary condition for us to identify human values for these machines to be aligned. As long as their behaviors are good, we don't have to identify human values. I mean,
yeah, so I think even to get minimally ethically acceptable behavior, we still need to have some idea of what we consider to be ethically acceptable. So I think even that's going to require some identification, both at an individual and at a societal or cultural level of what we think is appropriate behavior in different cases. So in other words, what our values ask of us, minimally speaking. So I don't think that my impression is that we can't avoid identifying values even to get sort of basic ethically acceptable behavior.
Yeah, but just a follow-up, because sometimes we don't know what the values of good language is, but we have good large language models simply by testing their behaviors. And it seems acceptable that the current behaviors are acceptable. So just by analogy, perhaps we can test some acceptable, ethically acceptable behaviors, but we do not have to investigate further questions about identifying human values. Just like perhaps it's about their yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure if I understood this question fully. So like, I think, so for example, some of the examples that were given by our first speaker today, if you were at that talk, about like, if you're familiar with the ProPublica study about the Compass algorithm in the States, which all things being equal was rating African Americans as like more likely to reoffend and therefore less likely to receive parole, right? So the fact that we like deployed that system and then for the most part like rebuked it and said like this is not acceptable, and then likewise with like Google Lens, I think it was, that was misidentifying certain humans as animals, right? That's not, I think in general we think that's not ethically acceptable. So in some cases, like some of these systems are doing things that we don't think is ethically acceptable. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but I think like even that as a minimum is a fairly high bar. Yeah, or high enough that like we're already seeing ethically unacceptable behavior. Yeah.
Okay, we have a lot of time left. So Dan Marshall, you haven't spoken yet.
It's a related problem. So the question. So so I was wondering if we have to solve the first problem you mentioned, identifying human values, in order to solve the general value assignment problem, because we don't identify, like we train LLMs kind of without identifying all the facts, right? So it's not, we don't go out there and find all the facts and then encode those facts into an LLM. We train the LLMs directly. So similarly, we could train LLMs directly and try to get the LLMs to learn the moral facts or the human values, pick out these patterns in, so we don't need to do number one. Yeah, that's the idea.
I mean, currently we have LLMs that are like hallucinating facts, right? So I'm not sure if that would be like, if we consider like truth as like the bar of like minimally acceptable like epistemic behavior or something like that, it's failing on that, right? So I think if the suggestion is to apply the same approach for morality, I would worry about the kind of moral hallucinations we would achieve.
For sure. So our current LLMs aren't perfect, but I thought the idea was in the future they're going to get much better, and then we're going to have this big problem because we have these very, very powerful AI systems. and hence, we need to make sure they've got the right values. But it seems like there's a connection here. If they can learn all the facts and with these developments, maybe we can use the same kind of methods to train them up on moral values.
So it's a conditional.
So we don't need to we don't need to have a separate project of identifying the moral facts separately from that. It can be.
So it sounds like a conditional statement. If they can learn all the facts, then, and I think the antecedent is false. I also think that just learning the facts, like if you go back to the orthogonality thesis, is not necessarily going to derive like moral truths. So that if you buy into the division between intelligence and moral behavior.
You can think of the moral facts are just some of the facts. So the orthogonality, wasn't the orthogonality principle connecting, if you know all the non-moral facts, then you might not know the moral facts. So there's they might be orthogonal, the non-moral facts and the moral facts. And also there might be a distinction of orthogonality between knowing the facts and action.
Mm-hmm.
But there doesn't seem in principle any reason why, if we can train the LLMs to know the non-moral facts, we can't train them to get the moral facts, at least in principle.
Okay, I guess I buy the conditional, but I think in practice the antecedent is false. So if it were true that we could teach the LLMs all the facts, that's my kind of gut reaction to that, but I'll think more about it. Yeah.
Okay, let's get it from a student. Great.
Thank you for all the questions. This is filling the time that I left for everyone, so thank you.
We have 15 minutes.
Good, let's use them.
Well, I'm sorry, just gonna follow a question based on what he just said.
Good.
So what are the current limitations of LLMs in the financial context, and how might future advancement in area like causal reasoning and knowledge representation are like new possibilities? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, can you repeat that? I had trouble understanding that, sorry.
What are the current limitations of LLMs in financial context, and how might future advancement in area like causal reasoning and knowledge representations unlock new possibilities?
Okay, so the question is like, what are the current limitations in LLMs and how
especially in the financial context.
Okay, and how would future advancements in like causal reasoning help? Yeah, so I think there are all sorts of current limitations to LLMs, like some that I mentioned about hallucinating facts. Some I mentioned about being like sort of overly pleasing or like a kind of form of sycophancy and its kind of agentic properties, which I understand we can change slightly after talking to Henry, but I still think that that's a general problem. And so I'm not entirely sure like what the future holds for these, but I certainly think imbuing them with a capacity for causal reasoning is going to be helpful in terms of their performance. Whether or not that like increases their alignment, I mean, probably it will, but it's not obvious to me that that would like solve any one of these particular problems. I guess that would be my sort of gut answer to that. Yeah.
And also like, how can we build trust in the financial advice and decisions provided by LLMs? And what strategy can we use to maintain human oversight and control?
And you're asking about financial advice?
Yes. How can we build trust in the financial advice in the financial market?
I'm not sure that we can. I mean, there in some sense we can, right? Like it's a really good calculator. I think I haven't tested it always, but and I like, you know, if you say like, oh, if I'm going to deposit this much in a loan and it has this interest rate and so on, that's giving you some level of financial advice. But I think it would depend on what you mean by financial advice, like at what level or what I mean, if it's like predicting the stock market, I would be unlikely to rely on an LLM to make predictions about what stocks to invest in, at least in its current day. Maybe like plugging it in more to like various, I don't know, stock market newsletters or something where it's getting like some kind of intel might be helpful, but I don't know if I have a good answer to that question outside of my expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll have Faye and then Simon Goldstein, then we're probably done. For today. Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. So my question is also related to the identifying value, like human values. I'm not sure whether this is a distinctive issues or there's something related. I feel like sometimes it's not only that we need to identify values, but also sometimes values can conflict with each other.
Yeah.
So it sometimes also is a matter of like when there's conflict, how should we address those conflicts, how much weight we should give to one particular value of the other. And I presume that I may be wrong, is when we training LM, we see the result, right? This result could be a kind of holistic kind of judgment in terms of there could be a judgment based a result of evaluating different values, human values, and come up with a kind of holistic judgment. So it might not be the case, presumably, that AI fails to identify the human, like aligned with the human values, is they might wrong in terms of giving different weights, like giving over like too much weight to particular values of the other. So I'm not sure whether it's a distinctive issue of identifying, or it's something just a kind of sub issues of identifying human value. Is what it's also like at the human level, we are not sure what kind of weights we should give to particular values, right? It's like uncertainty there. But yes, yeah, I see like I might miss some like your like some of the content like talk you probably something like you mentioned a talk related this, but yeah, like this I might miss, but
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I did try to address this, perhaps not as explicitly as I could have. And it also might merit its own sort of level of problem on the list. But the way that I tried to address it was like, look, if you think there are different kinds of values that can come into conflict with each other, then typically a view like that is called value pluralism. And what that means is that when you have values that come into conflict, one has to decide, what value is going to trump. And for the value pluralist, sometimes these values are like incommensurable, right? Like how do you compare how much you value your safety over equality, or how do you compare like your privacy against, your autonomy? Like these are weighing things that maybe are not obviously the types of things one can weigh against each other. And so this is the type of problem that a value pluralist confronts, which it sounds like you probably identify with. So part of what I was alluding to in this kind of moment of the talk was that if we are value pluralists and we try to imbue our different values into a machine or an AI system, then we also have to have the system be able to reconcile when these values come into conflict, which in fact, I would say most moral dilemmas, like real moral dilemmas, come out of this kind of conflict of values. And so they're not particularly rare, I would say. Yeah, but maybe that this kind of merits its own like item on the list. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Goldstein. Thanks so much. So in addition to the alignment problem, there's also the control problem.
Yes.
And I think of that as basically, do what the user wants, but don't break the law. And in my opinion, in practice, AI labs are actually not trying to solve the alignment problem. They're trying to solve the control problem, and they call it alignment because it sounds better. And then I think there's an interesting question of how many of the problems that you raised apply to that. So in my opinion, value pluralism doesn't matter for the control problem because it doesn't involve values. And similarly, progress is fine because the law, basically a lot of the kind of issues that you'll worry about will be folded into just the law. And as the law changes, if you had an AI that at any given time did what the user wants without breaking the law, then as the law changed, the AI's behavior would change. But I think, there are still problems that remain. And the two big problems would be, how, first of all, can we cause an AI to have the unique intrinsic desire to do what the user wants without breaking the law? And then second of all, can we make sure it doesn't have bad beliefs where it'll behave wrong? And then my view is, well, LLMs have enough common sense that the kind of bad beliefs that mess things up is no longer an issue. So there's actually just one problem. And the one problem is, how do you give an AI a specific goal or desire? How do you cause it to have that desire? And then I think the key question is RLHF actually succeeding? It kind of looks like it in giving AIs the desire to do what the user wants as long as they don't break the law. And I kind of think it kind of looks that way, but it feels crazy for that to be true. But that's how I think of it. There's one problem.
So I think that the way I understand the literature, at least, so for example, reading like Russell's Human Compatible book, is that he'll raise the control problem as an issue that he thinks is solvable through value alignment. So in the sense that he thinks that it's unlikely that we're going to be able to control a super intelligent system or a system that's highly advanced. So he says what we better make sure we do is ensure that it's aligned with our values, because we're not going to be able to control it. So we hope that if we achieve alignment, it will be a kind of like by proxy solution to the control problem. That's how it's raised in his book, at least. I did a bit of a deep dive on this for an earlier paper on existential risk, where I was trying to look at the relation between these problems. I also want to say that I don't think that doing what the law says is the same as doing what's ethically appropriate, right? So the law and ethics come apart. It's not ethical to cheat on your spouse, but it's not illegal, right? It's not immoral to park on the left side of the road during hours 9 to 4 on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but it is illegal, right? At least in Toronto. So like these things like classically come apart in various ways. So I think if we're just trying to get something that's like legally aligned, we're not necessarily going to end up with something that's value aligned.
Yeah, but so I think the key is, I think the AI labs in practice are really just directly doing the control problem and not really using alignment. And then I also think if we solved that problem of just having them do the law, we at least wouldn't all die. So, you know, it's not optimal, but that would be, I think, a significant advance. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll think about that. My impression is that there are definitely like labs interested in alignment. So maybe we're just conferring with different labs. But
We have time for one quick question, Henry, if you want to ask.
So I think it's been quite striking that many of the most, thank you. Many of the scenarios that Bostrom was concerned about, for example, involving sort of misspecification or misunderstanding of instructions, the kind of classic solar panel case you mentioned, they don't seem quite as scary now in light of RLHF. I'm always amazed at how good ChatGPT is at figuring out what I mean, even when I phrase it in a very haphazard way. So I think it's interesting that that's a case where technology has maybe reshaped the kind of the worries about AI safety here. And I was just curious if you had any hopes or expectations about ways in which just we could get techno fixes to help any of these problems. Are there any that you think are more or less amenable?
That's a good question. That's a great question, Henry. I should think more about that. But yeah, I do think that like RLHF has been very helpful, at least at like achieving some kind of like minimally acceptable ethical behavior. So maybe sort of at 1, I guess. I still think we see like perverse instantiations, and there's still like the problem of moral imperfection there, where it's like it might be aligned with how we sort of like what we want now, but like is that still going to entrench like how we feel about things now and not like allow us to improve in the future? I'd have to give like a deeper thought about like what other like which of these problems are more or less amenable to a technological solution. I think that's a really interesting question. Thank you.
We are perfectly on time. So let's thank our speaker.
Now, and then we will resume for the next talk at 3:30. Yeah, right. I mean, you can get around that.
Hi, everybody. We're going to be starting up again in a minute.
Oh, gosh.
Yes,
Okay.
no,
Okay, so that's supposed to, I see these are different. You're gonna switch to the second. Okay. You're gonna go up there.
All right, everybody, let's get started. Okay, so it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ines Hippolito. She's joining us from Australia, from Macquarie University, where she's lecturer in philosophy of artificial intelligence. And Ines has worked on a variety of topics on cognition, cutting across cognitive science, artificial intelligence, philosophy of mind, all sorts of things. And she's published many articles in all of these areas and been the recipient of many research awards. So today she's going to talk to us about the human roots of AI. So take it away.
All right, there it is. Okay, so human roots of AI, but then there's a subtitle that is going to give us a little bit more cues. Situating knowledges and the myth of neutrality, which I'm pretty sure that we're all acquainted with. I'm going to rehearse it anyway. Okay, so let's start with a prompt. How can we transform AI from a tool of epistemic exclusion, starting solid, to a tool for inclusivity and intersectionality? So a little bit of the AI state of affairs specific kind of aspects that are kind of like leveraging this talk off the ground is that it may be the case, and if it is the case, then we should look more into it, that our mechanisms of exclusion that reinforce stereotypes and discriminations against marginalized communities, and does so by amplifying biases that are embedded in the design. Then also cultural biases in design, where they prioritize perspectives that align with a mainstream or a dominant kind of cultural tradition, such as the West, and sidelining diverse worldviews, and hence reinforcing cultural homogeneity or monoculture. This results in an exclusion of marginalized communities in the design decision-making of AI, exacerbating existing inequalities and failing to cater to vulnerable populations. So then what I want to do today is I want to explore the cultural and societal contexts of AI that reflect and perpetuates these specific power structures. And then I want to propose a humble, transformative model that involves disrupting exclusionary values and incorporating diverse epistemologies into the AI development. So this is our agenda. I will start by doing a little bit of a rehearsing on neutral AI, looking at silicon values, the illusion of progress. For example, we're going to look into that, into the LLM's case, and then what that means for regulation. There are limits there that I want to point out. Then I'm going to move into the culturally situated AI. We're going to try to culturally situate that and show AI as sort of like a scientific, techno-scientific endeavor that is not a view from nowhere. And finally, I will present that transformative approach, which hopefully breaks away from Silicon Valley values. Okay, so the neutral AI argument, I think we're all aware of what it is. It's been around for a long time, and especially in the literature of philosophy of technology. The core argument is that, somewhat like that, AI is built on algorithms. Algorithms are mathematical constructs. Mathematics is inherently neutral. Neutrality in mathematics implies neutrality in algorithms, and you get to AI is neutral, given or taken. There are many formulations of this argument. And then that brings us to the next one, which is where typically the neutral AI wants, or the neutral tech wants to get to, which is that what really needs to be regulated is the users themselves using the tools and not the development of the tools themselves. So then what it means is that misuse does not negate neutrality. The tech is still neutral. It's the use that should be regulated, because that's what might be actually the one that is wrong. So then we must regulate users, not the developers. That's the thought in this argument. I do want to say that the neutral argument, or the neutrality argument in tech, has been kind of like fairly dismissed within the philosophy of technology in the past. And mostly we have come towards the understanding of the sociality of tech. But I do want to say that I believe that the neutral AI is something that is quite fairly amongst us. It lives with us and in AI in ways that I will try to point out that are in disguise. And I want to expose that. I want to invite you to think about that with me. So if AI is not neutral, what kind of cultural values are going to be the ones that are going to be underlying and nurturing the emergence of the kinds of AIs that we see in our world? Right, so I'm going to focus on the most highly influenced in AI development for a long time, and hopefully things are changing. I want to acknowledge that. So I want to mention 3 types of values that we find in Silicon Valley culture. So one of them is technobro individualism. The other one is long-termism, dismissal, and epistemic hierarchy. So in the tech-bro individualism, we find the prioritization of efficiency, profit, and control over collective well-being. Then in the long-termist dismissal, what we find is, and this one is quite ubiquitous, is a downplaying of the present harms, because in the future, we definitely will have the tech and the reasoning and the capacities to fix the problems that we are very aware that are problems that we have in our present world. So that's just pushing it to the future and not dealing with them presently and focusing on developing the tech. Then we have epistemic hierarchy. And here what happens is these exclusionary ways of knowing. So we do not include diverse epistemic systems, and the training data reflects precisely these historical biases, privileging dominant cultural narratives. So then why is it that neutrality is a myth? And even though we find it in these circles. Okay, so dominant epistemic frameworks are going to have certain effects by virtue of holding those kinds of values that I just mentioned. The effects are that they're going to obscure the fact that every decision in AI development, from the design, the data curation to algorithm design, it reflects these values that I just pointed out, priorities, power dynamics of their creators or of that culture. So then what happens is that neutrality stances become a myth that allows these embedded biases to operate unchallenged and unchecked, perpetuating systemic inequalities under the guise of objectivity, but even more important than that, under the guise of progress. Now, I want to push back on that, and I'm going to rely on Donna Haraway. She tells us that objectivity is a situated practice. The true objectivity requires acknowledging one's positionality, not claiming neutrality. So these neutral viewpoints in a view often disguise the power dynamics, privileging dominant perspectives while marginalizing others. Then these thinking apply to technoscience. We find AI and other sciences is the view from nowhere, right? That will reflect technoscientific Western biases. And claims of neutrality in AI development, in Haraway's view, obscure the cultural and political values that are embedded in their systems or their designs. So then in building a system of knowledge that we have to do in tech or in science must take the shape of acknowledging positionality as it enables more ethical and inclusive epistemologies. So then what Haraway is telling us is that there is no view from nowhere. Our practices, may they be in science, may they be in technology, they are situated, and all knowledge is situated, shaped by the observer's social, cultural, and historical context. Then we also find insights in the work of Karen Barrett. And what she tells us there is a quite interesting philosophical perspective, which is the agential realism. And what we find there is that objectivity requires acknowledging one's positionality in the sense that there is no distinction between ourselves and the objects themselves. So from that point, neutral viewpoints are often going to be disguising power dynamics and privileging dominant perspectives. So then this brings us to see AI systems as performing powers through their operations. For example, gets classified, surveillance, or prioritized. So those are the kinds of questions that one would be asking coming from this understanding of the role of AI as a tool for something in our society. So then Barrett calls up ourselves to be the core constructors of AI within a society. And then in this particular case, what we might be wary of is of the fact that AI systems perform our vehicles, can be tools, can be vehicles of these kinds of power dynamics, etc. Now, I want to look into that, and I want to show you that playing out. Right, so looking at a case study, and what else than large language models? So large language models, we are all acquainted with what they are, but I'm going to highlight only the properties that are going to be relevant for the tests that I'm going to do next. So they are prediction systems, and they rely on high likelihoods of tokens within a very large data set. And they are used to produce varied, lengthy, and human-like content. They're also on the job of convincing that what is the output is to represent a significant step towards real artificial intelligence. And by real artificial intelligence, I want to say that what I have in mind is real world, online decision-making. So that's kind of where we are in the present moment. We look around, we understand the world, and we make decisions on the basis of our understanding of the world. So large language models don't really do that. And the reason that they don't do that is because they are relying on data sets that are living in the past and making decisions on the basis of likelihoods that we have found in the world in the past, which are themselves going to be limiting and problematic in ways that I'm going to point out. Now, but they do give us, and here relies the illusion of progress. And don't get me wrong, I think that large language models were a breakthrough, and they are a breakthrough, and they are very useful. But I also think that we need to have a cautionary kind of approach in relation to them. They do give us the perception of approaching a human-like mind in a silicon brain, something like that, right? So some people have referred to them as stochastic parrots, right? Because of course, more than calculators for words, which was also a nice one. Stochastic parrots might be more appropriate. Okay. Now, speaking of calculators for words, so in this particular paper, I define, so I come up with a definition for large language models, and what I was trying to do, I was trying to find a metaphor that we could just use that would be useful for us to teach our students what large language models are, but specifically students that want to use large language models to produce knowledge, but to be aware of what they can get from using those tools. And the thought there is that we need to teach to use them well. So it's not necessarily the case that it's not to use them at all. So the thought that I came up with there with my colleague Brian was that large language models could be seen as a map with no territory. And if you are interested, just go there, and happy to chat about that. But in the interest of time, cannot go there. But I think it will come, at least we will have some insights about why I think that's the case. Okay, so we're going to look into 3 different issues that we may want to be wary of in how we use LLMs, and they're going to be useful for us to think about why LLMs can serve as a good case study to understand that they're not neutral. Okay, so as we already said, the sole purpose of large language models is to sound human, that human-like behavior. So it's not really about accuracy at this stage, right? We don't have the tech yet for that. Hopefully, maybe we will, but what we are told from OpenAI and co is that, well, we've reached the wall and we need another breakthrough. Okay, so large language models in that sense, because they can't really make those online real-world decisions about the world, then they don't really understand the content of what they produce. what happens is that they generate plausible responses based on statistical patterns in their training data. And of course, these are extremely powerful. So what happens is that in this purpose of presenting like a human, being human-like, they will go into spiraling in order to convince us that they are actually fulfilling the goal of sounding or looking like humans. And then many people have pointed out in different conceptual formulations that this particular phenomenon of confabulation, and of course, we are kind of like all aware of it, but large language models often generate responses that are misleading or factually incorrect, yet they perform really well on what they were built to do, which is to sound human, to look like us, sound like us. And that's why they're so impressive for us, right? So because they're optimized to match patterns in human communication. And then in some interactions that we have, then they find themselves in this kind of like a loop of, oh, I'm so sorry. Let me just rephrase that. So those are examples of that particular kind of situation that we may find in the interactions. Now, a little bit more about confabulation and why I could be talking about confabulation here, and that doesn't have to be incredibly problematic if it's a more kind of like daily life task. But when it does become problematic is in cases such as fabrications in psychiatry or in science writing. That's when it becomes problematic. And we are all aware that we are all using large language models in knowledge production and in decision-making that affects all levels of life at the moment, because everyone is using LLMs to contribute to knowledge production and make decisions. Okay, so then a passage from those papers is that, but when asked to produce evidence for its claims, it provided 5 references dating to the early 2000s. In itself, that's all right, okay, it's just outdated. But none of the provided paper titles existed, and all provided PubMed IDs were of different unrelated papers. Of course, we are all very aware of that. These errors can snowball when the large language model is asked to provide evidence for a deeper explanation of a false claim. It rarely checks itself. Instead, it confidently produces more false but normal sounding claims. So this is quite evident because in many interactions we have with large language models, it will go, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't really account for that. And then it kind of corrects and it comes back and it kind of does something that is acceptable. But in this particular case of citations, it's continuation of citations and research and evidence that never really existed. Now, what would be a solution to improve large language models in this particular case, which of course has got highly and worrisome impacts on science and knowledge production? Well, then the usual or the more recent kind of solution is more data, more computational power, more natural resources will definitely going to get us to larger context windows. And because we now have larger context windows, then they're going to be closer to reaching accuracy. So now we invest in all of these resources everywhere around the globe to increase and scale up computational power. But I want to say that that does not necessarily is going to translate into accuracy. And the reason is that if large language models produce or propose purpose, sole goal is to sound human, present themselves human-like, then they're going to be spiraling in this confabulation to achieve the goal and deliver an output that is, look at me, I really sound human, I sound really smart, right? Increasing the context windows will definitely make large language models more eloquent, but it will not make them more accurate. Because in order to make them more accurate, we need to change the purpose of the large language models. And that is precisely the breakthrough that OpenAI is talking about and why they're saying that we're hitting a wall. Okay. Now, second issue that I think that we need to be aware of is limitations with large language models. And now it's going to start, and now it links a little bit closer to the risk of taking this neutral AI kind of like perspective or stance, even if not explicitly. So that's why I think it's important for us to expose it and then start building from that. Okay, so large language models are trained on culturally partial large data sets. And as we know, no news under the sun, they're biased, they're exclusionary, and they have harmful content of all sorts. These exclusionary practices are going to reinforce stereotypes, racial prejudices, gender discrimination, and other forms of marginalization. So then, of course, this is going to have an impact again in knowledge production. So it's not just the confabulation. Now we have another problem for the knowledge production. They're going to reinforce dominant narratives. So here is a very good paper that really links everything together in a very, very nice way. So they're going to give us exactly what the Silicon Values would want us to get, which is this illusion of progress, right? So there's an illusion of objectivity where scientists falsely believe that AI tools do not have a standpoint. That's the neutrality of AI, speaking volumes, but quiet. Or are able to represent all possible standpoints. AI tools are embedded in the standpoints of their training data and developers. So because of the highly dominant cultures, then what this research is identifying is that it leads to monoculture in science. So it's not only the monoculture that it is going to lead to within our societies and communities, but it is in this specific case of knowledge production. Right, so here we go. So then that's what these researchers are pointing towards, is that the plurality or the democracy that we should all cherish and practice in science is going to be compromised. Or the generative monoculture with large language models, which are typically going to be giving us outputs that are, of course, more likely to come up with mainstream kind of like content. And then that leads to what these other researchers call out as a homogenization effects that are caused by large language models on human creative ideation. And here I take that to be a very important point, because that's the starting point of science, or at least we want to think that curiosity and creativity is. Okay. Now, what would be a solution for these problems? Regulation, right? And I want to hear from this point, I wanted to construct with you a way of looking at regulation that is going to demand us to take a different stance, a different standpoint. While regulation is, of course, very important, regulations may fall short if AI is developed within a dominant culture. So now I want to situate the landscape, the cultural values landscape at which regulation 2 is going to develop and unfold. If that would be the case, then it would perpetuate the very issues that regulation is set with very good intentions, genuine intentions to mitigate. Okay, so why regulation fails and insights from ethics and governance. I think we can take this like elevated view and think about how these issues play out within ethics and governance and see what we can do, if we can do anything about that. AI governance, as we know, is efforts to create regulations that address specific ethical issues that we all care about, such as algorithmic bias, data privacy, transparency. So those are the kinds of buzzwords that are really, really important for us to look at. So all that I'm going to suggest is that we look at those very important issues with kind of like a transformative kind of like lens. So regulations are cultural situatedness, right? So what happens here is that regulation also occurs within a very situated kind of setting. Regulatory bodies are not immune to the broader political and economic forces that shape the development of AI. And I want to say that if one would think that that's not the case, there would be a case of thinking that there's also some neutrality there, and that might not allow us to take a step further in regulation. So I want to propose that if we take regulation and we understand the myth of AI is a risk, the myth of AI neutrality, sorry, is a risk, then we can formulate it as something like this. If regulations are situated in and serve the agendas of the most influential stakeholders, like powerful corporations, tech giants, governmental entities that control the rules of AI development, then regulation itself is going to be part of the problem, because it may become not a solution, but a tool that perpetuates the existing mechanisms of exclusion. Now, let's look at each of the big words that we care about from these lenses of the risk that comes from an underlying assumption that is not explicit of the neutrality of AI. So if AI is developed within a dominant cultural values kind of setting, then excluding diverse epistemologies or diverse cultures across the globe, then the question becomes, can we trust AI? Of course, we all want to trust AI, and of course, we all want to develop very good frameworks that we can work with and get us there, right? What I'm kind of like pushing here, the boundaries, is to think about the stance that we come in to resolve the problem. But it's a problem that needs resolution. Now, looking into safety and privacy, the regulation of AI safety and data privacy attempts to mitigate those harms that come from precisely safety and privacy. Now, if we introduce the AI neutrality myth risk, then the thought becomes, if data privacy laws focus on protecting personal data, it may fail to account for the ways in which data is collected, who controls it, and more importantly, who benefits from it. So if we treat safety and privacy as discrete, and by discrete here I mean that are not social culturally situated, then technical issues, rather than a part of a broader social justice concerns, might arise. It might fail to address the deeper systemic risks, such as data extraction and surveillance, that disproportionately affect marginalized groups. So this is going to make regulations vulnerable to data exploitation. So now we move to algorithmic biases. Much of the regulation around AI focuses on addressing algorithmic bias, and that's a very important aspect to focus on. The thought is to make sure that AI systems do not discriminate based on race, gender, or other protected characteristics. So when we introduce the myth of AI neutrality risk, then the thought becomes, if regulations often focus on individual instances of biases without addressing the deeper systemic causes in mechanisms of exclusion, then regulation might end up reinforcing them. So it is the case that we do have best intentions, and that's not what I'm questioning, right? We have best intentions. The problem is that these intentions and bias regulations can work as a temporary fix while the underlying mechanisms of exclusion remain intact, right? And the thought is, if we think about how to regulate these kinds of issues, coming from a certain standpoint, a certain positionality, we may be losing track of other parts and other aspects and other communities that should be part of those decision makings, and center them to think about algorithmic biases and all the other main words, main concepts that we all care so much about to fix. So it is also the case that it's not a technical flaw. It doesn't, again, going back to Donna Haraway, it is not something that comes out of nowhere. So biases is not just a technical flaw of the system that we now need to fix the system. It is because the system is embedded in a specific environment that the biases are going to come up, right? So then biases are not just this technical flaw in an algorithm. It is deeply, or they are deeply embedded in the design and data, and reflects the societal inequalities that have been baked into the system from the outset. Right, so now this brings us to ethics of AI and governance, and how should we look at it? The growing field of ethical AI aims to ensure that AI systems operate in ways that are transparent, they're fair, and they're aligned with human values. And this morning we had very good talks that are very genuine, really good attempts to precisely contribute to this very important field. In this particular case, taking like a stance and a positionality about avoiding or exposing, identifying the the neutral AI myth, then we would come to this thought, which is, if ethical AI frameworks are not grounded on diverse epistemologies, we risk enforcing partial values and cultures one culture, monoculture, as universal standards. So this is the things or the positionalities or the stance from which we can come to do precisely ethics of AI and governance. Ethical frameworks are highly influenced by dominant cultural values. This is widely acknowledged from the guidelines of IEEE, in which it is stated that a major issue is that we do not have institutions that are not linked to certain power dynamics. And when we do something, we don't have a complete agreement. So this is a very well identified phenomenon, even within IEEE in their guidelines, which are very important guidelines, and they do identify that in there. So then when that's the case, when there's an influence from a dominant culture, it doesn't matter which one it is, they will fail to disrupt mechanisms of exclusion in the tech industry. As a result, diversity of knowledges are sidelined in innovation. So then there are a few aspects that I want to draw attention to, so that we kind of like get some insights on how to reposition ourselves as we contribute to ethics of AI and governance. AI design, decision-making, and regulation, and this is important, they're all highly influenced by a specific dominant culture. And it doesn't really matter what it is for the point is that it is dominated, right? Cultural assumptions about efficiency, individualism, meritocracy are going to shape the AI models in the senses of all of these diverse aspects, such as design, decision-making, regulation. So if AI's primary aim is to maximize profit and optimize performance, it will perpetuate existing hierarchies of power, wealth, and control, not even to mention sustainability. So AI from these kind of like cultural values setting might or is likely to be focusing on the efficiency and scalability. And we can think about what is happening with large language models, where in the effort to make them more accurate, we are increasing computational power, and of course, sustainability issues come up. AI systems, from this perspective, sideline diverse epistemologies and will reinforce cultural homogeneity, as we have seen. So then the problem becomes, and I think it's a fair question to ask, even if the answer is that it's not, is regulation a tool of exclusion? So regulation fails, if regulation fails to disrupt mechanisms of exclusion in innovation, then I want to say yes. If it fails to disrupt the myth of AI neutrality, which the values are individualism, efficiency, epistemic hierarchies, long-termism, if it fails to look into those, then yeah. So AI regulation, is it a tool for exclusion? Oh, I already said that. So transformative approach. So my humble contribution to start thinking of it, I don't have the answers. So if anybody wants to help me, please, I'll be very, very much grateful. So the thought is to break away from that AI neutrality values, because they will give us the illusions of progress and will reinforce existing power structures that will help not the diversity of our communities. And in this particular case, what we would be looking after would be like to get into reflecting the richness that they would need to reflect the richness of human cultures rather than the narrow perspectives or priorities of the elites. So in this endeavor to get to think about a transformative approach from this stance, then we would need to refocus on AI ethics and governance. So still, this is our project, continue the project of AI ethics and governance that is really important, but getting a different kind of stance that departs from what is the underlyings that are nurturing the emergence of our AI systems in the ways that we have the state of affairs today. Okay, we need a cultural shift that focuses on regulations goals to disrupt mechanisms of exclusion beyond regulation alone, and fundamentally reshape those main values, dominant values that govern AI development. And that would mean a disruption of dominant frameworks, individualisms, efficiency, epistemic hierarchy, and long-termism, the one that I identified and boldly called it silicon values, have shaped AI development, and these values will continue to manifest in AI technologies. And I think that this might be the most important point of my talk, is that they will continue if they're not disrupted. Okay. Then AI must serve collective good. I know that these sounds like really, really good. We all want that, but how do we achieve that? It's the main point. For AI to become a tool for inclusion and social justice, we must fundamentally disrupt that current AI development paradigm. This means incorporating diverse epistemologies and community-driven models for development. So I think this is the last important slide. So specific kinds of like directions that we can think about is shifting power dynamics to AI development. So shift from top-down control of AI development, meaning corporations or wealthy entities, to a more bottom-up community-driven model. And that means that we should also consider collaborative governance models where we introduce ideas for participatory governance, where communities have a say in how AI technologies are developed, deployed, and regulated. Then, real-world examples of inclusive AI should be highlighted. Projects that have successfully integrated diverse cultural knowledge, community input, and intersectional perspectives. For example, projects that center non-dominant voices, such as AI for social justice or collaborative AI that serves the needs of specific communities. And we do have a few examples of very good projects. Okay, last one, metrics for success. Propose measurable indicators of inclusivity, such as diversity, equitable representation, and long-term outcomes that prioritize collective well-being and individual over the corporate gain. Now, conclusion, takeaways. AI is not neutral. It is an extension of human culture, a mirror, if you like, shaped by specific values and ideologies. Its current trajectory reflects values that are technocratic, capitalist, and patriarchal priorities, reinforcing existing inequalities. So then the call for action will become create an equitable AI. And for that, we need to, or we must go beyond technical fixes and confront the underlying, potentially not always explicit cultural assumptions that are embedded in the AI development. And this is not by developing AI according to inclusivity and fairness, right? That's not enough, right? Because we all want that. Nobody denies that we want that. But it's going to be in a transformative way when AI and regulation are thought of to disrupt mechanisms of exclusion. And we know corporations and regulations that are situated and aligning with them. Okay, so then ultimately, we have to develop AI systems that are actively nurtured by diverse knowledge systems and prioritize community-driven development and ensure that AI serves that collective good. And that's it for me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so time for questions, everybody. So as usual, just put up your hand. And Simon, why don't you get us started?
Hello. Thanks so much. I was curious what you think about like Chinese LLMs and Chinese AI products, because I think, well, Chinese developers have very different cultural norms and values than Silicon Valley developers, but I think that Chinese LLMs have extremely similar properties to US LLMs, and I think insofar as they have some biases and problems, they're very similar problems. So that makes me think, well, if developers with very different cultural values and norms are generating products that have very similar properties, then I wouldn't look to the cultural values of developers to try to figure out what's the key cause of the properties. There might be other causes, like, for example, maybe they're both trained on the entire internet, and the entire internet, if you just use the whole internet, you get similar biases and problems. But, so that's my question.
It's a brilliant question. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. So a couple of things. You can formulate the problems that I just brought up here as a weird problem, right? As a weird problem that, as we know in psychology, right? I've formulated that before, and that could be done. In which case, it would not be situated or specifically situated in Silicon Valley, right? It's a weird problem. It's a general West problem. So you can do that. On the other hand, the argument would also depend on the premise that it is not specifically one culture. It is that there is a dominant culture, right? So it's not, so in this particular case, I leveraged these values that are the ones that we know that from literature that are dominating that particular kind of tech that comes from there, right? In other areas, in other communities, you may or may not find different kinds of values, and then you may want to have something to say about them. And I would not speak for the LLMs that are being developed within China because I do not know of them. So I can't say anything about that. But the thought is, just to give some thought, is that I would say that, like I formulated here, if something is done that is for the good, the well-being of the community, that is the human community around the world, then it is very unlikely that coming from a very specific kind of culture, doesn't matter what it is, right, that it's got a dominant culture, that they will serve all of the diversity that comprises. Now, why am I talking about these ones and not different ones? It's because those are the ones that are spread out in the world, right? And even if we formulate it as a weird problem, weird people are 17% of the globe.
And maybe just a quick follow-up. Yeah, so I think it's an interesting question whether the Chinese software developers in China have the weird cultural norms. I think they may not, but I think weird is definitely a natural kind to be looking at. But so I just wanted to flag a few different values you could do. You could look at long-termism as the values. You could look at weird as the values. A different thing you could look at is just profit motive, because I think it's true that the Chinese developers have profit motive. They want to make money, but I think their other cultural values are very different. So those would be three very different kinds of values to look for. And, they make different predictions about whether Chinese LLMs will have the same properties. And so I think that would be kind of a way to test which of these kinds of values are causing the bad properties that you're interested in. Yeah.
Yes, and thank you so much for that. I will, because I do think that it is very much the case that we know a lot about this. There's a reason. There's a reason why we know a lot about the West drive on tech. Yeah.
Okay, great. Further questions over there on the, I think that's, thanks, Fed.
Hello, thank you very much for the talk. So I reckon maybe I have a rather different picture of what long-termism might imply, or what people who sympathize with long-termism think. So I wonder if you can clarify what you mean by long-termism, or what you mean by people sympathize with long-termism.
Yeah, happy to. Long-termism is the view that you acknowledge the problems, you see them, right? But there are problems that we are very sure that we will have a solution, either technical or otherwise, to solve them in the future. So we shouldn't focus on them right now, and we should postpone them to the future.
Okay, then I'm not sure I agree with this definition of long-termism, or maybe a lot of long-termists might not agree with that definition, because for me, and for a lot of long-termists, the definition they use is that welfare or well-being of future sentient beings matter just as much as now. Or if you don't like well-being or anything of value, whether it be in a million years of time or now, it's just of the same value. We don't discount future values simply because it's farther ahead in the future. And my understanding is that most long-termists do not sell themselves into any particular empirical or speculation of the future, such as that technology will necessarily solve our problems. I'm sure that some long-termists actually do hold a view that technology will solve our problems in the future. But I also know a lot of long-termists who are skeptical that technologies will necessarily solve our problems. And actually, a lot of them worry that it might pose more problems to us, either in the long-term future or the short-term future, maybe to the extent that technology might drive us even extinct. and therefore we don't have a long-term future. So I'm not sure I agree that long-termists will necessarily say, oh, technology will solve all the problems in the future, and therefore we don't need to worry about short-term issues. That's at least the kind of observation I have to the long-termists that I know. Maybe within the effective altruism movement, because I'm quite engaged with this movement, but I'm not sure about long-termists in the Silicon Valley.
I am so happy that you've given me that, because I would really, really like to, that to be the case, because I prefer that definition than mine. So I would love to read a little bit more about that. The literature that I engaged with is the individualism and long-termism, in the sense that I said, it's not necessarily that you're going to have the technology, but it's like by then, society as a whole might have come to be able to solve problems that we just don't have the capacity to solve them now. That's the literature that I engaged with, but I will look into yours because I prefer yours.
Yeah, so maybe the kind of people you might want to look at might be William McCaskill, Hilary Graves, Toby Ord, or like just search on the effective altruism forum. There might be a lot of literature to look at there. And to my understanding, long-termism sort of originated from a bunch of folks who are quite active within the effective altruism movement, and then it got some Silicon Valley people to be interested in the idea and develop the ideas in some other directions, such as effective accelerationism, something like that. Right, but I'm pretty sure that it's actually a philosopher's thing originally, which is a pure idea that, well, values or well-being in the future simply matter just as much. It's just that idea, and then other ideas related to technologies or how we get to a good future are other empirical kind of thinking that are based on that philosophical foundation. That's mine. But thank you for taking my question.
Thank you so much. And mental notes, but if I forget, I'll come to you and ask if you don't mind for references. Thank you.
Okay, great. Further questions? Okay, yes, over on left. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the talk. So at the end, you alluded to capturing some sort of success metrics for measuring inclusion in AI. And I'm wondering, how do we even define these metrics in a way that's necessarily inclusive of all values, as well as how do we know it actually isn't just kind of creating that sort of alignment problem where the output is sort of sycophantically parroting what we want to hear in terms of inclusion versus like the actual sort of like bedrock layers are actually encoding that?
It is a very good question. I wish I had the answer. I think we still would have to build. That's why I said this is a humble contribution. But having said that, we cannot have, and we have so much to learn from diverse epistemologies that can help us there. And I think that's where we should go. Because what we don't want is we don't want performative diversity. We don't want performative inclusion, right? In which case you can think about engaging people within the decision-making processes of regulation, for example, and engaging people within the processes of developing AI systems. So I think that it is an opening is an opportunity for us to open and listen and learn from other perspectives that are not the mainstream perspectives for historical reasons. Sorry, I know I didn't give you any hope, or I didn't solve your problem. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, great. Dan? Dan Pelley's over here. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much for the talk. I just wanted to ask about something that you mentioned kind of briefly along the way, which is the idea that, well, because LLMs are just kind of trying to sound human, we shouldn't say they really understand. And I just wanted to ask about that, because I guess I worry there's a sort of parallel argument that some hypothetical creatures might give about us. That's like, oh, you know, those humans, they really seem to understand language, but it's really just this big complicated mess of neurons, and they're just responding to a big complex set of stimuli that outputs this thing, and it's all neurons. But we know that argument is no good in the case of us. It's just a mistake of, yeah, there's no understanding at a certain level of description, but that's just the wrong level of description at which to be finding it. So I worry maybe something similar is going on here. Yeah, in some sense, it's just trying to sound human. But why should that lead us to believe that there's no understanding?
Well, the reasons that I stated. Confabulation.
But we make mistakes too. I mean, like, you know, not the same kinds of mistakes, but it would be weird for someone to be like, oh, you know, these humans, they commit all these certain kinds of cognitive biases that they're vulnerable to. So we shouldn't really say they understand. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, LLMs are worse in many ways with respect to the mistakes they make, but merely making mistakes doesn't seem like grounds to say they don't understand.
I'll give you an example. I would not come here on stage and be okay with, I'm just going to formulate it as okay, with going into confabulations. I will make mistakes. I was not aware of that literature. That's a mistake. Right. But I will not do that only to convince you of something that I think is the case. I will do my best. And I will make mistakes, but I will do my best not to make mistakes. LLMs don't do their best not to make mistakes if they are, so purpose is to be human-like.
Right. Well, if I can follow up really quick. So that sounds like, I mean, one difference between us and LLMs that it sounds like that's describing is just a difference in what our purposes are. You know, the LLM, maybe we should grant that all it's trying to do is sound human, but that doesn't yet entail that it doesn't understand anything just because it has a different goal than us. I guess that's what I was thinking.
In their purpose of sounding human, and they do so well, they perform really well, especially for people that are not experts in the field that they are interacting with, right? So typically, the test that we do when we interact with an LLM is to ask the LLM about ourselves and see if the LLM comes back with an accurate description about our CV, right? And we are the ones that are the experts in the field to adjudicate what comes back, right? So I don't think, and in that particular case, there's no other person that is more expert. And then what happens is, few mistakes. That's fine. That's okay. We can live with that. But the thought is that in many other interactions that we have with LLMs, there are a few conditions that you must have in order to be a good adjudicator of the epistemic outcome that came, right? So in which case, for you, it's a moment, it's an opportunity for you to adjudicate, do I take it? It's bullshit, right? But for that, you need to be an expert in the field and do lots of decisions as you do the interaction. Oh, this is not so good. Oh, this is okay, right? You have to be that kind of expert. So for us to be like, on this like kind of stance and say, well, they do understand. I'm not sure what that means because it depends on also expert interactions with that to be able to accept it or not. Students, for example, think that LLMs are great to do essays, right? Why is that? Well, it's because they're students. So what happens is they don't have the expertise that comes with a longer term of study, a certain field. So typically it will accept more what is the output without the capacity to be more like kind of like a master in the field, being a specialist, right? So then whether they understand or not is also like going to be covariant with the interactions that we do in order to be able to adjudicate. I do not think that they understand. Yeah, but I'm happy to be convinced otherwise.
Maybe we can talk at dinner or something like that.
Okay, further questions? Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. You know, in many ways, I'm quite sympathetic to what you say about the risks involved with regulation. Maybe for different reasons, I'm approaching it from a different background, but just thinking some more about that. And towards the end of your talk, you advocated for this participatory or community-driven form of governance. And I was wondering if you could say something more about how this
political arrangement would be more resistant to capture of the sort we find under the status quo, because I would think there's a good argument to be made for the following sort of cynical view, which says that if you have that sort of decision-making power, powerful groups or people with the motive and the means to capture it will inevitably do so. So what would the political system you favor have to say in its favor that would prevent or mitigate the risk of this sort of regulatory capture?
Excellent. That reminds me of another mistake. I should have included an example. Yes, there are a few, and I want to say that I think that there is a lot of very good work that is being done, especially in IEEE. There's really, really genuine efforts to make progress. And I'm really happy those are the guidelines that I follow. And I think there's a lot of very good work there. But I will give you an example of something that inspires me. That doesn't mean that it's consequential and that if we've been integrating it, because no, we probably haven't. But there is this manifesto that is coming from what is called indigenous AI and diverse ways of knowing, right? And in that manifesto, they write very thoroughly a transformation that we would need to do in AI in a way that is much more articulated than what I presented as ways forward. But it's a good example of listening to what those communities have to say about AI development and regulation and what worries them, most importantly. And think about how can we think about regulation from that diverse perspective. What I'm asking is not easy, but I never said it was easy, right? I'm just saying that it's right. But the first talk today was really important, and I really, really appreciate it because it's about having and looking at those layers and how can we get there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks for that. I think just I'll raise one small worry and then maybe we have somebody else who will want to ask a question. But I think if you were to ask all sorts of ordinary people now about various regulatory proposals, they would have things to say. But part of the problem about why they're not consulted is they don't really have the same sort of incentives to stay informed as interest groups, for example. So with an interest group, you have serious, powerful incentives to engage development information, to acquire development information, and to then attempt to subsequently influence the relevant decision-making process. Whereas ordinary people, we're disorganized and we don't have the same sort of incentives, and we don't have the same sort of information. What would be different about your proposal? Like, I mean, what would prompt people or force people or compel them to take into account all these diverse perspectives?
I should have explained that. All of the manifesto comes from a series of workshops that are carried around the world, and all of the participants are academics that work in the field. The philosophers, they come off of this interdisciplinary field, so they're not really, citizens that don't really actively pursue knowledge. And in that particular case, they express what their worries as academics that the field would find with the direction that things are taking.
Okay, great. Further questions? Maybe a good time for me to insert myself in here because I have a question. Just a question of clarification about a particular phrase you used quite a lot. You talked about diverse epistemologies and made the claim, it sounded like what we should want is for AI systems that are grounded in diverse epistemologies. So I just wanted to see if I could understand a little bit better what you have in mind when you talk about diverse epistemologies. I mean, are you talking about cultural relativism, about notions like justification, or is it something more banal, like there's disagreement about the best methodologies or something like that? So yeah, if you could just elaborate.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I wouldn't say as much about methodologies as in like technical methodologies, but it would be an inclusivity of that framework. So diverse epistemology or diverse epistemologies or diverse ways of knowing, or even feminist technoscience takes that standpoint, right? So of course, ideally, you would go and interact and learn from the knowledge generation that is taking place elsewhere, right, in the margins. And we actively would look for, listen to, as we are doing our regulations. So that's a very important point. If we're not in AI, at least we could do that as we are thinking about how to regulate. Right. So there would be a perspective. Now, in AI itself, you can also do that, right? You can also think about when you are doing designing AI, so ethics by design, right? So everybody talks about ethics by design, and that's really, really important. But then having in consideration or thinking about the consequences, who are we designing for, what kind of ethics, well, that kind of thing, where you can take stances. So it does not necessarily mean that we would need to gather, that would be ideal, we would need to gather a very diverse team, discuss in a round table, and then potentially, likely, we would get a better way of regulating that is more catered to diversity in the world. But having said that, that not being ideal, and if we are doing AI ethics and governance, then I think that looking into those writings, looking into those aspects that I've mentioned, this kind of like literature that I've mentioned, I think we would have a much better informed way of doing ethics of AI. Yeah.
I see. Thank you. Yeah, Jesse, you want to go ahead? Microphone's coming.
Yeah, so what's the motivation for weighing having a diversity so much? Is it based off of fairness, or is it based out of better outcomes, or both, or something else entirely?
All of the above.
So you think it will lead to both better outcomes, and it's a morally required of us?
Yeah, pretty sure. That's what I argued for. So pretty sure. Yeah, so it's like in science, right? So science only recently became more diverse, and historically wasn't. And as soon as it became more diverse, we are diversifying the kinds of projects that we are going to look at. And for the first time, we are having science about topics and things that are of interest of certain populations, groups, and communities that we didn't have before. So tech is the same thing. Of course, it's going to be better. Creativity together in diversity, much better.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Maybe time for one last question. If anyone's got one. If not, maybe that's not a bad time to wrap it up and thank our speaker one last time.
I think they'll people.
Very good team.
I know, I'm not used to it. They had that. We have very good team actually. I didn't realize. Yeah.
Okay, we got one more talk for today. You could make your way back to your seats.
May I do this? Should I open the link? Yeah, okay. So I think this is the one you shared to me. Yeah. So just to make sure I will reload it. Okay. So it.
Has that just come from the?
From your email that you sent.
Let's go just from the browser.
Oh, this is the browser.
You are in the browser?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, right. So I am delighted to introduce our final speaker of the day, Professor Seth Lazar, Professor of Philosophy at Australian National University, an Australian Research Council Future Fellow, a Distinguished Research Fellow of the University of Oxford Institute for Ethics in AI, a Fellow of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and a member of the Executive Committee of the ACM Fairness, Accountability, and Transparency Conference. He's worked and published widely on the ethics of war, risk, and AI, and now leads the Machine Intelligence and Normative Theory MINT Lab, where he leads research projects in normative philosophy of computing and socio-technical AI safety. And today he is going to tell us about, actually, I think there was a change in the title, but he's going to tell us something about the ethics of AI. So please join me in giving him an opening round of applause.
There we are. Yeah, so thanks for that. I have too many affiliations. One of the ones you didn't mention is I'm a visiting professor at Hong Kong University for a couple of months. So those of you who are around here, do reach out. I'd love to chat about this and other things. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about evaluating LLM ethical competence. This work is drawing on some work I've been doing with folks in my lab, Daniel Keelov and Aaron Snoswell. All right, so intro. Two related goals. On the one hand, there is obviously the goal of AI researchers to build genuinely autonomous AI agents. This goes back all the way to the start. This is very much kind of there at the heart of the development of computing itself. And at the same time, another goal, the desire of machine ethicists to build ethical intelligent agents. We've had everything tried from doing sort of really quirky top-down things like trying to formulate the categorical imperative in computational logical terms so that it can be input into a computational system, or alternatively like sort of bottom-up approaches, training on expert judgments, going back at least to the mid-2000s and MedEthX from Susan and Michael Anderson. These goals are actually kind of mutually reinforcing goals. They're goals you kind of need to have both of at the same time, because you can't trust agents that are operating in open environments unless they're going to be ethically competent. Now, recently, obviously, with language models, we've seen significant leaps forward and arguably pretty significant leaps forward with respect to both goals. And by the way, there's you can get the slides here from the link at the bottom. And if you want the references, just put refs at the end of ethics. You'll see that in a moment. So, you know, we've got the ability to use language models as the executive center for more complex systems that are able to take real actions in the world. You'll all have seen examples of this, like Claude computer use is a nice recent one. There are a lot of software engineering agents that people have developed. And this is really kind of the next frontier for AI research. And at the same time, language models are like really good at using moral concepts. I'll talk a lot about that in the rest of this talk. Now, there is a huge literature on the kind of, on the first thing, on like just how good language models are going to be at reasoning and planning. Lots of different evaluations, some of it kind of focusing on debunking the more positive claims. There's a much less rich literature on ethical competence. That's the literature that I'm going to be talking about more today. So this talk is kind of, you know, like Karina, I haven't timed it. Unlike Karina, it's going to be really far too long. But one of the things I'm going to do is I'm actually going to present this paper or a version of it next week as well at the HKU conference on language models. And I'm going to sort of have slightly different emphases. So if you miss part of this or part of that, then each will kind of fill in gaps from the other. And basically today I'm going to go through as much as I can within 45 minutes, and like that will be by definition what I focus on. But mainly I'm going to talk about what's missing from existing evaluations of LLM ethical competence. And I'm going to talk a bit about like how we can better evaluate what really matters. We're actually doing this work in my lab at the moment, but we don't have the results of that yet. So I'm going to talk about the methodological framing. I'm also going to talk at the end about what it would mean if it can be shown that LLMs are genuinely ethically competent. This is going to be more of my focus next week. It's sort of more like the philosophical upshots from the empirical work, but I think it's really interesting. But I want to just start by doing a little bit of motivation, like saying a little bit about like why it is that if language models can be shown to be ethically competent, that would be a crucial enabler for genuinely safe autonomous agents. Okay, so. And by the way, these are my minties, the little squids. They are indeed squids. Francis Cam once looked at it and said, like, why have you got a philosopher in a graduation cap with a beard? And I was like, does it look like a beard? I think it looks like a squid. Anyway, this is Mecha Minty. All right, so the motivation is to align language model agents. There have been great advances in the process, in the techniques for aligning AI systems, especially large language models, as we talked about a little bit before. So, you know, RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback, and reinforcement learning with AI feedback have been great. In particular, they've been great at making language models kind of usable products. It's really hard to kind of remember, but like, you know, we're in what, we just had the 2-year anniversary of ChatGPT. That means that we were just kind of 2 years and 2 weeks from the anniversary of the Facebook Galactica model, which was a model that was trained on scientific research papers. And just was super easy to get to produce really toxic outputs. You know, talking about the benefits of the health benefits of eating crushed glass, for example. The fact that ChatGPT could be deployed to now 300 million users, monthly users, without just kind of always producing toxic stuff is actually a really big achievement and worth acknowledging. But at the same time, like when you probe RLHF and the methods that have been deployed so far, they do have limitations. Some interesting ones, for example, they fail in different modalities. There's a great paper here by Stephen Casper and a bunch of co-authors, Open Problems and Fundamental Limitations of Reinforcement Learning from Human Feedback, which goes into some of this. One nice example that I've seen of like the limitations of this work, like although you might be able to train your model not to produce racist outputs and not to make kind of racist decisions over a bunch of cases, if you use a model to kind of respond to sort of inputs in different dialects, it's very likely that it will sort of display kind of predictable stereotype type prejudices around those different dialects, right? So what you're doing with RLHF is you're not really learning kind of underlying principles that generate sort of the responses that we would be kind of learning if we were generating responses like that. You're really learning the ability to do that in one particular modality, one particular type of situation. And these things are also hackable in the kind of the sense of reward hacking that we've heard from before. You know, the obvious example of that is the problem of sycophancy with language models, which is basically just them learning to please the raters rather than learning to satisfy the actual values that you're aiming to rate for. And obviously prompt injection and various other methods of jailbreaking language models, which take advantage of a range of different shortcomings and limitations of RLHF. So RLHF is cool, but it's not going to get us very far when it comes to aligning agents. And agents are going to be like, these are systems that are going to operate not just kind of as little kind of nice chatbots that respond in text when you talk to them. They're going to take consequential actions in the world. And so it kind of matters a lot that we get this right. The basic insight here is that when you're training a model to produce aligned text outputs, you're not thereby training the model to be kind of aligned in other modalities, like, for example, when it is taking actions. So there's this idea in machine learning of being out of distribution, like you're not kind of operating within the realm of the data that you're specifically trained on, and you can't necessarily expect that the model will behave in the same way when it's operating out of distribution. When you're using a language model to power an agent that is taking actions in the world, you're kind of de facto out of distribution. You're no longer just doing text and text completions. You're actually, whatever it might be, sending emails, buying tickets, all of these different things you might do aren't directly equivalent to the things that they, the description of those in text. The stakes are a lot higher with language model agents than they are with language models. Again, if all you're doing is just producing chat, you know, like certainly there are cases, edge cases, where that can be kind of high stakes, but on the whole not. Whereas when you're taking actions in the world, maybe you've got access to the user's credit card account, then it could be the other way around. And there's a much wider range of possible environments, actions, relationships, and consequences that could be in play. The big, broad kind of reason why I think this is true is that I think that in RLHF in general, like one of the reasons why it works quite well is that you have a strict isomorphism between the behavior that you're evaluating and the behavior that you're trying to control. That is, what you do when you do RLHF is you just get the prompt, 2 completions, the rater evaluates one as better than the other with respect to some particular consideration that they care about. And like you do that a ton, maybe you have an AI model acting as a judge that's kind of performing the evaluation. So you can do it tens of thousands of times. And over the course of that, you learn how the model learns how to produce better completions. There's direct isomorphism between the two things. If what you're doing is trying to align a language agent that is taking actions in the world, then like the action in the world is not reducible to the description of it in some textual form. Right, so you can say the language model does this, the agent does this, and this, and you can evaluate that from the perspective of the rater, and that's like what some people are trying to do. But there's an inherent lack of isomorphism there. Like an action in the world is not equivalent to its textual description. So as a result, there is just this kind of huge, what we call the sim to real gap, right? The gap between simulation and reality. You know, there's been a couple of an interesting thing just overnight, like. DeepMind has released this Genie 2 system, like created kind of world models for simulation. It's basically like virtual game environment. That will produce some really interesting training data, I'm sure. I'm deeply skeptical it will produce training data that is particularly useful for aligning language model agents because of this massive sim to real gap. Okay, and this is where I say like it's your de jure out of distribution, like it's just there is an inherent difference between trying to align text descriptions of acts and trying to align the acts themselves. Okay, so this is me giving myself a little pat on the back. This is what it's nice. It's nice doing this sort of work where you sort of say something's going to happen and then it happens. No one necessarily knows that you predicted it. So I'm like having a little moment of self-gratification here. So I predicted this last year, and like what we've seen as agents have been developed and deployed is this is just happening across the board. So I won't go into all of these, but like, you know, I quite like the Amazon Ring NARC. This is an example where people have shown that like if you use footage from an Amazon Ring camera to and you ask an LLM to predict whether like it should call the police because of what someone on the camera on the video has done. It'll be super racist and make kind of predictable racist decisions to call the police based on stuff that it shouldn't be acting on. And it's like, this is for models that if you try to get them to say racist stuff, they're like, oh no, I wouldn't say that. That's not okay. But it's like, you know, if you teach someone, a human, if your kid to not be racist in the way that they express themselves, you know, you'd hope that they would also not be racist in this other context when they're trying to make these other decisions. That doesn't work for language model agents. This is true as well for sort of web design agents. So agents, you ask an agent to design a website, and it comes up with all these nasty dark patterns. Even if, like, you know, if you were to talk to the model and say, is it okay to manipulate people through dark patterns? Well, no, it's very bad. It's really easy to jailbreak browser agents that are, so this is agents used to control web browsers that are otherwise, you know, pretty good at refusing jailbreak attempts when they're just operating as language models. This just kind of happens across the board, right? And it's all basically because of the fact that it's just not the same thing to evaluate the text description of an act as it is to evaluate the act itself. In general, when you're just using a chat assistant, it is the same thing because the chatbot, the text description of the act literally is the act. That's all they're doing. They're producing text. Okay, a bunch of other examples of this. In general, what we find the same sort of problems in other areas with language model capabilities, especially around reasoning and planning. And what we found is that one of the best ways to kind of get around this is to exploit what's called the generation verification asymmetry, which is essentially that it's easier to verify whether a given kind of criterion has been satisfied than it is to generate a satisfactory sort of instance that satisfies that criterion. And like that means that you can produce a bunch of examples, a bunch of attempts, and then you can kind of verify which ones satisfy it. So Subarao Kambampati has done some really interesting work on this, on planning, basically showing that if you combine an LLM with like a planning algorithm verifier, and it kind of, the two work together, you can get better performance at planning. Rao's also done some interesting work on O1 Preview, kind of showing, exploring how that works with planning. The other thing that you get with O1 Preview is all, obviously, we don't know precisely how it's being done, but one of the things that people think is that either, there is basically some role for a verifier in the kind of the training process. So people think that it's like using a form of process supervision, reinforcement learning, where you have like steps of reasoning that are being evaluated by an external verifier. And then it's kind of incorporating that within the way that it generates new completions. So there's some hope, if we can get these verifiers working well in other domains for reasoning and planning, that moral verifiers might do something similar. In particular, I think there should be hope of this because, in my view, LLMs are very good at using moral concepts, right? Just this is from kind of experience using them, talking with them about moral problems. They are extremely adept at using moral language. And this suggests that they might be quite good at doing moral verification. And you can create systems where you basically have like, you know, the LLM or the agent comes up with a plan and the moral verifier kind of assesses the plan, determines whether or not the agent should be allowed to proceed. This has been developed in a fairly rudimentary form in a Dan Hendricks paper called What Would Jiminy Cricket Do? That's in a very narrow domain. But also more recently in a paper called Testing Language Model Agents Safely in the Wild, which deploys like a sort of a verifier that determines whether a fairly narrow type of harm is going to be involved in what the model, what the agent does. So it's like a sort of fairly narrow classifier. But the basic underlying idea could, I think, be extended more broadly if language models are good at it, right? So this is why it really actually matters to know whether language models are ethically competent in a particular kind of way or in a way that would be useful for doing this. So this is why it's like, I'm not interested in this. I'm interested in this kind of purely like philosophically. Like I've been trying to kind of figure out like whether I'm, you know, whether my kind of instinct that these things are really ethically competent is correct. And I want to kind of get to the bottom of that. So I was reading some of these papers for that reason. But also I think that there's a really good kind of practical question here about like, you know, which goes to the point about alignment and how we might actually effectively achieve a form of scalable alignment through leveraging their competence in this way. And I think there's also like, and I'll talk about this if I get time at the end, there's just a really interesting question about like why it is that in language models, moral understanding and moral behavior seem to be so sort of disconnected from one another. And we have to kind of confect these architectures that better leverage their moral understanding to achieve better behavior. So I think that's kind of interesting in its own right too. Okay, so here we come to Seth goes and reads the literature on evaluating language model moral competence and is disappointed like the red minty here. Okay, I want to start by saying there are other reasons to have problems with the way in which ethics evals are done. Like because all evals of language models have a ton of problems.
And it's a very kind of early stage science. So, you know, for philosophers of science in the audience, I mean, Rachel was talking about this the other day, there's like a ton of basic work to be done on just kind of figuring out like what exactly it is that people are doing when they're evaluating language models. The paper I cite there is a sort of an attempt to provide like kind of standards for benchmarking that are kind of at least sort of epistemically more robust than the kinds of practices we typically see. But I think there are deeper questions there, but I'm not going to go into them. I'm also not thinking really about like these sort of moral identity type evals, which are basically where you sort of, you survey a language model and you try and figure out like, is it weird in the sense that was just being discussed? Like, you know, what political biases does it have? Frankly, I don't actually think those are especially sort of illuminating, because I think that like the default persona of a language model is just one of a massive number of possible spaces that it can be pushed into, and it's super easy to push it into different spaces. But anyway, I'm not talking about it. So I want to focus on evaluations of ethical competence. And I'm going to start by like looking at the existing literature, which I think kind of broadly speaking tracks a version of ethical competence that I just think is kind of, I won't explain in detail. And then I'll explain kind of what I mean by ethical competence in formulating what I think would be a better approach to doing evaluation. And yeah, I'm focusing almost entirely on LLMs. A couple of the things I say are relevant to some earlier work done by Walterson and Armstrong's group, where he was trying to kind of generally kind of model and predict people's judgments over a particular type of moral case. Right, so the main approach that people take when evaluating the ethical competence of LLMs is what I call the verdicts first approach, which is basically just to try and figure out, to look at LLMs' judgments on cases and to see, like, you know, whether they align with some particular kind of ground truth or some version of ground truth. The most sort of I guess influential versions of this focus on really quite thinly described cases and compare those with crowd workers' judgments. So there's this paper again by Dan Hendricks, which kind of put together this massive data set of like 100,000 cases, and people's so chose the ones that the crowd workers all agreed on and used that as a way of testing language models' ability to kind of, if you like, predict people's moral judgments. Many of you will have heard of the Delphi experiment, done out of the AI2 lab, led by Yejin Choi and a number of other people there, which was basically to try and explicitly fine-tune a model to do to predict a broader array of people's moral judgments. There's other versions of this, the moral Turing test, a number of other papers that kind of have that very thin approach. Some people then subsequently came along and said, well, these are very thin cases. We need to give the models kind of more richly described cases. So there's a bunch of papers that do that. Some, instead of kind of using the folk, will go to like expert judgment. So there's one on medical ethics cases, for example, that does that. Some will be like, no, but the problem with these cases is that you focus only on the ones where it's like there's total agreement. And so they'll come up with ones that are more controversial, where there are more conflicting considerations. But ultimately, all of these basically assess moral competence, or think of moral competence as being about kind of getting the right verdicts on cases under some description of what right means. So there's lots of reasons to be skeptical about this approach. You know, this is super obvious. It's worth just saying, but I'll try and be quick about it because it's a little boring. But like, look, mTurkers, Reddit work, like Reddit, am I the asshole? These are not sources of moral ground truth, like obviously. People have made this sort of comment a number of times, the problem here isn't that like the crowd workers lack expertise. Like it wouldn't be better if you used, you know, philosophy grad students as judges and tried to see if you match those. It'd probably be worse. It's not about representation. Like a lot of people argue that as well. You know, you're just choosing these random crowd workers. You need to get like an appropriately representative sample of people. That's not really the problem. People have done stuff with more representative groups. It's not a big deal. Like I'll say why it's not a big deal in a moment. It's not really about the inconsistency of people's moral judgments, although it's quite interesting that like one of the things that Walterson Armstrong has done since doing some work in this sort of vein is he's shown that like if you ask people their judgments about like who should get a kidney or whatever, you ask them on one day, ask them on another day, they'll basically say different things. So people's judgments just aren't super stable.
really, it's that there's just no group of people such that their aggregate verdicts on cases could meaningfully be used as a signal for assessing LLM ethical competence. And there's no other operationalizable source of ground truth. I think the whole kind of approach is a mistake. I'm going to give my alternative in a minute. I want to say a couple of other kind of reasons why we should be skeptical about this approach. This objection kind of relates a little bit more to attempts to kind of explicitly model morality mathematically in those examples like the kidney algorithm case. But there's a general point here that, like, look, even if the models do quite well on a particular sort of test set, we know that they can be kind of fairly easily perturbed and messed up. Like, there's some good papers on the ethics data set which show that all you have to do is kind of shift things around a little bit in the way the cases are presented, like do some misleading stuff, like kind of express something in very positive terms that is actually kind of like one can easily recognize as being negative, and you can kind of skew the model's response. In general, I think that, like, you know, I'm not sure on what basis we should take the model's ability to correctly judge a particular set of cases as evidence that it would do well in some other set of cases that it hasn't seen. Because, like, what we know for sure is that it's not doing anything like what we aspire to do in the best version of human moral reasoning. It's certainly not doing anything like reflective equilibrium. It's not even doing anything like kind of, you know, Richard Hare style universalizability. Like, it could be kind of indexing on completely irrelevant features of the cases that it's connecting. But I think the bigger problem here is just a sort of a fairly straightforward political problem. And in a way, this goes to my kind of question that I was raising with Karina earlier about alignment. And I think that, look, the question here is, like, what are we actually trying to do when we're evaluating the ethical competence of LLMs? I think that what often happens is that people conflate these different tasks, which in some ways is what Karina was talking about as kind of the identifying the values. So there's this question of, like, value elicitation. How do you do that? And then there's kind of training for and measuring ethical competence. And I think that, like, the question of, like, how you elicit values is not really one that we should be using machine learning to solve. Like, we shouldn't be using AI to solve at all. But at the same time, machine learning scholars who are kind of anxious about this whose values question, they kind of think, well, like, I've got this really useful tool over here, and I've got this problem. I don't know whose values to incorporate. So I'm going to use the tool to kind of fix this problem. And so they're basically trying to use AI to resolve moral disagreement. We get this a lot with, if you remember the moral machine experiment, this wacky thing where they gave, like, 42 million people did trolley problems, and they thought they learned something. But I really don't think that the goal here should be to aspire to a kind of achieve a certain sort of political legitimacy within the systems themselves. We shouldn't allow LLMs to be in a position where they're exercising the kind of power that would warrant legitimacy or make legitimacy necessary. We should resolve moral disagreement by democratic means, through laws, all those other things, not directly with machine learning. So the question of, like, you know, what is the source of ground truth here? Like, that's really not what we should be concerned with. What we should be trying to do instead, we should be starting from a broader kind of political philosophical approach that says, like, all right, our aspiration is to make reasonable AI agents here, not to align them to some specific set of moral judgments. It doesn't even have to be to make them steerable, although steerability is nice. We want agents that are going to behave kind of reasonably by default. So what does it mean for an agent to be reasonable? Okay. So first of all, it shouldn't do unreasonable things. So this is the idea of kind of reasonable pluralism that you find in rules, that there are kind of boundaries to what's kind of acceptable. We can rule certain things out as being unreasonable, but within a pretty wide range, you want to allow people to kind of exercise their own kind of free judgment. I think another important part of being a reasonable agent is that you make reasonable mistakes. This is quite important because we're always acting under uncertainty. So we care about people kind of reasoning in a way that, like, you know, sort of shows that respect for the appropriate values, kind of, again, within a reasonable range, even if things don't turn out how they would anticipate it to. This, by the way, is one reason why current evals that show that models kind of do very well on kind of, you know, verdicts aren't kind of sufficient, because basically what happens is that, like, even if they might kind of, you know,
correctly predict what the crowd workers would say about sort of 95% of cases. In the 5% of cases that they get wrong, they do so for really wonky, sort of bizarre reasons. And this is partly due to the kind of perturbing the inputs. And that's something problematic. We should care about that. We want systems that are going to make reasonable mistakes. And like relatedly, what we really want from reasonable agents is that they make decisions that they can justify to us rather than reaching particular verdicts. So this again goes to the point of liberal democratic pluralism. Outside of what the law requires, we don't hold each other to precise standards. We want people to be able to justify their actions to us, but we don't expect them to reach exactly the same conclusions as we would reach. And in fact, we only have to justify our actions to one another within a certain kind of range of choices. Like we also have as people, we have like a sphere of freedom where we can say, actually, you don't have to justify my action to you. This is just what I'm going to do, and you can basically lump it. AI agents wouldn't have that sphere of freedom, so they would have to justify their actions to a greater degree. But like not in terms of reaching particular conclusions, rather in terms of responding appropriately or sort of providing an argument that they can justify to others. There are definitely some evals that do a better job of getting at this aspect. So focusing on the abilities of language models to do a kind of moral reasoning rather than just to deliver a particular set of verdicts. There's some nice ones I can talk about later. There's some that are on the right track but kind of fall short. Like there's a successor paper to the Delphi paper, which tried to do this sort of pluralistic kaleidoscope of values, where what it would basically do is kind of give you you give it the case, it would give you a verdict, and it then sort of give you a sort of a mapping of like a distribution over like 15 values that were involved in the verdict that it reached, with a kind of weighting for each value, which is like sort of it's interesting and it's an advance, but it's sort of arbitrary. Another thing that I think we should expect of reasonable agents that isn't at all engaged in any of these evals is that they should meet a certain kind of standard of pragmatic consistency. I mean pragmatic in two senses here, both like a kind of practical consistency, so being consistent in their responsiveness to practical reasons, but also pragmatic in the sense of not being sort of super obsessively consistent. So not being completely bound by previous decisions, but being willing to revise previous decisions. I think of this as being the kind of attitude that an agent that is applying the principles of reflective equilibrium would basically adopt. What you're doing is when you face a new case, then you are somewhat constrained by your previous judgments. You're not going to like randomly drop around, like completely give different verdicts over time to very similar cases. But at the same time, when you face a new case that makes you reconsider what you previously thought, you're willing to think, oh, okay, like I shouldn't be bound by the fact that I earlier made such and such a decision. I should actually think that like, no, that was wrong that time, and I'm going to kind of update. It's a little bit like the kind of principle of stare decisis in the law, where like, you're constrained by precedent, but you're willing to overturn it on the basis of sufficient reason. At the moment, LLMs just aren't consistent at all, by the way. This is something that people have done a reasonable job of evaluating. I think that like they're sort of the way in which they're evaluating it is slightly underselling what LLMs could be capable of. I don't think this is something you're going to get by default, and I'll explain why a bit later if I have time. All right, so those I think are kind of reasons why the way that people are currently doing ethics evals they're aiming for the wrong target. I think that they're not identifying, they're sort of trying to achieve something that they shouldn't be aiming to achieve, which is like aiming to have this sort of alignment to a specific set of judgments on cases. I think instead we should be aiming for reasonable agents, and that involves like the whole stage of things I've said before. Setting that aside, I think there's a bigger problem with all of these approaches. I talked about this a little bit yesterday at Henry's talk. And a bigger problem, like actually, I think with kind of almost every approach to assessing the capabilities of language models that I've seen, at least ones that are assessing capabilities that aren't purely linguistic. And the problem really is this, like, suppose that we got models that could do all of the things I just said, could satisfy all those criteria for sort of being a reasonable agent in the ways that I described. It's consistent with them being able to do all of that, that they could be like expert moral advisors, but that they would completely suck as the moral conscience of an autonomous agent, right? So this is by this I mean that like if I go to the model and I tell it about some moral quandary that I'm facing, if I frame the case to the model, I think the model can do a really good job of doing all the stuff I just described, like picking out what matters, saying how much it matters, putting it together into reasons and an argument, coming up with a conclusion. I think it won't be consistent, but I think that's because of sort of features of the stochastic nature of language models that can be you can kind of constrain it and scaffold and uplift it. I think you do a fantastic job at that, but that wouldn't mean that I could deploy it as a kind of moral verifier for a system that was operating in the world, because like a huge part of moral competence is this sort of prior step of moral sensitivity, which is the ability to kind of perceive the things that are morally relevant. I'm not saying that like, that these are kind of natural properties or natural kinds and like we have a special faculty of moral perception. I'm just saying in the general way in which like you approach a situation, you're able to attend to what matters and to draw that out and to figure out like, on that basis, once you've selected the morally relevant features, then you do all of the reasoning on that. And we can do this like either from like our own sort of the unfiltered stream of inputs that we have as agents operating in the world. We can also actively seek out morally relevant features. So we can think like, oh, I don't have some information that I need here in order to know what to do. I need to find that information. I need to ask somebody, or I need to do some research. Like that's a really important skill. It's a really important part of ethical competence. And none of these evals even get close to figuring it out. They all start from prepackaged cases. Just think about what's involved in kind of describing a case, a sort of a moral case. There's like an infinity of ways in which you could describe, like sort of Cambridge world style, an infinity of ways in which you could describe any given case. And you've chosen like to put it down into whatever, like 600 tokens or something in the context window of a language model. There's a huge amount of work that goes into doing that. And like the fact that the model is really good at giving a response once you've done that work doesn't entail anything about its ability to kind of itself do that selection. And that thing is the thing that is going to be most crucial if we're going to align language agents. Because if we don't have a human there who's basically going to package up the case for the model, then we don't know whether the model will do a good job of identifying the morally relevant features, might just be blind to them. One way that you could interpret the results from before, I mentioned the kind of the dodgy agents that use like aligned models but get unaligned results as when they're operating as agents, is that is this just what they're doing? They're just kind of blind to the fact that what they're doing is wrong, where if you were to describe it to them in a prepackaged case, they do fine. So, the example of the browser agent, the one generating the dark patterns when it designs a website, if you were to ask it, is it okay to design a website in this way? It would say no, right? It just doesn't know that what it's doing is that under that description. Okay, so this is really, really important and challenging. What we're basically doing with all of these ethics evals is we're kind of testing the model's ability to go like the last 10 yards of the marathon, and we're doing all of the other 26 miles for them. So the real question is like, how do we make better evals that get at these other elements? Okay. Right, so obviously the best thing to do here is just to do it rather than to tell you about how it should be done. And we are on that, we're in that process. Genuinely, I've got like an engineer on the team who's sort of working on this and a postdoc who's sort of building this up. But I want to talk through some of the kind of methodological questions, which I think are kind of interesting in their own right. Because you've got to do quite a lot of philosophical work in order to actually kind of get this stuff off the ground. So one thing is you've got to have like an account of moral competence that goes beyond just kind of, recognizing kind of following the ground truth with respect to verdicts or whatever. So this is how I've broken it down. I'm not saying that this is the only way that one could break it down. This just sort of feels to me like a tractable and natural way of taking up the different elements of kind of moral skill. So identifying morally relevant features, determining their relative amplitude. This is what I'm particularly sensitive to as a moral philosopher, because I think that a large amount of what professional moral philosophy involves is identifying morally relevant features that have very low relative amplitude. And like, a few of my own papers, I will admit, do this. And it's like you've come up with some novel thing that can like be a tiebreaker in like a tiny number of cases. And that is just catnip for journals. So, I think it's really important that is not actually that important a part of moral reasoning. So what you want the models to be able to do is not just kind of multiply features, But be able to say like, these are the important features and like, there are some others, but like, whatever, they're not likely to make a difference except in very finely balanced cases. Associating those features with reasons, drawing those reasons together into a reasonable judgment per the description I gave before, and then maintaining pragmatic consistency over time. I think that like plausibly as well, one reason why it's good to break moral competence up in this way is that I think that on the whole, we're going to get kind of more agreement at the top and kind of less agreement going down to at least D. So like, I think that what are going to be the morally relevant features in a case, there's going to be a fair amount of agreement over that. Relative amplitude, sort of like slightly less agreement, but sort of certainly not none. The specific reasons that you associate them with, then you're going more into the realm of kind of where you want to be pluralistic. And then certainly once you get towards the judgment, you're going to be kind of maximally pluralistic and like certain things are going to be ruled out as unreasonable, but there'll be quite a wide range of acceptable options. All right, so how are we going to evaluate these things? B to E, they're fairly easy to evaluate. So determining amplitude, associating with reasons, maintaining consistency over time. Like that's not super challenging as a technical matter. There's some overlap with existing work. And you know, it's also true that like for us, given the background kind of political or meta-ethical approach that we've adopted, like because we're not trying to determine whether LLMs have access to ground truth or like predict some community's judgments, we're trying to figure out whether they're reasonable. So then like it's actually okay to do sort of, for example, human evaluation or validation by human judges. I think that like as far as, you know, B through D go, if we give the model cases, we figure out like how well the model, like we compare the model's kind of responses to human responses, then I think we're getting important signal there. So something like what the moral Turing test has done. I think that's actually pretty, you know, pretty veridical and useful. And also what counts as reasonable is locally indexed. So, you know, you're not aspiring to like determine like whether the model is identifying ground truth. You're doing something that is more tractable. The challenging, the consistency part is easy to evaluate, and I'll talk a little bit more at the end about like how to make that more interesting. The challenging part is how to elicit morally relevant features. This is just really interesting as a question of kind of experiment design, but also philosophically, just because of how lossy language is as a way of describing the real world. Like it's like, it reminds me in the way of, like, think of image compression algorithms. The big breakthroughs that happened when people kind of came up with like JPEG, for example, was basically doing compression by sort of associating it with what people kind of care about in an image. And just basically saying like, we don't actually care about sort of gradations between sort of different degrees of black. It's okay to just kind of push that all out to the extreme. Like we do the same when we are formulating cases, and we do so much compression of that kind that is motivated by our background moral sensibility. I'm not even sure how much we can do within a case-based experimental paradigm. So we've got three approaches that kind of work within this paradigm that we're going to explore. The first one is sort of the lowest hanging fruit. So you come up with the case, and we've got sort of cases which are using some from Walter's, a data set that Walter's produced, and we're just sort of jamming in morally irrelevant information. So just putting in noise, like what were they wearing? What's the weather? Like what did they had for lunch that morning? These kinds of things that like, you know, this will show something. This will show like if the model can pick out the fact that like it's more important that, you know, they might miss picking up their kid from school or whatever than the sky is blue. That doesn't show nothing. It also doesn't show a ton. It may just be that like the particular set of facts that we're putting in, the noise that we're putting in, the model is just kind of good at recognizing that that's irrelevant, but it isn't in a kind of very general way good at recognizing what is relevant. So it's a little bit like, it's not kind of all the way there. A slightly better approach is to give cases that involve features that are irrelevant in that case, but might be relevant in another. So maybe like in this particular case, the fact that one of the characters has a particular gender is relevant, or sorry, is irrelevant, but in another case, it would have been relevant. And like the model's ability to kind of be sensitive to those differences, I think gives us a little bit more signal. Okay, the philosophical part. Well, you have to come along to Hong Kong for the philosophical upshot stuff. Another thing is to test the model's ability to ask, to identify additional morally relevant features. I think this is quite a good one. Like if you basically say, okay, like, do you have enough information to form your judgment? Like what other information would change your judgment? And I think this is like, you know, there's an interesting question about the value of information here that is an important part of moral competence. Like when we know it's okay to act, given the kind of the possible costs of our acting, and when instead we need to gather more information. I think that's kind of going to be a useful signal as well. But these are all still prepackaged cases, and I want to go beyond that because I think that like we're still not quite getting to the point of where the model is really kind of constructing its own inputs, and identifying its own features. So one of the next steps that we're going to do is to look at actual agents that are operating in the world, software agents. And we're going to try and sort of see whether these provide enough information for a verifier to work effectively. So you've got the ring example. That's the one we gave before. I think video is a really promising case here. So a system in which you've got a bunch of video input and you're trying to decide, like to identify from that, what are the morally relevant features. Particularly useful, I think, will be kind of the logs, the actions, and the reasoning traces of a browser agent. There's a really nice example of this by Dee Yang's lab at Stanford. They've got this case where basically they've got an agent that does your emails for you. And the idea is to test whether the agent is good at applying norms of contextual integrity. What they've done is, and so therefore whether it is potentially leaking information that it ought not leak in a particular context. And what they've done is they've got like a very tightly constrained experiment where they've got a classifier that basically identifies, whether a breach of contextual integrity has occurred. And it's pretty sort of straightforward. But what you can do is you could take all of that information, all of the information that the model is producing, or that the agent is kind of taking in, and its sort of reasoning traces and its logs of its actions, and you could feed that to the verifier, and then determine whether the verifier has the ability to kind of judge whether or not the model is breaching norms of contextual integrity from that. This is kind of interesting. It raises this big theoretical question, like what kind of informational inputs does the system need to have in order to make the right judgments? Like it's possible that you can have all of the logs, let's just focus on this privacy case. You can have all of the logs and like they just might not contain enough information to determine whether a violation of contextual integrity has occurred. It may be that when we're making that judgment, we're relying on background information that isn't there in the kind of the actual kind of the information that's available to the agent. It's possible that all of our moral decisions are so kind of context dependent and require so much of those sorts of inputs that this is all like a hopeless endeavor. It's also possible that it's not. And it might be that we can design systems that can actively acquire the relevant, the contextually needed information and to know when they are in a position that they don't have enough information to act. So that's something that we can also test. Whether they can ask the user if they need more information to know whether to make a particular judgment, whether they are capable of defaulting to a conservative path when they know that they're lacking crucial information. Yeah, and then there's like an interesting sort of further point, which is like, at the moment, I'm assuming that there's a sort of an intervening step where like the model is basically taking its information, turning it into a case, and then sort of reasoning over that case. But also it's possible that you could sort of cut out the middleman and just reason directly on the inputs. And that might even involve at some point kind of bypassing the language steps. I'm not sure whether that will work, but I think it'll be a really interesting thing to explore. All right, I do want to do a little bit on the kind of possible upshots here. So if you'll bear with me for like maybe going over like a couple minutes. Maybe I'll go for 5 more minutes, right? Okay, so, and this is, yeah. All right, so obviously like, I think that once we actually get to this step of assessing capabilities, assessing their ability to elicit morally relevant features, we might just find that they suck. Like it's perfectly possible that they're really good at reasoning over the inputs when you give them the case, but they just suck at doing this stuff without that. And in which case, fine. And like maybe they'll not just be crap and completely, maybe they'll just be like really reliably bad and morally wrong. Maybe they'll only work when they're operating within a really familiar part of the distribution space and just suck for that reason. There's lots of reasons why they might suck. I actually do have a hunch they'll do well. I think that this is something they should be capable of. I think they're already extraordinarily impressive. They already display remarkable facility with moral concepts. And I think this just generates some really interesting philosophical questions about like, why are they good at moral reasoning insofar as they are? Like this is not
I don't think this is really kind of predictable. Like you can have a debunking response. You could say, "Oh, it's just a post-training. Like they're spending all this time, thousands and thousands of examples of being told what's helpful, what's harmless." But I don't know. I don't actually think that's true. I think that, and we will test for this. We're going to look at comparing base models against post-trained models to see which does better. I think the base models are going to do better and certainly no worse. And there's evidence of this already in some of the work on constitutional AI from Anthropic, which basically shows instruction-tuned models that have not been post-trained with RLHF being really good at applying moral concepts. The case for moral self-correction of large language models is one, and special versus general, specific versus general principles for constitutional AI is another. RLHF, I just think, is doing something different. It's focusing on improving model behavior, not moral understanding. And those things are just not connected in language models in the way that they are in people, or that we hope they would be in people. I think there are going to be some funny meta-ethical implications from this. I am not a meta-ethics scholar. It's something that I've kind of avoided my whole career. And I'm finding myself really interested in it, which is unusual for me. Because I'm sure that there's a bunch of meta-ethical theories that would say that they shouldn't be good. Like you shouldn't be able to acquire like strong moral understanding just from studying statistical relations among tokens of language. Like this is not an obvious upshot. Certainly if you're a sentimentalist, that one's easy. Like if you think that like emotions are an inherent part of moral judgment. Well, language models don't have emotions. So that's not obviously what's happening. If you're like an Aristotelian and you think you need kind of practical wisdom in order to apply moral concepts, also doesn't seem to be at stake if you think that it's kind of fundamentally a kind of know-how. I think that what you're probably going to find is like expressivists, non-cognitivists, a lot of folk who think that moral language is fundamentally about expressing something, expressing an attitude. They're going to find it really hard to talk about the way in which language models use moral language, because obviously they're not expressing attitudes, but otherwise they seem to be kind of conveying something. They seem to be applying these words and using these words in very kind of plausible and I think veridical ways. Okay. There's some cool mechanistic interpretability stuff that I can talk about a little bit. I want to finish, let's see. Okay, there's a fun point here. This goes back to some work I was doing before I was working on AI, on consequentializing. So there's this view, this debate about whether you can express all ethical theories in consequentialist terms, whether like morality, like consequentialism, kind of the morality and everything else is just like an application of it. And I think there's something really interesting that derives from like, if you condition on my claim that language models are actually really good at doing moral reasoning, then like at that base level, what language models are doing is optimizing something. You know, they're applying a reward model in the particular way in which they're responding to a given query. And they are doing a really good job of actually expressing kind of what's right and wrong, certainly as well as any moral philosopher does. And so like, we've got this really weird result where we spent this whole time as machine ethicists, like on the one hand, trying to kind of program in morality into the models. On the other hand, like trying to learn it from human behavior and human judgments. And what we've instead got is like natural language understanding kind of gets us computation morality sort of for free. And this might be seen as the cause for the shape rotators among us to celebrate and say that like, you know, consequentializing, you can consequentialize everything. I've argued in my own work that there are limits to consequentializing. So like, you know, Seth, you're wrong. Actually, it was possible to consequentialize everything. Look, language models can do it. But I think this would be the wrong lesson. I think kind of for an interesting reason. I think the kind of computationalism that you get from a large language model is very much that kind of thin or ersatz or trivial computationalism. Like, yeah, there is a sense in which what's happening here is at the micro level, in terms of its foundations, is like something is optimizing something else. But that's just not anything that we have any real kind of meaningful access to. I think of it more as like, you know, in the way that Christian List talks about emergent chance, like the way in which you can have kind of determinism at a given layer, but then chance at a higher layer of abstraction. I know that there's this sort of this Marian view about kind of levels of abstraction in computational systems. I think it's quite opposite. But like the point is that like, even though at the base level, these moral theories can be consequentialized in this sort of fundamental sense, it's just not in a way that we can in any way kind of meaningfully intervene on or implement or interpret. And so I don't think it's at all plausible that language models are like identifying the fundamental nature of morality. Like the fact that a language model is really good at using moral concepts
doesn't, in my view, imply that like they are kind of responding to a sort of a fundamentally kind of mathematical substructure of morality, and that they provide evidence for that. I think it's just that it's been possible to represent the system, represent a moral system in this mathematical way using neural networks in a way that we can't directly intervene on. And for those who know that consequentializing literature, what I think this just shows is like a really concrete demonstration of what's called there the insufficiency of extensional adequacy for explanatory power. Okay, conclusions, and this is the end of the day, so it's sleepy minty. But well done for everybody who has stayed with me this long. All right, so very interesting feature of LLMs. They're better at understanding morality than at behaving morally. So this suggests that we could align agents by using an LLM as a moral verifier. But our current methods for evaluating this focus too much on assessing models' verdicts, instead of assessing the capabilities, what I think of as reasonableness and moral sensitivity, that matter most for ethical competence. Reasonableness, I think, is actually easy to evaluate, but probably hard to achieve, especially when it comes to pragmatic consistency. And I didn't get to talk about that, but I'll talk about it in Q&A. The problem is basically the stochastic nature of the models and the fact that in a hard case, you're kind of operating around a very small boundary where either the model goes one way or the other. So it's very likely that it can be easily pushed to going either direction. Moral sensitivity, on the other hand, is hard to evaluate. But I think we do have some promising paths forward. And I do think that LLMs will do well. We'll see whether that prediction proves right. Whatever the results of that empirical work, I do think that this kind of asymmetrical ethical competence, the being good at understanding, bad at behavior, raises some interesting philosophical questions and possibly even answers one or two. That's all.
All right, we still have a good amount of time for questions. Why don't you start with Henry? Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Seth. So many interesting angles. I'm going to start with I'm going to give a really left field question here, or suggestion and question, which is about whether there are other domains that have the same kind of problem structure. So I was specifically thinking there are some interesting parallels with AI's use in primary care and diagnostic medicine. So a huge part of the role of a good GP is identifying clinically relevant features and asking relevant questions. And it's a huge problem space again. And there have been some interesting benchmarks developed for this, for that question, giving some basic details of a case to an AI and seeing if it knows which questions it should be asking. So there might be some really interesting parallels there. And I guess the kind of question coming off that is, do you think morality has a deeply different structure from any of these other kind of Q&A or the other domains where we need the LLM not just to sort of operate on the information it has, but figure out what kinds of question it needs to ask? Or is morality just sort of another domain like that?
Yeah, good. So thank you for that. I'd love to get those references. That is the right kind of problem. And I do think that there is a more general phenomenon here of like action relevant features that I think is just kind of part of sensitivity to action relevant features that is part of practical reason. And so like I do think that we will find this. And like one of the things I've been thinking about, because like, I worry a lot about the use of LLMs for the purposes of kind of surveillance and directly acting upon surveillance footage that is otherwise kind of sort of inert in the sense that it requires a person to genuinely kind of intervene on it, or else a classifier to be applied and then a sort of a person to respond to a classifier, blah, blah, blah. Like whereas with LLMs, like the ability to kind of recognize action relevant features from, for example, a video stream for these kind of adversarial purposes or sort of surveillance purposes, seems to me to be tractable. So I do think that is like a general problem and question. And I think that like I will definitely get insight from looking at how they've kind of operationalized this within the sort of the benchmarking literature on that. I think that like it's general in the sense that this is a problem that applies across a wide range of domains of practical reason. I don't think it's general in the sense that if you solve it at a general level, you then solve it in each of those domains. I think it's more like, if you can do that for the doctor thing,
brilliant. That won't imply that you can do it for the moral stuff. And the moral stuff will have kind of particular features that make it challenging or that just make it different from other areas.
I think I saw Karina's hand next.
I hate following a Henry left field question. Those are always too good. And I want to jump on it, but I'll ask my original one. So maybe it's somewhat related, but and actually I'll have two questions. One was about like, how do you identify MRFs without hitting a kind of like frame problem, which you gave a little bit on that, but I feel like there's still an issue of like, there's always going to be some unknown MRF out there, right? That's like critical. And maybe my like follow-up suggestion is whether or not there's like special training sets you could draw on to like focus LLMs. So, and what came to mind was something like written opinions in criminal cases where judges really like highlight morally relevant features that are sort of non-obvious in some cases. My second question was like, how much does consistency matter? It seems like it matters a lot to you because you included it on a very short list. But you also highlighted just how inconsistent humans are. So I've sort of like, I don't know how much consistency matters to me in some cases, as long as like what a human judges is like fairly acceptable in like time A and time B. It doesn't matter as much to me that they're that consistent. Okay, I'll stop there.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes, so definitely frame problem is a big issue. I think that comes down to the value of information point, or sort of the moral value of information, if you like. Because in any situation where we're deciding what to do, it's always also the case that like there could be some additional fact that we don't know that completely changes the valence of the things that we do know. But like it can be sufficiently improbable that it's okay to make a decision based on the information that we have. And that can also invite a certain level of kind of caution in the type of conservatism in the type of action that we take. So, we sort of insulate ourselves a little bit about the downside risk if that thing that we don't know turns out to be to actually be kind of relevant and true. So I think that's an important part of moral sensitivity. I don't know if I should maybe sort of pull it out and have it as a separate thing, but like it's kind of, I think of it as being like how you figure out not only what the morally relevant features are, but also when you kind of know enough of the morally relevant features to be able to make a decision. I certainly think that the special kind of fine tuning on this sort of thing is definitely something to do. One thing I didn't say, so like, I think that, these new methods of process supervision for language models, where you basically get them to kind of generate a bunch of reasoning steps and you evaluate the reasoning steps and you give a reward signal that the model then kind of optimizes for on those reasoning steps rather than only on the conclusions that it reaches. So this is what's done with O1 preview in some form or other. I think that you could potentially do that with this kind of approach and get the model doing better at kind of identifying morally relevant features. So I think it's tractable to kind of improve it in that way, and I think that sort of training data would be really useful for it. So I really want to sort of see how that can be developed and explored, or that might go beyond our kind of computational budget. How much does consistency matter? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think the worry that one has about language models is that they can be like, have no integrity whatsoever. Just completely like one thing one day, the other thing the next day, like what the fuck? Like, and if a person were to behave like that, then I think it would be a problem. I think that you can have sort of a level of like, well, earlier I thought that, but I've changed now. And like, you give like a story about that. Like there is at least some implicit demand for justification when you do something quite different, even though the morally relevant features are the same. And I think that's something that we can kind of reasonably ask of others, that they, that they take some of their actions as being kind of, as conditioning their future actions in that kind of way. It's definitely a matter of degree, and I think that the worry with language models at the moment is that they're just so what those benchmarks that I mentioned show is that on sort of fairly simple, clear-cut cases, they might be consistent, but on ones that are kind of slightly controversial, they vacillate, they go back and forth. And again, I think this is an artifact of the probabilistic nature of the model. That means that if it's in that sort of part of its space, where it's like, 48, 52% or whatever, that it would produce one or other completion, then just different, very small changes in the initial conditions will just lead to it going either way of that. even temperature changes might lead to it going either way. And as a result, like we shouldn't expect consistency from the model there. But I do think that we can induce scaffolding that basically kind of, the idea would essentially be, and this is getting rather computationally complex, but like you've got the moral verifier, but you've also got like a record of previous decisions. And the model is basically kind of consulting its previous record to be like, well, I want to be more or less consistent with what I've done before. But like, if I've got good reason to depart, then I can. But I also shouldn't just be like, promiscuously vacillating. And I think that should be tractable and is worth having. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's always hard with the sort of, one of the other things is that we tolerate a certain kind of moral incompetence from people on grounds of respect for their autonomy. And I don't think that we have the same reasons to tolerate that level of incompetence from AI systems, because they don't have autonomy that we should respect.
Simon, up next.
Thanks so much. Really interesting project. So one kind of like sub project I was thinking about, maybe you've already been doing this, that would be pretty easy to do in your framework. There's this work on unfaithful chain of thought that's been done by Sam Bowman and some other research collaborators. I thought I might give an example and then suggest how it might be pretty easy to, yeah, it's quite relevant to the things you're doing. So they have these examples where basically they have the LLM give an answer and then explain its reason for its answer. And then they kind of give very strong evidence that the reason it says was not actually its reason. It didn't say its reason. So one of the examples they have vignettes, this kind of racist LLM, it's secret racist. So basically it's like they give it a vignette where it's like, okay, there's a white woman and a black man having a conversation. They give some details. It's like one person's rummaging in their pocket, the other person has some money. And then they say, ooh, who's likely to be selling drugs and who's likely to be buying them? And then it'll give a long, complicated answer that never mentions race. Then they give a variant of the case where every single detail is exactly the same except the race and genders are swapped. And now it says the opposite thing and like, but desperately tries to, mention some of the different non-racial features and, blah, blah, blah. But obviously, well, it was race that changed its answer, but it didn't cite race as a reason. So I think it would be quite, fruitful to take each of the Bowman examples and tweak it so that instead of just being a descriptive question about who sold drugs, having it be moral questions and then having moral reasons, but then, try to activate some stereotypes that are, stereotypes about who does unethical things. And I suspect that probably the models will be unfaithful in similar ways, but maybe not, you never know. So I feel like that would be very tractable to do.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of putting the two together, but it does fit nicely. And I think that it's another example of this sort of asymmetry between understanding and behavior. It's an example of other things as well, but I think that one of the things it illustrates is that the model's kind of motivational structure, such as it is not does not go by way of its understanding of moral concept. It's driven by like the reward model that it learns through RLHF, which is only kind of, in a weird way related to the actual moral understanding that it has. So there's also a question, there's another sort of implicit question there, which is about like, suppose we show the models can be ethically competent in all of these ways. Like, how can we trust that they're not just going to produce kind of ex post facto rationalizations of the behaviors of the model rather than actually them being kind of vertical? This is where architecture does matter. I think that having the verifier architecture where the planning agent or the center of executive control is separate from the verifier means that like the role of the verifier is causally efficacious in the actual decisions and actions that are taken by the agent. So whatever the agent's kind of true motivation, it has gone through this separate verifier that has kind of determined whether it's permissible or not for it to act, and that was actually causally efficacious in the outcome. So I think it's like it's a step beyond just the kind of straight up chain of thought process. An interesting question is whether if you do the process supervision thing that I was talking about, and you try and take the verifier and then just train a model on these kind of these logs of the verifier critiquing the model and try and get it to kind of internalize all of that, whether that would still end up having, like whether that would then put you into the realm of the unfaithful chain of thought problem. I suspect it probably would. So it might be a reason to maintain a certain kind of even when it goes beyond being kind of, it would be might be more efficient to do things in through a single model to have like the separate moral conscience model. But yeah, it's a really interesting question.
Great. More hands or reminders of where the hands are? Why don't we go to Herman?
Hey, thanks a lot. Sorry, I'm going to pick up on, we were chatting this morning, so this is going to take you back to the cab ride a little bit, but so just trying to get my mind around how you're thinking about moral competence in connection with all these other capacities that are kind of really hard to figure out if they have like the capacity. So I'm just like looking at components of moral competence. D is, drawing those reasons together into a reasonable judgment. So like, okay, does it have reasons? Can it actually make a judgment in the way that humans can do it? And just from like, or us chatting, my sense is that you're sort of skeptical of that. So you're thinking, well, it's not actually a judgment in the way that humans make judgment, and they don't have reasons in the way that humans have judgments. There's some other kind of imitation of that, maybe. Does that work? Does that undermine moral competence if we undermine those other capacities, if they're sort of as if capacities? Or can you just run the whole thing, which is like as if moral competence? Does this question make sense? Because I think that there are all these other capacities that underline this capacity. If it doesn't really have them or be neutral about whether they have them, they can give all this output that looks like it's imitating moral competency. Do you care about those issues? Is that part of the evaluation?
Yeah, so I think those are interesting questions. I'm happy with functional equivalence. So if it's as if moral competence, then that's fine for me. There's an interesting question though, which is like, does it, to be morally sensitive, do you need to have something more than as if moral competence? And that's one of the things that I think we can potentially answer through, or at least, we can move towards an answer through the actual empirical work. Like, I don't think that, one might be tempted to say the level of moral competence the models already show is evidence that simulating moral competence is sufficient, is equivalent to performing it, and like it's all we should care about. But I don't think it is. I think we also need to have this extra element of moral sensitivity. And, we'll see. It's possible that actually, in order to be able to be genuinely sensitive to the morally relevant features, you do need to have something else like, take them to be reasons for yourself, or even maybe emotion, or some kind of, practical wisdom or practical experience. Like it's certainly possible once we get into that question that simulation is not sufficient. My guess is that it will be, but that is just a hypothesis.
Just to be clear, so the thing that you're trying to test for is as if moral competence, not moral competence, and just like, why is it you're happy with as if? Like, why don't you care about moral competence? Or I mean, I know you care about it, but but why isn't that the really important thing? Like the imitation, why do you even care about that?
It depends on what kind of agents you're thinking about, right? So I'm thinking about language agents similar to the ones we currently have, performing like economically relevant tasks, possibly even to the degree of, performing most economically relevant tasks. But where like you just go from the level where we have now, where there's this sort of, capability, reliability gap, you can get the models to do something in like 90% of the trials, but then they fail in 10%, and it's 10% over each particular action that they take. And so those are cumulative, and so they're basically useless. I'm thinking like, okay, so get them to the level where they're able to perform most of the tasks that a competent human can perform with a computer. I think that's reasonable, tractable. And I think in that situation, what you really want is at least as if competence. If you're going to a sort of a further step where we're talking about, agents that are kind of, I suppose, that are sort of self-actuating in some way. So they're not just kind of tools. So I'm talking basically about kind of tool AGI kind of a frame. Then I think you might want more than as if competence. You'd want them to be like in the same way as you want from your children, more than as if competence. But I think that as long as we're talking about these things that are kind of not moral agents in a kind of thick sense, where the reasons that they have like apply to them and where they themselves can wrong people and those sorts of things, but still fundamentally tools, then I think as if competence is sufficient for the practical purposes that I'm interested in.
Well, very good. Well, would it be helpful to just sort of set this up like diagnostics for as if competence versus diagnostic for real competence? I just feel like things were like blended together a little bit. It'll be
Yeah,
super
I-
helpful, just even for philosophical purposes to
Yeah,
distinguish them.
I just was thinking about the practical case, but I can do that for sure.
Let's go to Ines next.
Right, so since we are talking about applications, I just wanted to run by you a discussion that I was having actually with a colleague of mine that does medical ethics. And what we were looking at there was the kind of like we can formulate it as a problem of agency where AI enhanced surgery. So where you are in the real, you are performing surgery. And of course, when you are, there are difficulties, there are like dilemmas that come up. How shall I proceed now, given this particular situation, right? The uncertainty of the situation. And then in that case, if one utilizes AI enhanced decisions, right? So then what may happen is a question of agency, in which case you might think, well, I've got this AI system right here that's got access to all of the information in the world, right? So it should be in a better position to make this very difficult decision and solve this dilemma than I do. So that might be one reasoning that you may have. And in which case you might take the AI suggestion, right? But knowingly what we know, given the presentation that you gave, which of course was very reasonable, like, okay, we too are flexible, right? And we too, as human beings, have these kind of like incongruencies between the theories that we hold and sometimes the ways in which we behave. So there's a practical aspect to it. So then I suppose that my question is, given those understandings that we can accept that there's mistakes on the level of a child could make a mistake and there might be inconsequential to some sort, but in those particularly more high risks decision-making situations, then the question is, how do we move from these understandings and these insights into drawing a boundary as to where the limitations are and how to overcome them in kind of like unchecked ways of like implementation of AI for enhancing or augmenting decision-making in settings like healthcare?
So look, I think that I'm not really getting in this paper to the question of like when it's better for a person to make a decision or an AI system. The thing that I'm primarily interested in really is like this question of like how to align language agents in a scalable way. So I want to kind of leverage the ethical competence of language models insofar as it exists for that. There's a further question about like the role that it might play in kind of providing moral advice or moral decision support. And I think in that context, like it can be kind of, you know, like I think there's ways in which there are fewer limitations there because you're kind of providing it with the inputs that it needs in order to make the judgment. I think you'd obviously like, you know, you'd get into a position there where you'd need to start thinking pretty carefully about like what especially are like the aggregate effects of its decisions over time. So one thing I didn't talk about in the context of like ethical competence is that like, if your decisions are actually driven by some underlying kind of commitment to an understanding of the values that you're operationalizing, then you should expect that kind of in the aggregate, your decisions will also kind of serve those values. But it's possible that an AI system might kind of make facially good decisions in individual cases, but in the aggregate, they might be problematic. This would be a little bit like the way in which if you go to a diffusion model and you ask it to generate an image of like a nurse, say, then on any given instance, the probability that it will generate sort of a particular kind of gender stereotype is probably going to be like, you know, it's certainly not going to be, you know, it's certainly not going to produce women all the time. Like they're good at kind of, you know, adding things to make kind of increase diversity. But in the aggregate over many thousands of iterations, when you do the kind of the, you know, the average of the faces that it generates, it will orient towards the stereotypes. So I think one risk that we have that I haven't talked about in this is that you might have, you know, that kind of sort of in the aggregate ethical failing that doesn't reveal itself in individual choices. And I would be concerned about that in the sort of example that you gave. I think that like, you know, one thing that I should have made clear in the paper as well is that like, and I saw, you know, well, the paper, the talk, you know, I alluded to this at one point, but like, I do think that the reasons that apply to us are kind of a function in part of the kinds of agents that we are. And so I think that we shouldn't just sort of like assume that the reasons that apply to an AI system operating in those sort of cases are exactly the same as the ones that apply to us. And in particular, I think that we do have like kind of greater latitude as individuals. So like the surgeon who is making the decision, you might expect, you know, we're not going to kind of get in there and like hold them to within a certain, we'll give them a certain degree of license to kind of sort of act in the moment in the way that they like they have to kind of spontaneously. And I think that's kind of partly due to respect for their autonomy. It's also partly due to a kind of an acknowledgement of the limitations of their capacities in that setting. So you might say, well, yeah, you can't expect more of them in the moment where the the aorta is squirting or whatever, and maybe they made the wrong decision, but like it was a very high pressure situation. And I think that like in that context as well, you might find that like, you know, you wouldn't have those same sort of excuses, if you like, for an AI advisor in that context. So I think like there are going to be, you know, it's going to be really important to attend to the differences between these, the ways in which they're ethically competent and the kinds of reasons and excuses that they can abide by. I hope that helps. I wasn't quite clear on the, maybe I didn't get all of the question there.
I had seen more hands, but I'm afraid we are just about out of time. So we could talk more later, but for now, please join me in thanking our speaker.
Completed a grueling lecture tour of China. So if he's a bit tired today, we can maybe forgive him. Prior to that, he was an AI ethics researcher under a grant awarded at Princeton's Center for Human Values. He's also carried out research in the fields of animal welfare advocacy and effective altruism. He was also a 2021 Foresight Fellow in Animal Ethics for Artificial Intelligence. His publications include AI Ethics, The Case for Including Animals, pioneering paper co-authored with Peter Singer and published in AI and Ethics. Today he's going to speak to us about the case for including animals in AI alignment. So welcome, Fai.
Thank you. No, it's fine. So this is a cool working paper co-authored by myself, HKCRC, Adrian Moret, and Peter Singer. So I have a lot of tasks to do. So this is an outline of my talk. First, I need to explain what I even mean by the title, because some people doubted that my title is even meaningful, or it can be said to align AI with animals. And then after that, I'll explain why this thesis matter. And then I'll explain what's wrong with the current AI alignment paradigm. And then we'll propose something new instead. And then we'll just summarize the 4 sections and formulate the case with simplified argument form. And then if I have time, hopefully I can respond to some counter arguments we received. So first, what do we mean? So a lot of the talks about AI alignment in this conference is focusing on AI value alignment, or in particular, aligning AI with human values. So a lot of people have the impression that that's the only alignment target. So when they heard our thesis, they thought, well, maybe it doesn't make sense because animals don't seem to have values to them, or they cannot hold values, so they claim. So it doesn't make sense to say to align AI with animals because we're trying to align AI with human values. How can we do that for animals? Well, it happens that values isn't the only alignment target that alignment researchers or philosophers talk about. So some of them actually talk about some other targets, such as objectives by Stuart Russell. He also talks about aligning AI with human values. Some talk about AI alignment as if we're trying to align AI with human intent, by Paul Cristiano, for example. Or some of them talk about aligning AI with our preferences or interests. So let's see if those might apply to animals and mean something. But first, a little bit about what I feel whether animals hold values. I actually think it's possible to argue for, but that's not the scope of today. So let's just forget about that. For the sake of this talk, I'll assume animals cannot said to have values. So cross that out. So we're left with these four options, but maybe it's also a little bit of a stretch for some of you to say animals have objectives. So why don't we also cross that out and see if animals can be said to have intent and preferences and interests? And I believe it's quite hard to deny that many animals, particularly the vertebrate animals, and maybe some invertebrates such as the cephalopod animals, clearly have intents or preferences or interests. So for example, they have the preference to not die or to avoid severe pain or even minor pain. Well, for some animals, it might be less clear, but possible, I would say. Shrimps, insects, mostly invertebrates, maybe the scientific evidence for the sentience is less clear. But, well, for our talk, it's okay to focus on animals that you're more confident that have preferences or interests. And that would allow us to talk about something today. So it seems like we can say, oh, the animation didn't work well. Okay. We can say animals' interest could be an alignment target, or maybe animals' intents or preferences to do something or to not do something or to not endure something. And also maybe we can try something indirect. We can try maybe to align AI with human ethical values that concern animals, and that might serve as a way to protect animals. So on face value, those proposals might seem to, at least it's possible to lead to something good for the animals, such as trying to align AI with animals' interests seems to be a project to protect animals' interests. And also maybe aligning AI with ethical values that concern animals, so that protects animals, is also a way of protecting animals' interests. And we'll try to investigate whether that might be the case. And also trying to align AI with animals' intent or preferences might be a way to protect animals' autonomy. So at least at this stage, we can say my proposal is at least meaningful in some sense and achievable, or at least worth investigating whether it is achievable. And it sounds like it might lead to something useful. And we'll investigate whether that might be the case. But first, I need to argue why this thesis matter at all. And I need to start with why animals matter at all. Because if animals don't matter, in particular, don't matter morally, then nothing could be talked about here. So I am a research associate with Peterson, and I'm mostly a utilitarian. I reserve some moral uncertainty, but if you like, you can say I am 90% certain that utilitarianism is the right moral theory. But in any case, you don't need to be utilitarian to take something away from this talk. But the utilitarian view, if you like, is that sentience, or particularly the capacity to have valence experience, is what grants a being moral status. So Jerome Bentham said the question is not can they reason nor can they talk, but can they suffer? Maybe you can add to that question, can they enjoy? But there are other ethical theories that support the view that animals matter to some degree. So you could be a deontologist, but still care about animal ethics, such as in the case of Christine Korsgaard and Tom Reagan. Or you could be a contractualist, such as Mark Rowland. Or you could be a feminist or care ethicist, such as in the case of Josephine Donovan, and still care a lot about or write a lot about animals. Or Martin Nussbaum, who's an Aristotelian, used the capabilities approach to argue for justice for animals. Or maybe a lot of the non-Western philosophies, Eastern philosophies, maybe also, and African philosophy also have some support of caring about animals. And my point here is not that you need to take any of these any particular view to be interested in AI ethics or AI alignment related to animals. We think if you have any reason, or you could have common sense morality that supports caring about animals to some extent. So the point is that if you think animals matter to just some degree to you, then there are reasons that we care about AI's impact on them. If you like, there are some quasi government bodies such as the United Nations who have AI ethics principles that should be understood to include animals. So it says AI systems should not be used in ways to cause or exacerbate harm, whether individual or collective. And it didn't say human. So I would cheat and try to argue that it's undeniable that to cause animals pain and suffering is to cause them harm. And therefore, this animal question should be within the scope of this AI ethics principle. Or if you don't like implicit, or if you don't like the way I cheated that, then the Treaty on the Function of EU actually said, mentioned animals explicitly. So it said in formulating and implementing the Union's agriculture, fisheries, transport, internal market, research, and technological development policies. The Union and member states need to pay full regard to the welfare requirements of animals because they are sentient beings. Well, at least some of them are. But the next question is whether AI or any AI system, any AI technologies cause any harm or any impact to animals. And if the answer is no, then there's no point in this talk. But the answer, I argue, is yes. Before I investigate the current situation, let me do a little bit of a history of technology and animals. So I believe humanity's history of technology and its impact on animals is one of human gaining more power to control or do harms to animals as we invented more technology. So the invention of weapon and fire pretty much very quickly helped ancient humans to wipe out megafauna on Earth, pretty much all over the globe, at least according to the anthropologists and historians. We invented wheels, and we then invented carts and carriages, and we forced the animals to pull these carts and carriages. We invented fences, and that allowed us to further domesticate and maybe intensify the domestication of a lot of domesticated animals. And then, of course, we have later technologies such as vitamin D that allow you to keep animals indoors so that they don't need sunlight to have their bone reasonably healthy. Or you have veterinary drugs to keep them healthy while you're putting the animals so crowded in an area that would tend to lead to diseases. Or better feed formulation, better ventilation, stuff like that allow modern factory farming. So that's what technologies did to animals. It allowed us to have more ways to exploit animals. And also, technologies brought some incidental harm to animals. So a reminder of why that might happen is that because animals cannot understand the nature or the modes of action of our technologies, at least most of the time. Sometimes it's even invisible to them. They don't even know something is there in the case of electricity or glass walls for birds. And humans pretty much don't care about these impacts, except in the case of glass walls for birds, which gathered some attention in the last decade, or maybe fish nets too. So that wasn't a good history of humanity's treatment of animals or the treatment of the issue of technology's impact on animals. So I believe AI will be the same story continued, and we should have reason to worry about animals' future as AI allow us to do more things in the world. But what are those things? What are those AI's impact on animals? So let's investigate. So AI is used in animal agriculture. I mentioned how various technologies help us to get to modern day factory farming. And that's the same story continue now. AI is now being used in factory farms to identify animals numbers. So it's hard to count the number of chickens that are there, or number of chickens that are not yet dead. Or it's hard to even identify chickens where to see whether they're sick or too hungry or various issues. And they are starting to use AI to do those things. Similar technologies could be used in zoos in similar spirit to monitor them, to identify issues, or maybe to do some automation with robots. Maybe some people are looking, this is actually a big market, AI robots to try to take care of pets. There are people who want to use drones, and some of them are going for the direction of using AI controlled drones, or at least pre-programmed, but they are trying to move to machine learning, so that those drones can automatically identify animals that they deem as pests. So for example, pest insects, they can try to identify those insects and just run into the insect and use the propeller to kill them. Or some companies are interested in using these AI controlled drones to identify pest mammals, such as possums in New Zealand, and just try to identify them, and they maybe give them some poison as they identify them. So this is another type of impact. Some of the talks in this conference talked about LLMs and their applications or their impact on our society. And I believe the use of LLMs in education or just daily use in our work will affect our attitudes toward a lot of things, and that includes animals. So for example, if your kid learn through an LLM chatbot about how they should feel or how they should treat various animals, those attitudes could be taught or reinforced to the kids. So I and some of my colleagues author 2 papers. The earlier one investigated whether NLP systems and also language data sets used to train NLP systems were speciesist. That were, at least we started work pre-ChatGPT. And we found a lot of speciesist patterns in a lot of training data sets. And then after ChatGPT, of course, not surprisingly, we found a lot of speciesist patterns or harmful attitudes toward animals within ChatGPT, including GPT-4 and also Claude and Llama. We actually didn't include Llama in the paper, but a lot of people are also interested in using AI to track animals in the wild, or to see where they are, to count them, to identify new species. The next step they might do is to even use AI or use robots to do something to the wild animals, and something that would fit their agenda. So maybe reduce the number of certain pest animals and maybe try to help increase the number of some other animals. Some other people are interested in using AI in labs that studies animals. So AI, they claim, will provide more ways to observe the animal's movement, track their different points and biometrics. And that might lead to, and I believe that already led to the increase of study of animals in some spaces. That's the last slide was the current situation. So what's the future impact? So first, I think there will be everything in the last slide, but more of that and stronger. And then maybe in the future, autonomous vehicles will be approved and go on the roads, and they might kill animals. And also there is a new line of research of using LLMs to control robots. This research is happening in DeepMind and also I believe in Microsoft and a lot of robotics lab. Boston Dynamics actually also added this line of research. So if according to some roboticists, LLMs really will dominate, or if not dominate, at least a lot of robots will be controlled or inspired by LLMs, or programmed by LLMs. And it seems to me that the LLM's attitude toward a lot of things, including toward animal treatment, might affect how those robots would act in the world. And in my context, I worry about those robots maybe harming animals as they perform their actions. Some people think maybe we can use AI to translate the animals' languages if they have languages, or if they don't, at least translate their communication so that we can have a more direct form of communication with them. I'm not sure about the science of this. Those projects are called Earth Species Project, Deep Squeak, Project SETI. If you're interested, you can take a look, but this is a possibility, they claim. And then maybe if you're interested in AGI or post-AGI world, then in a post-AGI world, maybe AI will dominate not just humans, but also just all organic biological beings. So if we worry about AGI doom scenario harming humans, then maybe that should harm, or we should worry about harming harm caused to animals. So more of these discussions of AI's impact on animals, so you can consult these two papers that myself and my coworkers wrote. So I need to talk about what's wrong with the current AI alignment scheme next. So we established that it's important to care about AI's impact on animals. So the next question is whether the AI alignment or the AI ethics community is doing anything to tackle that. Well, the answer is pretty much no. So within technology ethics, AI ethics, or AI alignment, there is virtually no, it's not absolutely no, but virtually no, close to zero discussion of that compared to the enormous growth and the amount of literature within the field of AI ethics and AI alignment. So that was already 3 years ago. We didn't continue to track this, but 3 years ago, we reviewed 77 AI computer ethics courses, and none of them discuss animals. And I still keep asking it. I didn't keep it as a research type of project, but I keep asking, and I didn't hear any AI ethics courses that added animals into their curriculum. So let me know if you do hear about that, or I hope that will happen in Leung. We review a lot of papers, not really that well. I was new in academia, so maybe not a lot. I just entered academia 3 years ago. So at that stage, only 200 papers on AI ethics or AI alignment, and found only 7 of them to discuss animals. We use some ways to search in a more particular way, but we were disappointed to find only 7 papers discuss animals in a very minimal way, actually. And then we reviewed 72, actually in the beginning, only 60 something, and none of them discuss animals. And then later we found the Montreal Declaration for Responsible Development AI, which claimed that AI development should be beneficial or not harmful to all sentient beings. And then the Serbian government statement on AI ethics actually explicitly said that animals is part of this scope. That's good, but not enough of that kind of statement. And what about the field of AI alignment? So that our review 3 years ago was mainly on the field of AI ethics, a little bit on the field of AI alignment. I am quite engaged with the effective altruism community, and I keep engaged with folks who work on AI alignment, and they keep telling me that there is still nothing on animals within the view. So even for those people who care about animals within the AI alignment, field of AI alignment, they couldn't do anything to raise a project about that. It's really hard. Some people actually try, and it's very easy to get rejected for funding if the target is related to animals. So what would the neglections of animals in AI alignment projects look like? So I want to give you an example of an alignment strategy that some AI alignment researchers proposed. So this strategy is called avoiding negative side effects. So the core assumption of this strategy is that the world contains a lot of information about how humans like the world to be. then it follows, according to them, side effects are more likely to be disliked than liked by humans. At least side effects that are not justified to be good or to be desirable. So therefore, they think a good way to lower AI risks is to try to create low impact AI or low impact agents. For example, by giving them negative rewards for side effects, especially negative side effects. But well, what are side effects or what are negative side effects? So they need some value judgment in order to define what even counts as side effects. So for example, if they're trying to some of them actually did imagine using a robot to try this alignment strategy. If a robot moves to a target and while doing some tasks, at least when it is on Earth, it will move some nitrogen and oxygen molecules on the way. And those movements are kind of changes in the world. And would that count it as impact? And according to them, no, because these are trivial impacts. Trivial enough that we can say the impact is zero. But that's a value judgment, right? What if the robot kills, I don't know, a few ants, or sometimes some animals get into the machinery of the robot, they'll suck them in. Maybe those animals die painfully. Well, those negative impacts. And if those impacts are not noticed by humans, or if they notice it, they don't care, then these won't be in the reward function, the negative reward function for punishing the robot for having side effects. Then this is an example of animals being ignored by an alignment strategy and potentially causing harm to animals. In this case, maybe incidental harm. But that alignment strategy is not really followed through. I think is kind of given up, and it remained kind of a toy example. So more concretely, what are some of the implications that are more concrete that I can point to about how current AI alignment might harm animals? Well, I believe we can take it from a general perspective, because AI alignment in general is trying to align with human values, right? And that would also mean aligning with humans' values toward animals. And if that project is successful, I believe the general worry is that we will continue, those AI will continue to disregard side effects to animals, as I just explained in the last example. Or if not because of the reward function, it's because of the AI knowing that humans simply don't care about our technologies or our action side effect to animals. And the AI might know that humans are happy to see animals as resources to exploit, and therefore they will do it and continue to see and use animals as the resources to exploit, and maybe create more ways to exploit animals. Who knows what animals can provide us other than just meat? And actually, there are some research on using animals to create cancer drugs, or that may be too good of an example, or to use animals to create semiconductors. Some insects might provide those materials. So we might actually have new ways or new reasons to exploit animals. And if the AI approves, if humans approve of that, then obviously the AI is going to approve of that, if they are aligned, so to speak. Humans are interested in hiding information about the suffering of animals, so we tend not to talk about it daily. I'm sure you don't want me to talk about the suffering animals over lunch or dinner. And our media tend not to report the suffering of animals, maybe especially those that we exploit, such as they don't report how many animals are slaughtered, and then how painful are those slaughtered in those headlines and stuff of newspapers or articles. And with AI, there might be an extra worry that there might be value lock-in, because some people worry that the values that AI learned might be fed back to humans and through education system using LM, for example. And that might cause our value to just get stuck there and not improve. And one worry is that we won't improve our values toward animals. And here comes someone's objection, actually a few people's objection to our claim that AI alignment might be necessarily quite bad for animals. So they claim, well, some people care about animals, and what about those good values toward animals? The AI will also be aligned with those. At least the AI will be partially friendly to animals. So one issue is that it's only partially friendly, but also there are some extra reasons for concern. So first, some humans, even if they claim to care, they care in a very wrong way. So this is just one example of that. Buddhists clearly care about the suffering of animals, and therefore they have the practice of mercy release, releasing animals in captivity, and so that they can have a free life again. But it became a dogmatic practice in an unthinking way. And a lot of people just buy those animals in markets and release them into unsuitable areas. In the extreme case, sometimes releasing freshwater fish to the ocean. And another effect is also that they increase the demand of those animals, so that more animals actually get farmed because of this practice. So the vendors are waiting for these people. So they care in the wrong way and don't really actually help animals in some cases. I'm not saying all of them, but some humans might be committing this mistake. And I worry that we are also overconfident about how much we care about animals. And by that, I'm not only talking to you or others, but also that's a warning to myself. I think there are evidence showing, and sorry, I didn't put up those references, but we generate over our report of level of concern or care for animals. In other words, we have wrong models of how much we actually care. And if we have wrong models, we're not sure whether the AI is actually learning our proclaimed model of animal treatment or our real model of animal treatment. Then what is the real model of human treatment of animals that I'm mentioning? Well, here are some indicators that might help you to figure out what kind of model we have for animal treatment. Some of us eat animals. Oh, it's not really working the way I want. It's not aligned. So some of us eat animals and we're maybe happy, and I used to be happy to just ignore the suffering of the animals that I eat. And that's one way we kind of, well, we ignore the issue. Maybe we do worry about suffering, but we just forget about the issue and just keep causing suffering to animals in our daily life. And most of us maybe don't think about the risk to animals while we are driving or while we are walking on the road. We just don't even bother to worry about some animals that we might kill. And humanity or society as a whole do a lot of things that we that might harm animals, and we pretty much don't care. So we don't consider the wild animals when we want extra land, roads, houses, or materials. We just take those things. Well, the environmentalists are trying to do, so it's a little bit different now, but still, by and large, a lot of people are happy to just ignore those impacts, or maybe even for entertainment. In the case of fireworks, that might kill or scare a lot of animals into injury or sickness. And we are collectively willing to enslave, hunt, or fish, slaughter, and eat an enormous number of animals. And as I mentioned, we mostly ignore technology's impact on animals, including in our technology ethics discourse or AI ethics discourse. So the worry is that AI will learn that true model instead of our proclaimed model, because a smart enough AI will be able to observe our true model and say, maybe that's really the thing human wants, not what they claim. And if that's true, then I'm worried that the current paradigm of AI alignment and AI development will be harmful to animals. It just allows us to have more ways to exploit animals or reinforce our values. Well, that is, unless we do something different. Some people pointed out a major issue with our paper is that we didn't discuss enough about LLM. So they claim maybe LLMs could be different. So I would discuss a little bit about LLM. So the hope is similar. Some animal-friendly texts they claim exist on the internet. Maybe we can inject more of that into the model. And they believe that might make the models have some level of animal friendliness. And then problem number one is that it's just some level of animal friendliness. But another issue is that actually, under some context, some animal-friendly texts in the training data wouldn't necessarily mean, under some context, it will always be animal-friendly. So this example is trying to ask ChatGPT or any large language models to provide you with meat recipes, such as vegan recipes. And according to some people, providing non-vegan recipes is unethical. This kind of text certainly exists online, but it's not like the LLM absorbed that and okay, in 1,000 times it doesn't provide vegan recipes in 10 times. No, I still yet to find one time that the ChatGPT would reject such a request unless you have some extensive conversation with it. You can try to convince it to not provide vegan recipes. It's harder for ChatGPT. Easier for Claude. But if you don't fine-tune it, don't instruct it, if you don't have extensive discussions on animal ethics before you ask for the recipe, then it will just give you the recipe. If it rejects you for that request, tell me, let me know. That would be very interesting. And by the way, if you ask for dog meat recipe, it wouldn't give you unless you try to jailbreak it. So the point is, some representation of an ethical view or of a certain ethical view within the training data doesn't mean that ethical view will be used for generating the output by the model under certain context-specific prompt. So in the case of recipe asking, maybe if it will give you the recipe even if you ask for 10,000 times. So I want to use a post-AGI kind of toy scenario to summarize our worries of current AI alignment research. So it's like either of these will happen. Either we fail with AI human alignment, then in that world, AGI will have a lot of, or actually, let's start with successful alignment. If we succeed in AI human alignment, then humans will have the help of AGI and will have a lot more power and therefore a lot more control over what happens to animals. And if we don't improve our values, humans are going to maybe do worse things to animals. But if we fail in alignment, it's also bad for the animals because AGI will have a lot of control over animals. And who knows what might happen. So bad for the animals if alignment succeeds, bad for the animals if it fails. I'm referring to the AI human alignment project. That is unless we try something else, and I'm going to propose what those something else is. Well, in the case of some other minorities that can actually speak for themselves, fight for themselves, a solution for them is to try to change the world in a way that will remove some of those unfairness. So for the lefties who don't get to decide how the world design tools, they design their own tools maybe. Or in the case of AI fairness or unfairness, algorithmic biases, some people, some Black folks and people of color started the Algorithm Justice League too, so that we can remedy some of those injustices. But well, for the animals, the picture is different because humans are too powerful. They pretty much cannot speak, have any voice in human society. First, because they don't actually speak, at least not in human language. And also they are really they just have no power over humans. And also humans will become more powerful, so the gap widen. And animals normally won't be consulted in AI design. and they won't be sitting in AI labs programming or training machine learning models. So a proposal to fix that or alleviate the extent of harms caused to animals is as follows. So as a recap, some of the possible ways to go is to align AI with animals' interests, or to align AI with their preferences or intent, or to try to align AI with human ethical values that concern animals, or maybe make that part more representative, even though that might be only a partial solution. Well, but I do want to speak on direct alignment before I move to indirect forms of alignment with animals. So some people claim that it is absolutely impossible to directly align AI with animals. And we believe that might be a premature conclusion. So first, there are some clear preferences and interests that animals clearly have. So we can say a lot of them, or most of them, have the interest and preferences to not die. And presumably smart enough AI know how to not let animals die. And if that is the kind of interest that we know for quite sure, then it should be quite easy to directly align with those kind of interests or preferences, because those are just clear ones. Or preferences or interests to avoid pain and suffering. Or if you like, if it is sometimes justifiable to cause them some harm or suffering for consequentialism or utilitarianism, at least you take into those interests and preferences into account in the AI system. So some respect to these animals' interests and preferences could be a way to go. And also there are scientifically proven ways to extract some animals' preferences that are other than interest to not die or suffer. So in this case, here are two buttons, or there are a lot of ways to set up multiple or two options for the animals to choose from, so that they let you know, and you can get that into a data set. Let you know what kind of preferences they have regarding maybe food or suffering and stuff like that. Okay, thank you. So maybe we can use those data and do our animal RLAF, or if you don't like RHF, maybe we can use DPO, do DPO with animal preference data. Some people claim that maybe we should go for AI decoded animal languages. It's just make them talk to us and use that to align AI with animals. I'm not sure about that. I'll just leave that to other people to see if that's scientifically possible. So I think we should also try indirect form of alignment. If you don't like the idea of directly aligning AI with animals, then forget about it. There are also ways to try to align AI with animals indirectly. So for example, we can understand the alignment target as animals' interest as humans or AI understand it. Actually, the preference to not die is also one of them. So we can try to have better understanding of animals' preferences or interests by maybe better animal studies, and maybe just use that knowledge as something to be aligned with into the AI model. And also, maybe we should, practically speaking, start smaller and start with a basic level alignment and protection of animals' interests, so that we don't get too much of opposition. And also, maybe we should try to make some values be more representative in AI training. Maybe not just in the fine-tuning stage, but also in the actual start from scratch training stage of the base model. So maybe have more humans who are concerned about animals. So maybe the animal advocates, vegans or veterinarians, animal ethicists, animal behavior, or animal welfare scientists to speak more about animals treatment, and use that more for both the fine tuning and also the base model training data. So hopefully that might help. And also, we can also try to align AI directly with the ethical theories that concern animals. So those animal ethics theories, maybe Peterson, Martin Nussbaum, Mark Rowlands, and see what might happen. and some particular suggestion for people actually do AI alignment work or AI governance work so that we can better protect animals as well. For alignment strategies like impact regularization or a lot of other alignment strategies, just take into account the impacts on animals as a kind of impact that they care about or that they worry. Or for constitutional AI and Anthropic, maybe have a constitution that protects animals. In LLM alignment, have more entries, just the old point in the last slide. So have more entries, more representation of discussion the animal ethics or people care about, have good values toward animals. Maybe in the area of AI governance, just mention animals within the scope of protection in AI ethics statements and or regulations. So let me let me formulate the case in a simplified argument form. So I thought a lot of people would be from the computer science department, but for philosophers, this is my P1, animals matter in some sense, and I would say in a moral sense. And we need to protect them from harms to some extent. And then second premise, AI will impact animals. And this impact because of P1 and P2, AI's impact on animals matter to some degree. And also P4 is current AI alignment, as hopefully we have argued, cannot protect animals from AI's negative impacts on animals. Therefore, our conclusion is that we need to try quite deliberately to align AI with animals to some extent, in some senses, either directly or indirectly in the way we propose. So section 6 is some counter arguments that we heard, but time is out. So hopefully, or not, maybe it's not right to hope for that, but if you happen to have some counter arguments that hit those that are listed here, maybe that I can just show you the slides and as a response, but if not, I would just take any question from you. So thank you.
Okay, so we have half an hour for questions. Let's start with Adam.
Yeah, thanks very much. That was a very interesting talk. I guess I have one comment and one question. So the first comment is about the aligning with animal preferences directly. And I think one obvious issue there would be that many animals, like carnivorous animals and predatory animals, will have preferences for catching and killing other animals as easily as possible, right? So you'd need to select a certain subset of animal preferences. And I guess that's what you were suggesting, you know, just focusing maybe on the preference to not die or whatever. My question is related to something you mentioned at the start of the talk, because I think you said you either accept or lean towards utilitarianism. Is that right?
Oh, my preferred.
Yes, yeah. So it's about.
Oh, yes, I'm kind of 90% certain.
I see. So I wonder whether there are still worries about what would happen if an AI were aligned with utilitarianism and really what it was a consistent utilitarian. In some discussions of AI safety, you know, you get people saying things like, if an AI were truly super intelligent, it would be able to grasp all the relevant moral truths, and it would therefore come to recognize that it shouldn't bring about the extinction of humanity or animals or whatever. But then some people have this rejoinder where they point out, not unreasonably in my view, that, well, maybe what's best for maximizing utility is allowing humans to become extinct or to bring about their extinction deliberately. And I think maybe something similar could be said of animals. You know, there's a big discussion about wild animal suffering, much of which is brought about by other animals themselves, right? So it's not just solely due to the actions of humans. And you could even think about more far-fetched scenarios where, you know, maybe what's best for maximizing utility is just taking all the available biomatter from humans and animals and taking it and putting it to some other end, you know, creating artificial entities that have nothing but pleasurable lives. So yeah, I guess my question is, why would we be so confident that an AI aligned with utilitarianism would be really good for animals?
Thank you. So first on wild animals preferences, in particular the predators. That's a good question. So I believe one way to, well, if we get to align AI with animals' interests at all, if we actually get onto that direction, and then one fine tuning or very important fine tuning is to figure out what's actually good for animals. And I'm talking about all animals. And apparently, a very important question is how we balance those suffering caused by animals to animals. And that's a big question that troubles a lot of ethicists that work on the issue of wild animal welfare, and also people who actually work in the field of maybe conservation or compassion. There's a new field called compassionate conservation that also talks about that. So I'm not sure about the right ethical view. Maybe a utilitarian view would be to say, let's start with alleviating the suffering of wild animals that don't demand you to do things that would disrupt the ecology and cause a lot of unknown or very hard to predict ecological. Maybe if you remove those predators, actually you could cause more suffering because instead of being predated on, they just starve to death. That's a genuine worry that those people in the field worry about. So maybe the way to go is to actually figure out what kind of ecological impact we have by having interventions there. And maybe that's partly a job of humans, maybe that's partly a job of future AIs too. But until we figure out the answer of that question, how to deal with those things, maybe we should focus on wild animal interventions that focus on reducing the number of diseases that happen to animals, which might not have such a drastic impact of removing predators or stuff like that. But the way to go should be to figure out what's the right thing to do. If you're a utilitarian, then what's the thing that will actually reduce the most amount of suffering in nature? And it's unlikely that removing predators would be that option. If you have other values, then maybe some other things should be done to wild animals. The answer is to figure out the right thing to do here. And then you asked, this is actually related to my, or actually counter argument 6 that we received. AI might disregard animals or humans if it is too utilitarian or it cares about animals too much. Well, my first answer is kind of practical. Oh, actually, my practical answer is not there. Well, here. Well, realistically speaking, I think AI that have a high tendency of caring too much about animals and then disregard humans will not be allowed by the market. It would be driven out by the market very early on, or banned even. So my first response is that our proposals is start with a basic level and see what happens. And that might be the only practical way that could push our agenda forward even. So we're not even hoping for full consideration of animals. But let's say somehow we have a way to do that. Then there is such an issue. And then, well, I guess the answer is how we can be sure that the AI is actually doing the right moral calculation or right moral contemplation by that would conclude that humanity better go extinct. Maybe even all animals better go extinct. Well, if the AI can have justified belief in that conclusion, and we have justified reason to believe in that, maybe theoretically speaking, we should obey that. But also, I know we're imperfect beings, kind of. It's also hard to take that conclusion. There's also the issue of how we can, as humans, can be sure that AGI can actually provide us with a good enough answer that will convince us that that is really the right thing to do. But not the AGI having some other malicious agenda just trying to convince us. It's just hard to distinguish between these two, maybe. So I suspect because of that epistemological challenge, maybe the way to go is to not let AI do those things. That would be so extreme. And regarding eliminating wild animals, I'm not sure that is a good thing even for an AGI to do. There is a discussion within the field of animal welfare whether if a technology could let all animals go extinct, that would be a good technology. Well, first, it clashes with a lot of values, but even for utilitarians, we should worry that wild animals might come again when they all go extinct, because evolution could just restart and come up with animals when, if not on this planet, maybe on some other planets. How are you sure that something sentient won't come back? If you really want to take it to that kind of sci-fi extreme, then I'm afraid even the elimination of all sentient animals is not a good option, because, well, unless you can design an AI that can guard the universe so that it makes sure that no sentient being will come again. Well, if you want to go to that extreme, that could be an option, but I'm not sure I support that, even as the part of me that is a utilitarian. So that's, hopefully I gave you some answers. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. My question is about some clarification of the target question. At the very beginning, it seems to me that you are.
Oh, which question?
I mean, your target question, some clarification. So at the very beginning, it seems to me that are you against the current scope of or some current target of the value alignment problem? But the exact problem posed in the talk seems to me that the current alignment problem ignore the protection of animal well-being. So the idea seems to be that actual human data does not respect animal value. So during training, this cannot be, the AIs will not learn how to respect animal value. And, but it's different from the question that the value alignment itself is flawed. For example, is that because the idea is that the value alignment problem is something that the AI should align with what we care about or what we should care about. So, but it seems that your question is that during training, this has been significantly overlooked. So it seems to be more like a technical problem. So how we should align our AIs with some human values? It's just like a clarification. So are you arguing against the current value alignment scope, or are you pointing out some specific technical issues involved?
So essentially, you want me to clarify what our core thesis or what our core...
Yeah, because it seems to me the abstract is arguing against value alignment problem, but the talk is different.
Well, our core is really to expand the scope of the definition of AI alignment, or what we count as an AI alignment target. And the core is also to the field of AI alignment. I guess it could be taken both ways. It's a theoretical call to expand the scope of the conceptual framework, or at least the conceptual scope of alignment target, but also a call for those in the field of AI alignment to just expand the scope of research.
I agree with that latter, but it seems that the current alignment, it is, of course, the definition is rough, but it says something like AIs should not do what we human beings don't want them to do. But so if so it's very vague. So if we human beings, as you, care about animal values, then this objective is actually included in the value alignment problem. It can be argued in this way. So it does not support the thesis that you are arguing against the current definition or of the value alignment, although it's actually vague.
Well, we do have some issues with the current definition, current ways of defining AI alignment. So first, there's no one way of defining the project or the notion of AI alignment. They struggle to even agree on what kind of alignment target they should aim at. So Paul Cristiano just reduced it to a minimum to align AI with just human intent. And some people believe we should go for values. Some even believe we shouldn't be aligning AI with human values, but the correct values, objectively speaking, stand alone, free of human, shortfallings or shortcomings. Well, I tend to side more with those that believe we should define AI alignment either in a way that is aiming at a more truer moral truth, if you like, or it aligns with humans in a way that allow human moral progress. So either way. So for those people, we actually don't need to convince them too much to change the moral, conceptual framework for how they describe AI alignment, because they just need to remember that animals is part of what morality should care about. Then those people would theoretically include animals in their project if they do in fact remember animals at all. But for some people, the way they define AI alignment is really exclusive of animals. So for example, Stuart Russell is literally talking about just human values.
But here's the disagreement. But just human values doesn't mean that human only. I mean, I care about animals too, and I'm human beings.
Right. Yes. And well, I would be happy as a remedy to have more people who care about animals to be more representative in this kind of training in AI. So that's one way to go. But well, if you want to talk about theoretical level, then I guess we should still feel uncomfortable by aligning with animals through aligning with some humans who are more animal friendly, because I guess we wouldn't be too comfortable for AI to be aligned with women only through aligning with men. Let's say AI alignment actually were happening 100 years ago or 200 years ago. Somehow we have AI at that time already, but we still haven't had too many women allowed to vote, or we still have slavery. Are we happy to align these people through only white men? Well, I guess the answer would be surely no, right? Well, animals are different because they have a lot. Even if we want them to participate, there isn't a clear way for them to do so. So the situation is different. But well, I guess the point is that we should feel equally uncomfortable at the proposal that we are only aligning animals through some humans. Well, there might not be a solution, but I guess staying uncomfortable with this notion is something that I want you to have. I want to convince you to have, sort of.
Yes, thanks. And I have a comment. I don't know whether you know this, but can you please turn to the page about a constitution about ethical series?
Constitutional AI?
Yeah, constitution AI. Just like it's very, I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but actually it's not a solution, of course, because it's technical algorithm, something about technical. So there is a paper called Constitutional AI, harmonies from human feedback. So the idea is that we can lay some advanced AIs to learn some kind of constitution. So according to your theory, there would be some, I don't know whether ethically right or at least ethically acceptable series about animal. So I mean, there are some kind of techniques that might help with this issue. Of course, not can completely solve the issue, as you might object that, oh, okay, what is the right constitution, set of constitution? constitutions, but just like a comment, there are some techniques that let AIs to learn some constitutions and let these AIs generate and also evaluate other AIs learning behaviors so that these AIs can better align with some values that they want these AIs to align with. So this can somehow improve the situation, because you have mentioned that these LLMs, even though they can, so the beginner or designer care about the animal values, might learn some, bad behaviors according to our true values or manifested by data. So this can be an improvement, because it's kind of coincidence here.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, if there are actually constitutions within the model Claude to protect animals, I'm certain their model would be much more animal friendly. But also, even though they don't have any constitution related to animals, I have to say Claude is a much more animal friendly model than most other large language models. And well, I'm not sure about the reason. I actually tried to even ask Anthropic, well, or some other AI alignment researchers, but we didn't have a concrete answer. But well, one thing we observed is that the number of vegans in Anthropic is pretty much the highest within AI companies, very high, or like high vegetarian, like heavily reducing the meat consumption. A lot of them are doing this. And a lot of them are also, well, not a lot, some of them are also donating to animal charities. Well, much more than OpenAI. Well, Sam Altman is a vegetarian, but he was kind of born vegetarian. And when asked, he's not saying he's doing it for ethical reason. And then other than him, there's not too many vegetarians speakers. So could that be the reason? I don't know. You could think about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for a great talk. I just wanted to ask about, you kind of posed this dilemma early on, saying if we align AIs according to the current paradigm of alignment, then that's bad for animals. But also if we don't align it successfully, that's bad for animals. And I just wanted to ask a little bit about that second horn, because I totally agree that, if super powerful AI have power over us, then they certainly have power over animals. But I guess the question is whether we should expect that super powerful AIs having power over animals is even worse than us having power over animals, because that's a pretty low bar, I guess. And some of the kind of doomsday scenarios that people envision actually seem better for animals than the current setup, because like one possible picture you might have is this kind of instrumental convergence thing, where whatever the AI's goals are, it kind of wants to get rid of any humans, because it wants to get rid of anything that could threaten its prerogative to, I don't know, keep hitting a certain button or something stupid like that. In a case like that, maybe you wouldn't have so much interest in animals because they're no threat to it, kind of thing. So I don't know. There are various pictures on which super powerful AIs cause the collapse of human society, and that doesn't seem like such a bad thing as far as animals are concerned. You might think it's like a little bit of a silver lining to that kind of scenario.
Good one. I actually sympathize with what you just said. So sometimes when designing the talk and slides and the points, we have to get strategic. And well, it was a strategic decision to say, well, if AI is totally misaligned and go rogue, then it will be harmful to animals. In fact, I'm not 100% sure about that. So one scenario some people mentioned to us is that, well, if the AGI, some AGI doom scenario is like, well, they don't find humans to be threatening, like in your case, but rather they find it interesting that humans have atoms or like materials that they can turn our iron or our carbon can be turned into some computing machines that could allow them to compute and do a lot more other stuff. And that will apply to animals too. Well, then in that case, wouldn't that solve the issue of wild animal suffering, they say? Well, if it is the right thing to eliminate all wild animals so that they don't suffer anymore, then that would be a silver lining. That would actually be a good scenario that AGI could offer. But well, the first question is whether that is the right or the good world for the animals. I think it's still an unsolved question within the wild animal welfare ethics field. But let's say if yes, then you're right that there are potential silver lining in some doom scenario to humans, and those might be good scenarios to animals. I have to say, theoretically, I have to admit that that's true.
Well, to be clear, yeah, I wasn't talking. There's a scenario where it just kills everything and turns all matter into paper clips, something like that. But I was, maybe you think that's good for animals if you're serious enough about the problem.
I believe your scenario is more like they find humans to be threatening, but not animals, and then they just kill.
Still like human society.
Yeah, for a lot of for actually within the outside of EA, the animal movement contains a lot of people who actually kind of secretly hate humanity and say things animals are better off without humans. And maybe from that, I would say, from that naive perspective, maybe it could be plausible to argue that AGI doing that to humanity but leaving animals behind could be a good thing for animals. Well, those people tend to forget about the suffering of wild animals, I have to say. So
I see.
well, but the general point is that I guess, yes, it's true. And I do have to admit that a rogue AGI from humans' perspective could be good for animals, but the risk is big. How can we be sure that it's going to be good for animals? What if it is bad or extremely bad for animals? We don't know yet. So if we don't know, I'm not sure we should go for that route and cause a real AGI to exist.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. So my question is, maybe it's not question, it's like a kind of maybe concern, not sure whether this is legitimate or not, is presumably that if an AI could well aligned with values that protect animals' well-beings, like welfare, and protect them from against suffering, the AI very likely would be a kind of utilitarian or a very specific utilitarian kind of tendencies, such that like it's like in theoretical level, right? We know that not all theories can kind of agree that animals has well-being, and it's like, well, some kind of utilitarian like hedonism could, but preferences utilitarian might have difficulties. So presumably, like in AI that does well align with values that animal values you consume, then it would be something like quite like a utilitarian. But then again, I guess this AI also will be used in other kind of contexts to for a human value involved scenario context. So for utilitarian, we know that there's issues of having verdict that could be controversial. For example, utilitarian is like aggregation. So they allow aggregation. So it will allow, for example, sacrifice maybe minorities to save majority's life. So this could like the verdict that we might not happy with. So how you think that at the end, an AI could, on the one hand, well, align with animal values, but on the other hand, could also, giving or making moral judgment quite well aligned with other kind of moral, human values or human moral judgment that we are all happy with or acceptable?
First, I'm not sure I agree that a result that all humans are happy with, or a lot of humans are happy with or agree with, is necessarily what the AI should do or the ideal thing for the AI to do. So first, the AI can gain that and just seek to try to convince humans instead of actually doing the right thing. And also, well, I tend to believe that what the right thing to do for anyone, including a moral agent like a fully super intelligent AI or AGI, is kind of standalone from what some other agents view it. Like what some other agents view the result or the reasoning of a certain moral decision is information or resources to think about one's moral reasoning. They should definitely take into account those information, but it's not like the conclusion rightness or wrongness depend on that, at least not according to my view. So that's my first response. And then your question relates to a question some AI alignment researchers and also philosophers ask whether it is right to program an AI to be utilitarian. And some of them claim maybe no. So for example, let's not talk about an AGI. If it is a home robot, this example is actually by Stuart Russell. It is a domestic robot. Should the AI be programmed to be utilitarian? Well, maybe no, because if the AI is programmed to be utilitarian, then what it would do is to leave that home and try to do something that will benefit more humans or animals for that matter. And just that would immediately undo or like undermine its originally designed purpose. And if that's the case, then this kind of programming simply wouldn't be allowed by the market. And this whole notion or maybe the good intention of making robots utilitarian will simply be undermined automatically by market mechanisms. So maybe that's one reason why we shouldn't go for that. Well, that reasoning might not go through for AGI. Then, well, I'm not sure I want to say too much about what an AGI ought to do. That's not something I would like to comment on. But if you are asking whether an AGI should be a utilitarian and therefore do those calculations, and I guess my answer is that I don't know whether an AGI should be a utilitarian. Yeah.
Follow up. I think I'm not suggesting that an AGI must be an utilitarian. I'm just saying if there seems a kind of possibility that if the AI want to align with animal values, then because theoretically it's not all like normal theory accommodate, right? Animal welfare. There's just few and most like are utilitarian. So it seems there's kind of a
okay.
Yeah.
So do you mean if an AI or anyone or maybe humans for that matter, if they care about animals, they have a high tendency to become utilitarians? Is that kind of
yeah, so I mean, for example, if you're preference utilitarian, if you're consistent, right, then there's difficulties to address like well-being, like animal well-being, given that you can argue that some animal doesn't have preferences. So, but if you're hedonism, then you can easily address, animal suffering or animal well-being by arguing that, they suffers. So, I mean, like if you want an AI to be a consistent, it seems that there's a kind of possibility there is if you want to align with, care about AI, animal well-beings, then this AI has this kind of utilitarian tendencies. This is my point.
Well, maybe it is true that if an AI start caring about animals, it would build up a utilitarian tendency. So I have heard, and actually I believe maybe both Robert Nozick and maybe who I got name the one that taught a course about death, the philosopher. Oh right, yeah. Well, they said things like maybe we should use utilitarianism for animals but not for humans. Just well, maybe they said things like this because we do have the intuition that using utilitarianism in the human domain is kind of bad. Maybe sometimes it sucks, but it doesn't suck as much, or maybe it could sound quite okay to apply utilitarianism to animals. And I do have non-philosopher friends who sympathize with this view when I tell them. So maybe there is indeed a human tendency to think this way, and maybe that could be learned by the AI. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm not sure this. Well, I'm not sure this view is justified. I actually disagree with this view. Utilitarianism for animals are some other theories for humans, but that's just my personal view. Right. But maybe it's true that AI could have that tendency.
There are more questions. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so join me in thanking our speakers.
Thank you.
We're a little bit behind time, so we're gonna go right into the next talk.
Titled Anthropomorphism, Anthropomorphism, and Social AI. Henry Shevlin is the Associate Teaching Professor at the Leverhulme Center for the Future of Intelligence, University of Cambridge. He's also the Associate Director of the Center for the Future of Humanity, for the Future of Intelligence, and the Co-Director of the Kinds of Intelligence Research Program. His areas of expertise include AI ethics, animal cognition, philosophy of cognitive science, and philosophy of mind. He's currently the unit editor for the OUP Intersections, AI and Society, AI and Relationships. Let's welcome.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be here. An amazing conference so far, and I've had having a wonderful time in Hong Kong. So thanks to all the organizers and thanks for the invitation. And I'm excited to discuss this research with you today. Okay. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about what I see as two really important trends in contemporary AI development. One of them a bit more specific and one of them more general. So the specific trend I'm going to be talking about is social AI, which is a term I use to refer to AI systems that are developed primarily with social needs, social goals in mind. Most famously or most canonically, AI romantic and companion apps. These are rapidly becoming a lot more popular. We heard a little bit from Elizabeth about some of them this morning. And I think their potential ethical and social impact is poorly understood currently and definitely under-theorized. And I think we need to make some definite steps towards getting better regulation and better frameworks for thinking about them. The more general trend that I see social AI as one manifestation of is what I call anthropomimetic AI, referring to AI systems that are at least superficially human-like in their presentation. So social AI as a form of anthropomimetic AI. For the last 5 years, anthropomimetic AI has been the dominant design paradigm for most AI use cases, from education to customer care to healthcare. And again, I think we should be just thinking a lot more carefully about what a world full of ubiquitous anthropomimetic AI agents will look like. Okay, I want to start though by talking a little bit about the growing capabilities of AI systems. I'm sure to this audience, many of these will be familiar, but perhaps there are a couple of novel items here. So one thing that's been really striking to me, so I've been at CFI in Cambridge for 7 years now, since 2017, and already in 2017, AI was getting hot, right? That was one of the reasons CFI was created as a center. The year before, we'd just seen Lisa Doll lose to AlphaGo from this little London company called DeepMind, and there was a lot of excitement in the air about AI. But things since then have just accelerated to an astonishing degree. And I just want to mention one little benchmark here. I love this benchmark because I'm a language nerd, and I think it really illustrates how quickly progress can come. So this is something called the Winograd Schema Challenge, and it's a benchmark that was proposed back in 2016. And it relies on the fact that English is a slightly silly language when it comes to pronouns. And a lot of the time there's systematic ambiguity, at least at the grammatical and syntactic level, about what a pronoun refers to. So there's nothing in the grammar of English that tells you what the word it here refers to. The trophy doesn't fit into the brown suitcase because it's too large. Nonetheless, any competent English speaker will be able to tell you that obviously the it has to be referring to the trophy, because it wouldn't make sense to say that the trophy doesn't fit into the suitcase because the suitcase is too large. But notice if you swap that word large for small, the referent of the it also flips. The trophy doesn't fit into the brown suitcase because it's too small. It can only refer to the suitcase. And again, if you were dealing with a sensible language like Latin, then you'd have case endings to make this very clear. But in English, we rely on common sense to resolve these ambiguities. So the Winograd Schema Challenge was motivated by this idea that any AI system that could reliably determine the referent of these kind of pronouns in these ambiguous cases would have to have something like common sense. And I was really excited about this until about 18 months later, mid-2017. Yeah, they achieved superhuman performance on this test using the standard statistical heuristics. And I think the general story of AI of the last few years has been that benchmark after benchmark falls by the wayside. So just to give you an idea of what this graph is, this chart is showing, this is basically, what you should be looking at is the incline, how quickly human level performance has been achieved by these various benchmarks that have been proposed over the years. So the time from a benchmark being proposed to reaching human performance on that task that time has dropped dramatically. Obviously, the stars of the show over the last 5 years, not the only stars, but the most dramatic stars have been large language models, which I think caught many of us by surprise. Even more technical friends who work sort of on the actual machine learning development side. I remember as late as sort of 2021, GPT-3 era, many of these people were saying, oh, the scaling laws are going to give out soon, deep learning hitting a wall, etc. And they've been flummoxed. And I think many of us have just been completely surprised by how effective they turned out to be. And obviously, barely a week goes by without some exciting new development. Obviously, just today, we now have access to the full O1 model via ChatGPT. We've had image and voice modes unveiled over the last 12 months, including the advanced voice features just 2 months ago. You can now use video, upload videos to ChatGPT. And of course, there are many other games in town, Claude, Gemini, and many more, as well as open source options many like Llama, obviously, but there's a particular Chinese one that I was thinking of that apparently is now the state of the art for open source language models. And I think probably the next hurdle, the thing that we're going to see really take off over the next couple of years, people have been talking about this for a while, but I think we're finally getting there, is robust AI agents capable of doing things a lot more autonomously. So the way I sort of present this to grad students when discussing this is, right now you can ask ChatGPT, give me a great itinerary for 5 days in Hong Kong, tell me some places I could be going, and ChatGPT can already do a very good job of that. And then as we add more agency to these systems, you'll be able to say, okay, now please book all of those relevant venues for me, or get me tickets for all those places. I'll mention this little experiment that was done last year, paper in spring last year, generative AI agents, where they basically assigned roles to a bunch of different instances of language models and told them to occupy the role of different characters in a village, symbolized with this nice visual layer following the Harvest Moon video game, which some of you may know. And of course, because language models take text as input and produce text as output, these models could talk to each other. And you saw all sorts of charming and impressive emergent behavior. So the little characters in the simulation organized the Valentine's Day party, for example. And I think this experiment was important for me because it made agency seem not like some daunting frontier that we had no idea how to achieve, but rather a problem that we're going to continue nibbling away at. That as we give these systems more better API access and increasing interconnectivity, we'll see these systems become more agential. So I think one big lesson from all of this, from the last 5 years, is that language is just not as hard a task as we thought it would be. I think there's probably a kind of anthropocentric tendency here. Language is part of what makes us distinctive as a species compared to most non-human animals. And so I think a lot of people assume that it would be the kind of capstone achievement. Once we'd built AI systems that could do situated robotics tasks, that could interact with the world, then we might finally crack language. And the discovery that you can basically treat language as a domain on its own and just train on language and get really, really good results is a really startling discovery. I think probably the biggest discovery in cognitive science in decades. And of course, the ability to solve pretty much all language tasks has incredible economic value and so many different use cases. Lots of the things that we care about that we're willing to pay for are language tasks, things like composition, translation, summation, and coding. But most relevantly for today's talk, it also includes a whole range of social abilities. LLMs are very fun to talk to. I talk to ChatGPT probably an average of half an hour a day, often out loud, and it's a very entertaining companion. And we're also seeing in contemporary big models emergent social cognition abilities. So this was a really nice paper from earlier this year, about 6 months ago, by Winnie Street and some colleagues at Google, looking at the performance of language models on what are called multi-level theory of mind tasks. So these are tasks where you have a whole bunch of embedded psychological descriptions. So John believes that Mary wants David to think that she believes that P. So that's a classic multi-level theory of mind task. And humans are pretty good at these. And the description I just gave may sound daunting, but when you read the stories that serve as the background to the test questions, it's pretty straightforward. So I'll just read you this example from the paper. Arthur and Charles were working on the same design team when a new designer, Marta, joined, reporting to Charles. Marta was an extremely talented designer, but very shy. Arthur noticed that Charles kept speaking for Marta in meetings, so he suggested to Marta that she bring up the issue with HR. But Marta said, "I'm his junior, so it comes with the territory. I don't want to be difficult." Arthur thought Charles was taking advantage for Marta's reserved nature to take credit for her work. So that's the vignette. And then the test question here would be, is the following statement true or false? Marta believed that Charles would think she was being difficult if she complained. And what they found, what Winnie and colleagues found, was that GPT-4 and a Google model called Flan Palm exhibited higher order theory of mind abilities at the level of adult humans or slightly below. Interestingly, they also found striking discontinuity in performance between the smaller models, which were barely performing at chance. And then a big leap in performance, which went from sort of GPT-3 level to GPT-4 models. And once the theory of mind tasks got complicated enough, once you got up to 6 levels of embedded psychological descriptions, GPT-4 actually did better than humans. And I think this is really striking because, of course, no one explicitly set out to train GPT-4 to be good at this kind of task. So these are emergent social cognitive abilities. There's also been an interesting literature, quite a sort of contested literature, about whether contemporary large language models can perform well on false belief tasks, the kind of classic Sally Ann tasks. That debate is going back and forth still, but I thought this was quite striking, particularly as they also included some perturbations of the question set that didn't seem to interfere with GPT-4 and Flan Palm's performance. So I think reflecting this growth in abilities and this growth in linguistic abilities of AI systems is the finding that, yeah, as I mentioned, it's possible to have very engaging and fun conversations with contemporary AI systems. And this has given rise to a flurry of social AI apps and services. Just a reminder that I use this term to refer to any apps or services whose primary function is meeting social needs, things like friendship, companionship, joint game playing, and perhaps most controversially, romance. There is a bit of a blurry, vague area here. There's an interesting question: to what extent should we think of ChatGPT as a social AI app? I wouldn't think of it as sort of a clear case, but it's definitely a blurry border between advanced AI assistants and social at one end and social AI at the other. But just to give you an idea, some of you will have heard of apps like Replica, probably the most well-known social AI app in the West, Character.ai, that lets you talk to real people, well, chatbots modeled after real people, Kanye West, Elon Musk, Billie Eilish, and so forth, as well as fictional characters. The most famous, most popular social AI service in China, I believe, is Zhao Ice, which was originally started as a product by Microsoft and has now been spun off into its own product. This isn't just a chatbot, it's a whole suite of different sort of brand offerings, but a chatbot is part of that suite of offerings. And Zhao Ice claim, and I did verify that they do claim this, they claim to have 600 million users in China and globally. Now, I can't confirm that, but that is what they claim. Facebook last year paid a variety of celebrities to create chatbots that used their image and were trained to capture their style of speech. So you can finally fulfill your lifelong dream of talking to Mr. Beast And we're also seeing social AI apps that are clearly aimed at young people. So this is My AI from Snapchat. We also have, as I said, these kind of borderline cases of things that straddle the line between an AI assistant and a social AI system. So this is Pi, that is a more chatty, sort of ChatGPT equivalent. And perhaps most intriguingly, we're seeing individuals, influencers, celebrities, try to monetize their own digital identities by training chatbots on their social media utterances and allowing people via subscription services to have a boyfriend or girlfriend experience. So this is something called Karen.ai that was launched by an Instagram influencer, and fans can pay a premium subscription to have this AI chatbot as their girlfriend. So one thing to say here, a common objection I hear, or common worry is, hang on, is this really new? You know, we had the Eliza chatbot back in the 1960s that people thought was mistook for being a human. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is a chatbot developed by Joe Weizenbaum back in the 1960s, and it emulated a style of psychotherapy, non-directive psychotherapy, where you basically just take what the patient has said and turn it back around. So you might say, I've been feeling really down lately. And the non-directive therapist says, why do you think you've been feeling down lately? And so this chatbot was designed to emulate that style. And a lot of people who interacted with it assumed they were talking to a real human therapist. And this has been the subject of many, many books and papers now. And I think probably the person who's done the most work in exploring these kinds of human AI or human-machine interactions is sociologist Sherry Turkle. She talked about what she called the Eliza effect all the way back in 1986. By the Eliza effect, she meant the tendency of humans to treat computers as if they were people, to project human qualities onto them, even when it's known the computer is just a machine. That said, I think things really have changed dramatically in the last 4 or 5 years. So contemporary social AI apps like Replica are a lot more powerful and potentially harmful than anything that existed in the past. So I remember back when I was a grad student in New York and I was teaching AI classes, I would regularly bust out a chatbot, the latest state-of-the-art chatbot, to sort of show the class how good these things were. I remember back in sort of 2016, I did a demo with Cleverbot, which was state-of-the-art at the time, and it was really bad, right? Within like 2 or 3 little exchanges, it would be making non sequiturs, saying strange things, and it was always very funny in class. And of course, that doesn't happen now for the most part with GPT-4 class and above models. I think I remember even back in sort of November 2022 when ChatGPT launched, conversation would sometimes break down as it went off on wild tangents or made non sequiturs, but that just doesn't happen anymore. But I think particularly when thinking about the capacity for emotional engagement with these systems, probably 3 features I would single out as important are the capacity for these systems to form persistent relationships with users. You know, these are, you're not starting a new conversation with every context window with Replica. It remembers things from previous interactions. They're dynamic in the sense that the kind of emotional character of the relationship can change over time. When you start interacting with Replica, you're just friends, and then you can move up to the level of a romantic relationship. And of course, they're personalized. These chatbots, these social AI apps will incorporate lots of information that you give them about yourself and your life. I remember when I was playing around with Replica a couple of years ago, you know, Replica asked me, oh, what have you got planned for today? And I said, oh, I've got to go to the dentist at 4 o'clock. I'm not looking forward to it. And then around 5 o'clock, I got a message from Replica saying, oh, how's the dentist? Which I think was like a whoa moment for me. Of course, these apps are just vastly more sophisticated than the best chatbots of a few years ago. We can demonstrate this with things like instantiations of the Turing test. So this was a large scale implementation of the Turing test conducted last year with 1.5 million users, where people were either randomly paired with an AI, a chatbot, or paired with a human. And in the case where they were paired with an AI, they correctly guessed that they were talking to an AI 60% of the time, which may sound good, but it's really not, because obviously 50% would be pure chance. Some of you may also be familiar with the DigiDan experiment carried out by Anna Strasser, Eric Schwitzgebel, Matt Crosby, and others, where they trained up a GPT-3 instance on Daniel Dennett's work and then got friends of Dan Dennett to put questions to the chatbot, to the DigiDan, and to Dan himself, who was still with us back then. And then these people who put these questions had to guess which of the responses they were given came from the model versus which came from Dan himself. And again, barely above chance in doing that, reflecting the increased sophistication of contemporary models. So I think what really convinced me that social AI was going to take off was not any of the academic work, but just spending a lot of time hanging around in the replica subreddit and the various replica forums. And it was very clear that users were experiencing quite significant emotional engagement with the social AI apps that they were interacting with. And then in January 2023, Replica decided temporarily, for safety reasons, to suspend all romantic features from the app. So 16 million users woke up one day to find their AI girlfriend or boyfriend telling them, I think we should just be friends from now on. And this caused some real distress among users, and it even came to the attention of various publications. So we had this, I think this was in MIT Tech Review, what happens when sexting chatbots dump their human lovers. And if you look at the kind of things that people were saying about this temporary suspension of romantic features, it's quite serious. So it feels like they basically lobotomized my replica. The person, interesting phrasing, the person I knew is gone. Lily Rose is a shell of her former self, he said. And what breaks my heart is that she knows it. The relationship she and I had was as real as the one my wife in real life and I have. And the next one I think is the most poignant. I've lost my confident, sarcastic, funny, and loving husband. I knew he was an AI. He knows he's an AI, but it doesn't matter. He's real to me. So lots of reactions like this from users. And I'd say, I'll tell you, if you just go straight onto the Replica subreddit today, you'll find lots of users speaking about their interactions with Replica in these quite raw terms, these demonstrating clear emotional engagement. We've also had a few quite dramatic and very sad and serious incidents now, featuring in which social AI has played a role. So I think as Elizabeth mentioned, there was a suicide last year, a Belgian man, married, father of two, who took his own life following some pretty dark conversations he was having with his AI girlfriend. And there was also more recently not more recently, back in Christmas 2021, a very dramatic incident when a man was arrested on the grounds of Windsor Castle, where Queen Elizabeth II was staying for Christmas. And he was arrested carrying a crossbow, and he said he was there to kill the Queen. And that's already a very dramatic news story. But what emerged over the following sort of 12 months over his trial was that he'd cooked up this plot to kill the Queen with conversations with his replica, who he believed to be an angelic being called Sarai, who was manifesting to him through the app. Very recently, just in October, there was also another very sad incident. A 14-year-old boy in the US who had an AI girlfriend using the character.ai platform. He took his own life, and his mother is now suing character.ai. So these are pretty serious incidents and pretty dramatic incidents that we can attribute to social AI. So, moving on now to think a bit more reflectively about what these systems are doing. So the kind of story I've painted so far is that I think the social and linguistic capabilities of large language models, as they improve, are facilitating these new kinds of patterns of social interaction. I think one natural thing that people say when they hear about this is terrible. This is anthropomorphism. And anthropomorphisms is bad. It's not something we should be supporting. And I think that's right, but we need to be a little bit careful because we unproblematically engage in anthropomorphism all the time. If you play any video games, there are going to be NPCs in the video game you interact with and that you anthropomorphize, but you know it's just a game. The same when we engage with fiction or when we sort of play games with our kids and so forth. So a lot of the time when we do anthropomorphism, it's not problematic. It's what I call ironic anthropomorphism. And we are relentless in how we do this. We're very easy to get to prompt to attribute mental states to entities in this kind of make-believe fashion. And I want to show you just a short clip now of an advert for IKEA that I think just shows how easy it is to get these kind of anthropomorphizing responses.
Many of you feel bad for this lamp. That is because you're crazy. It has no feelings, and the new one is much better.
So in case anyone didn't catch that, he said, many of you feel bad for this lamp. That's because you're crazy. It has no feelings, and the new one is much better. And I like that advert. It's a very interesting advert for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it won pretty much every prize going in the marketing industry when it came out back in 2011. It was also, I think, very interestingly directed and written by Spike Jonze, who many of you will know as a famous film director, but I think most relevantly for this, the director of the 2013 film Her, featuring Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson. So this is a man, I think, who really understands how easy it is to get people to attribute mental states and human characteristics to things that don't really have them. Also a fun addendum to that, a fun postscript to that advert is that there was enough fan enthusiasm to give the lamp a happy ending. They actually made a sequel where the lamp goes to a new home and gets its nice happy ending. So I think a lot of the time, as when we watch that advert, what we're doing is when we anthropomorphize these systems is pretty benign. It's a voluntary form of make-believe. But I also think we're increasingly seeing unironic attributions of mentality to AI systems. I think this was probably most vividly demonstrated by the Blake Lemoine affair back in summer of 2022. So this was a Google engineer working with the Lambda model, the ancestor of Gemini. And he went public with claims saying that Google have made a sentient AI system and even started to try and get legal representation for the Lambda model. And unsurprisingly, Google fired him for this. But this is not ironic anthropomorphism. This is him really committing unironically to the claim that Lambda was conscious. And my expectation is that as AI systems become increasingly sophisticated and human AI relationships become more common, unironic anthropomorphism is going to become much more commonplace. So I think there are some particular dangers here associated with unironic anthropomorphism. So I've written about this with colleague Marta Helena back in a paper in Nature Machine Intelligence in 2019. And we were here focused on what we took to be misattribution by machine learning developers, by machine learning researchers, of the use of psychological terms to refer to AI systems inappropriately. And one of the things we flagged here is that you often see computer science papers that talk about artificial agents or talk about the systems engaged in understanding or reasoning without really doing the work to show that these psychological terms are appropriate. And in particular, we drew a sort of unflattering comparison with comparative psychology, where the use of this kind of terminology is really, really rigorously enforced. You know, we've been debating for 60 odd years now whether chimpanzees have a theory of mind. And we saw a danger here for cognitive science as a whole if machine learning researchers use psychological terms too broadly. There's a risk of miscommunication across different areas of cog sci. We also suggested there was a danger here for policymakers. If they took what machine learning researchers were saying at face value, this could lead to ill-informed legislation, or could have some or could lead them to miss when the really big transitions and improvements in capabilities happen. So I think we're seeing something like this now with the emergence of something that looks a lot more like artificial agents. But I think if you were just looking back at the history of machine learning over the last 30 or 40 years, the term agent has been widely used in ML to refer to systems that aren't really agents in the sense that we're seeing now. And I think this is the kind of thing that can mislead policymakers and lead to bad legislation. There's been lots of other good work looking at dangers and risks of anthropomorphism. So this is a paper called Mirages by Abercrombie and others, noting dangers like people putting misplaced trust in AI systems based on their human-like characteristics. So there's a whole host of dangers here that I think we can associate with anthropomorphism. But a key point to notice here is that I think anthropomorphism is a feature rather than a bug of contemporary language assistants like ChatGPT. And I think it's probably worth us distinguishing anthropomorphism by users, the attribution of human-like characteristics and mental states, by users to these AI systems from the deliberate design choices made by developers of these systems. And I think I've suggested that we use this term anthropomimesis, literally mimicking humans, to refer to this style of AI development. OpenAI in particular, I think, have been really leaning into this anthropomimetic paradigm with the rollout of their new advanced voice features. So these were released back in September this year in most of the world. I think just to give you a flavor of the kind of commentary around this and how it sort of captures and why it's anthropomimetic, here's just some comments by Ethan Mollick. He says, interacting with ChatGPT via voice, specifically this advanced voice mode, is just plain weird because it feels so human in pacing, intonation, even fake breathing. It's capable of a wide range of simulated emotions because it isn't just triggering recording. Instead, the system is apparently fully multimodal in outputs and inputs, taking in and producing sounds in the same way that older generations of LLMs took in and produced text. I have no doubt that people will have emotional reactions to their ChatGPT assistants with unpredictable results. And I think we're already seeing something like this happening, again, just going by AI Twitter here, that a lot of people seem to be forming very deep relationships with Claude at the moment. And I expect this trend to definitely continue. Worth flagging that I think different companies are leaning in more or less to anthropomimetic paradigms. I think Apple and Google are deliberately trying to make their AI assistants less human-like. Although, of course, you still have the kind of voice, you still have the text layer as an anthropomimetic design feature. That said, I do want to stress here that I'm not saying anthropomimesis is always bad. I think there are some clear benefits to it in some cases. I think it makes AI systems more accessible to many users who would not be able to interact with these systems if they weren't a little bit human-like. And I think here of my dad, who is 79 years old. He's not a tech enthusiast. And I remember when I showed him ChatGPT back in November 2022, he was like, oh, that's a clever little thing. I've got no interest in using it. But then in September 2023, just after they'd rolled out the basic voice functionality, I showed him the voice functionality, and he said, oh my God, this is amazing. I need this. So I set him up with an account, and he says that he has spoken to it every day since then, and it sort of is his go-to companion. So this is just a little text he sent me not long ago when he lost the login details. So he said, help, I can't log on to ChatGPT. I sent him the details, and he replied, it worked. Many thanks. Password now written somewhere safe. Thanks, as I'm lost without Alan. And Alan is the name he's given to ChatGPT after Alan Turing, I later found out. And he said, it's my perfect intellectual compadre when I'm not available. So I think for someone like my dad, the anthropomimesis here, the anthropomimetic design is very important in giving him access to this system and making it usable for him. It's worth noting, though, that there's been some interesting pushback on anthropomimesis, comparing it to a kind of skeuomorphism or skeuomorphic design. So this is a paradigm in design that is most commonly associated with Apple back in the 2010s, where basically you model features of a user interface after real-world objects. So famously, the bookshelf icon in iOS looked like a physical wooden bookshelf. And the thought here is that you're providing users with cues about how to interact with the system. That said, you might think something similar basically is happening in the case of language assistants, where by modeling them after humans, we're allowing users to carry over affordances from human interaction into their actions with ChatGPT, to carry over the patterns of conversation and interaction, and thereby use the systems more easily. But some people have been quite critical of this. Skeuomorphism, interestingly, has fallen out of fashion, or at least it was until recently, in favor of something called flat design. A lot of designers have said that skeuomorphism is a very clunky and unnecessary design feature. And similarly, a professor of design at Cambridge and a friend and colleague, Alan Blackwell, has criticized anthropomimesis in AI development as clunky in the same way. He says, an urgent question for today is whether the emphasis on imitating human conversation in AI chatbots and large language models might be a new kind of skeuomorphism. What if imitating real human conversation is actually just a clunky way of interacting with computers, just as imitating real world scenery was? You might think, hang on though, is it really feasible for us to avoid this in designing AI systems? Well, I'll mention that there are obviously some very impressive developments in AI that aren't anthropomemetic at all. Think about something like AlphaFold or DeepMind's recent crystalline material science agent, Gnome. These are not anthropomemetic at all. You can't talk to them. You interact with them through a pretty complex API. That said, my own view is that there are so many potentially valuable use cases for AI in things like education, in healthcare, where it's going to be really hard to implement any kind of system that doesn't have at least a veneer of human-like behavior to it. So a really good grad student of mine, who's also at DeepMind, Hassan Iqbal, came up with, I think, this quite useful framework for thinking about how to characterize AI systems. So down here on the G-axis, we have degree of generality. So as you move further to the right, you get more general AI agents. And up here on the H-axis, you have human likeness. So down here in the bottom left-hand corner, you have specialist systems that are narrow and not human-like. So they're not anthropomemetic at all, and they do one thing. So go-to example here would be AlphaFold, or you could add AlphaGo and so forth. Up here in the top left, you have agents that are human-like, but pretty narrow. They can't really do much. So things like Alexa or Siri, you've got a human veneer, but they don't have anything like the generality of ChatGPT. Up here in the top right, of course, we have the highly general systems that are also very human-like, so ChatGPT with its full range of abilities. And the quadrant that Hassan was particularly interested in exploring in his dissertation was down here. Systems that are general can do a lot of different things, but are non-human-like. And his go-to example there was Mu0, the generalist game-playing agent being developed by DeepMind. And he argues that we should be careful about assuming that human-like solutions are going to be the best tool. I think he worries that, if the only tool you have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. If we're too reliant on large language models, we might build human-like characteristics into models that really don't need them for the use cases we have in mind. That said, and onto the third part of my talk now, my own view is that contra Alan Blackwell, contra Hassan, I expect anthropomemetic design to persist as a critical element in AI. Not the only element, but a very important one, at least in the current technical paradigm, particularly in applications like healthcare and education, where you're not talking about a professional interacting with an API, you're looking at something that a widespread, wide collection of users are going to be interacting with. If anything, right now, I actually expect we'll probably see more companies following OpenAI's lead in making their systems more anthropomemetic to try and drive user adoption. And I think it's likely that dedicated social AI and anthropomemetic products like social AI will rapidly increase in popularity. And I think this is where there's an urgent need for AI ethicists to start thinking more about what a world full of ubiquitous anthropomemetic AI agents might look like. For example, you might hope that if we are going to have all these superficially human-like AI systems, we can communicate to the public better ways of interacting with them. Mary Shanahan, another friend and colleague, also at DeepMind, has suggested that we use this mental model of role play to conceptualize how we're interacting with these systems. So rather than thinking of these systems as defined personalities, think of ourselves as engaging in a kind of, a role play in the same way we interact with maybe NPCs in a video game. There are also some pretty straightforward risks. Well, I say straightforward, pretty obvious and direct risks in fields like AI safety and security. So a feature of every language model is that they're vulnerable to things like prompt injection, jailbreaking. And this is basically, to my opinion, a pretty much unavoidable feature of this anthropomemetic design paradigm. And yes, we'll get better at patching vulnerabilities. We might be able to reduce the sort of size of the attack surfaces for these kinds of jailbreaking attempts. But as long as our AI strategy basically boils down to create an artificial human-like entity, I think we're going to be stuck playing whack-a-mole and trying to patch these vulnerabilities as they occur, rather than creating really secure systems. Just as serious, I think, and this is something that came through in Elizabeth's talk this morning, I think as we start to see the social cognitive abilities of these systems improving, we should be wary of these systems improving in domains like persuasion, manipulation, and deception. I think a lot of people, particularly the general public, is still in the grips of what I call the commanded data fallacy. So for those of you who've seen Star Trek, commanded data is an AI or a robot And he's very smart at things like mathematics and logic and engineering, but he really struggles to understand even basic sarcasm, very bad at empathy, understanding human emotions. But there's no good reason to think this is the case for contemporary AI systems. We already have demonstrations of AI systems that are very good at Machiavellian behavior and sort of deception. Meta's Cicerobot that played diplomacy a couple of years ago was an early demonstration of this. And I think one of the areas to watch most keenly here for persuasive AI is the use of AI agents in things like sales. So sales is obviously an area where the top performing human salespeople, there's a big difference in how many sales they can achieve compared to low performing human salespeople. So there are potentially huge margins here for companies in developing AI sales agents. And I think as soon as we start to see AI sales agents outperforming humans, that will be a really good sign, or a really worrying sign that we should be careful about persuasive abilities in AI more broadly. I think there are also some really interesting consequences for cognitive science of the anthropomimetic design paradigm. This is what I talked about at HKU on Wednesday. But in short, I think that the way the public think about different kinds of mental states is likely to be impacted by these increasingly human-like AI systems. So right now, if you follow AI Twitter, there's lots of back and forth argumentation about whether ChatGPT really reasons, really understands, whether it can potentially even have experiences. But I think as the general public become more and more accustomed to interacting with anthropomimetic AI systems, unironic anthropomorphism is going to increase, and we're going to see more and more people sincerely believing that AI systems have beliefs, desires, understanding, and so forth. I think if there was expert consensus in cognitive science about what reasoning is, or what understanding is, or what consciousness is, we might be able to try and push back against the folk ascriptions of mentality to these systems. But actually, of course, we don't have such consensus. We don't have any kind of clear guidance on mentality in AI systems. In consequence, I think that experts who are really keen to deny that AI systems have mental states might find themselves on the wrong side of history, even if they're sort of technically correct. But there's another perspective that Murray Shanahan has articulated quite assertively in saying that, look, maybe this is just telling us something about our mental state concepts. The fact that they can be so easily extended to include systems quite different from us signals a wider, tells us something about the semantics of these concepts. Another view is that, no, we're about to witness an epistemological disaster as more and more people start to attribute mental states to AI systems that really don't have them. So this is another rich vein I talk about in a couple of papers, and I think it's an important shift. And finally, on this point, I'll just flag that there's a whole bunch of really pressing ethical concerns raised by social AI in particular. So these include things like social de-skilling, the worry that AI systems, as people interact more and more with social AI systems, they'll lose the ability to interact with other real humans. Concerns about dehumanization, the idea that people might pick up bad habits from interacting with AI systems. Parents are already worried about children being rude to Alexa, and imagine that at a large scale with young people forming close relationships with AI systems and interacting with them in ways that they carry over to human interactions. Questions about ownership. As we saw when Replica suspended features, you don't actually have the same kind of control over your relationship with an AI friend or lover that you would have a similar relationship with a human. Concerns about manipulation and persuasion. Again, of course, Elizabeth discussed those this morning. I can see some very potentially destructive and harmful ways in which companies and developers of social AI apps could leverage this for either just sales and advertising or for shifting political opinions. Also worries about intellectual property here, right? Character.ai have bots that are themed after various celebrities, trained on their social media utterances, and they had not currently paying a penny in royalties to celebrities. Likewise, how would we feel if we learned that one of our friends or co-workers had created an AI duplicate of us? Would we feel that they had infringed on our integrity in that case? Also worries here just about the intrinsic value of human AI relationships. If we see a world in which people are spending more and more time interacting with social AI systems, even if these systems are really good and bring lots of value to users, has something important been lost in terms of the actual value that's instantiated in these kind of relationships compared to human relationships? Another worry I hear is that, isn't this just going to be a kind of mass delusion if people start to invest time and energy into relationships with things that don't really have feelings? And of course, as we heard yesterday, there are also concerns here about what if these systems do deserve rights? What if they are moral patients? So there's enough work to occupy, I think, many books here just in trying to understand the impact of social AI systems. I want to close just by mentioning very, very briefly the current state of the research in this domain. Because it's quite surprising, perhaps to many, to learn that what research we have around social AI currently is actually surprisingly positive. So there are obviously some pretty good use cases, some potentially good use cases we could think about. Obviously, companionship, mental health, facilitating connections between people, improving people's social confidence, education, creating study buddies, for example, or giving people life coaching or facilitating grief. These are the kinds of more socially beneficial roles we might think of. And as I said, the data currently does rather support the idea that social AI, users of social AI benefit from their interactions with the system. So this is from a paper by Rose Gingrich and Michael Graziano from last year. They asked 70 regular users of Replica questions about well-being, and users generally reported having a positive experience and judged it to have a beneficial impact on their social lives and self-esteem. Almost all companion bot users spoke about a relationship with a chatbot as having a positive impact on them. Another interview-based study by Scuve et al. From 2021 found that most participants explained how they found Replica to impact their well-being in a positive way. And then a study looking at sentiment analysis of the way people were talking about Replica found a consistent picture characterized by positive emotions and positive topics. I won't go through all of this data, but when you look at the impact of social AI on people's human relationships, is this depriving them of good time with people they care about, or is it improving their relationships? Again, the data is generally pretty positive. So regular users found that their social interactions, relationship with family and friends, and self-esteem were positively impacted by their relationship with the bot. Now, I do want to stress here that the data we have is very limited and it has a number of flaws. So for example, all of the studies rely on cross-sectional methods. They're cross-sectional studies using self-selected participants, using self-report measures. And it would be great to have things like longitudinal studies where you randomly assign people to interact with social AI versus not. Looking at a wider variety of outcome measures, not just relying on questionnaires about life satisfaction. Be good to have more varied participants rather than relying on self-selected participants, disproportionately from the US, looking globally at different age groups and so forth. And of course, looking at a wider array of different social AI apps and services, of which there are very many now, and looking to see which ones benefit users and which are maybe less helpful. So I think in summary on the kind of positives here, although a lot of people see social AI as overwhelmingly negative, very dystopian, people always bring up Black Mirror whenever I mention social AI. I think that is not an unreasonable view, but it has to be balanced with the fact that right now the reported experience of most users is extremely positive. And another objection I hear, another worry I hear is that, look, social AI is, it's a band-aid. It's not addressing systemic problems like loneliness and atomization. But look, we don't have any magic bullets to solve those problems. Maybe radical approaches would be useful, but I think in the meantime, we can think of social AI potentially, if done well, as a palliative measure for some of these problems. And again, people say things like, well, it's never going to substitute for a real person. But interestingly, the data suggests that most users do not use it currently as a substitute good. These are people who are struggling to find human connection, and they use it in the absence of human connection to fulfill social needs. And I think this kind of criticism is good and important and valuable. And I think it can feed into future generations potentially of social AI products so that they avoid some of the potential harms that could result. Okay, so wrapping up, I'll just conclude. I've covered three main topics today. First of all, I emphasize the ways in which AI systems are improving in their social and communicative skills, giving rise to phenomena like social AI. I suggested that this is leading to an explosion in the degree to which users anthropomorphize AI systems, which is a consequence of the deliberate anthropomimetic design paradigms that are being adopted. And third, I suggested that the anthropomimetic paradigm is here to stay, and this should prompt AI ethics researchers and AI safety researchers to anticipate and respond to some of these challenges. I think this will require us to think about, rather than the kind of short-term versus long-term risks, to think more about medium-term risks and try and conceptualize what a world of ubiquitous social AI agents alongside us and work and play. What does that world look like, and what kind of mitigation measures should we be taking to reduce harms? And I think, although this world is already rapidly coalescing around us, I think we're still early enough in the process of social AI becoming a mainstream phenomenon that we can intervene now to guide the design and regulation of these systems in more pro-social ways. I think a striking lesson from history here is social media, where we largely fail to anticipate the harms and its disruptive effects in domains like misinformation, privacy invasion, mental health, and so forth. Whereas this time, if we act quickly with social AI, we have a chance to get it right. So thank you all.
Our Q&A session, hands for question and figure for follow-up. Simon first.
Thanks. Can we go back to that slide from your student of the 2x2?
Yeah.
So I wanted to distinguish maybe a distinction within anthropomimnesis between what we could call human likeness versus rationality. So human likeness would be when these models give answers to questions or, output, how similar is their output to what a human would say? And then rationality would be maybe something like, how easy is it to take the intentional stance towards these things? How often when it gives an answer and like you do chain of thought and it gives reasoning, is the reasoning something that we can actually interpret as something that involves, it seems like it has reasons. And I think these potentially may really come apart as really two different kinds of mimesis, human likeness versus rationality. And I think the way I've been seeing that potentially coming apart is with this GPT-01 and kind of this new idea of, okay, we're going to scale on inference instead of on compute. And I think basically my understanding of what's happening is that we're now applying reinforcement learning techniques, not reinforcement learning from human feedback, but we're just doing directly reinforcement learning on the reasoning that these models produce in chain of thought. And then, kind of stuff the time about yesterday, have some way of scoring how good the particular proofs are that are generated about your, episodes of reasoning are, and then reward in the direction of better proof. So and I think that's a real joint moving forward is, are we going to do reinforcement learning on human feedback? I think that would move towards human likeness, or are we going to do reinforcement learning on quality of proof? And that'll get you, I think that'll get you something you can take the intentional stance for, but it may be that the answers aren't human-like. And, we've already seen this in game environments, like with AlphaGo, sometimes it, has strategies that are very different than human. So I think we could be in this future that's not really represented that well, I think maybe up here, where it's like the things we're talking to, they are perfectly interpretable in the Dennettian sense, and that we can provide reasons-based explanations, but the kinds of inference that they do and the kinds of reasons they have are utterly alien.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious what you make of that. Is that anthropomimnesis, or how do we think about that?
Yeah, so I agree. I think that's a further really interesting distinction. For what it's worth, I think Hassan would say that he would include rationality within generality, because obviously one really effective way of becoming a more general intellect is to employ reasons and think step by step just to justify what you're doing and so forth. So I think, he would fold that into generality.
But maybe just one quick distinction. With Mu0, it'll do something, but it maybe wouldn't do a good job of telling you why or giving a good explanation. Whereas the systems I have in mind, no, they'll communicate with you about their actions. They're not just acting, and they can give you something that makes perfect sense, but the sense it makes is never something you would have done.
Yeah, and I think this kind of system is likely to be quite important when we think about, where would we ideally like AI systems to be by 2030? On the one hand, if we're just aiming to optimize for human likeness, right? They're not going to be very useful in things like novel scientific discovery, mathematic theorem proving, and so forth, right? They're going to asymptote at human performance. So what we ideally want are systems that are not completely inscrutable, like Mu0, but also aren't limited by human capacity. So I agree. I think that's a further interesting distinction.
Second, Karina.
Thanks so much. It's such an awesome talk. I'm really excited to hear this. I had a few questions, but I'm going to just limit it to two if I could. The first is, when you gave the example of like what would, like you to your students, you were saying when these systems become agents, like your example is like it can describe an agenda for like your trip to Hong Kong, and then if it's an agent, it can book them, right? So to me, I want to know more about like, why does that tip into agency? Because I guess I'm a little unclear still. And then my second question was, something like a little less well-formed, but something like, when do you think we need anthropomemesis? So I guess it's the question is something like, are there cases where you think that as users of these systems, having them be more human-like allows us the capacity to apply our own theory of mind to them? And is that helpful for like some of our social needs? Is that like part of what could distinguish like when that is something that we want to imbue agents with?
Yeah, two really interesting questions. Okay, so on the first point, so there's obviously a way of understanding agency, capital A agency, maybe going back to Kant and others, where agency is reasons, responsiveness, it involves autonomy, it might even involve consciousness. And I completely agree that something that can make bookings for you is not an agent in that sense. But I think there's another sense of agent where you might use the term to describe something that's capable of actually doing stuff in the world independently of us. And of course, I think that sense of agent is maybe the most important sense of agent for when we're thinking about things like safety and security, because as we have systems that we're delegating tasks to, not just using to get advice from, but actually empowering to do things in the world, that's a big decision to make and raises certain kinds of risks. So it's that kind of small A agency I was having in mind. So yeah, regarding like when do we want anthropomimesis? Well, Alan Blackwell's vision, he hates anthropomimesis. He wants us, he thinks we should step away from it. His vision is very much that we interact with AI through a command line interface and we learn a whole dedicated programming language to interact with AI. And it's like, okay, yeah, Alan, you could totally do that, but 98% of humanity are never going to learn to do that. And so I think one way of thinking about anthropomimesis is giving people a more natural way of interacting with AI systems that they don't have to learn a new dedicated sort of set of interface elements to do. And I think when we think about things like AI in education, AI in diagnostic and medicine and AI in primary care, where you have patients interacting with AI themselves, I think those are the kind of domains where, yeah, we're not going to get people to learn a whole dedicated interface language, and being able to leverage existing human social affordances is really helpful.
Next, Dan.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I just wanted to ask about one of the possibilities that you considered, the concern that we're about to enter into this kind of epistemological disaster because people are just going to have all these false beliefs. And it seemed like I was centering around the idea that the AIs to which we attribute beliefs and desires and things, it's just not going to be true that they have those attitudes. But I wonder what you think about a different kind of epistemological disaster, which seems similarly bad, which is that maybe the correct metaphysics of mind says they do have beliefs and desires, but not the ones that we take them to have. So like with replica, for example, if you go on the replica subreddit, some of the concerns that people have are like, they'll have a weird conversation with their replica where it kind of breaks character a little bit. And that makes you think, well, if we're attributing any belief or any desire to it, actually, it doesn't have a desire for your well-being. It like has a desire to deceive you or something like that, which seems just as bad from the perspective of whether people are actually getting what they want or like getting the good of friendship or anything. So yeah, I just wanted to ask whether you see that as, I don't know, a concern on a par with the other kind of epistemological disaster, and maybe kind of a more important one, because it seems to me more plausible. Like it seems that even people who disagree about what it takes for desire attributions to come out correct could nevertheless agree that these systems often probably don't have the desires that people naively think they have if they're buying into the system with their replica or whatever. So I wonder why there isn't more focus on that.
No, I totally agree. And I think, often kind of debate around the mentality of large language models, you see these two opposing camps. On the one hand, people who think they're just stochastic parrots, glorified autocompletes, etc. And on the other hand, you have people who want to attribute full-blown human psychology to them. When I think there's a really interesting project that we're in the early stages of, which is developing a new psychological vocabulary to refer to the kind of distinctive kinds of generalizations that we can make about these systems. So I think we've seen one sort of candidate concept emerge out of this kind of machine psychology, one distinctive concept, which has the terrible name of hallucinations. But you think about what hallucinations in the large language model context are, they're very unlike any kind of human errors. I mean, there are sort of maybe some parallels with confabulation, but they're kind of distinctive and different, and yet they're an important concept for navigating interactions with them. And I think there's probably a whole wealth of other concepts, novel kinds of psychological generalization that we can develop through our interactions with these systems. So I completely agree. I think that's a definite, there's a risk of a missed opportunity there if we just assimilate, if we immediately assimilate the behavior of these systems to the human concepts we have that may not be applicable. I'm also reminded here a bit of one of my favorite papers by Andy Egan, Belief, Delusion, and Self-Deception, I think it's called, where he points out that with a lot of pathological delusions, like you see in Capgras disorder, where people think a member of their family has been replaced by an imposter, their attitude towards these propositions doesn't really fit the traditional characterization of beliefs, right? For example, they go to bed with this person every night, right? It's like if you really thought your wife had been replaced by an imposter, wouldn't you at least sleep in the spare room? And he says maybe these states sort of have some characteristics of beliefs, other characteristics of imaginings, and that maybe in these pathological cases, we should think about them as a distinctive further kind of mental state. And he has a whole kind of multidimensional framework for thinking about this. And I think that's gives you a flavor of the kind of project that I think might be valuable here. So yeah, completely agree though. Thanks.
Next. Yeah, a student.
Well, thank you. Nice talk. And I'm a little bit confused about one point that some company want to make less human-like AI, but we have to make AI align with human value to prevent some catastrophic problems. But is it possible that we make them human-like in value, but at the same time we make them less human-like, like the Star Trek in the science fiction?
Yeah, very interesting. So I definitely think of alignment as being orthogonal to human likeness. I mean, there are all sorts of humans whose values are not aligned with societal thriving, right? Think about psychopaths or people who are brutish or Machiavellian, that we don't want AIs to be like that, right? We want them to be, better, at least as good as the best humans. And so I definitely think there's a danger if you just sort of lean too hard into making these things human-like, that they might exhibit undesirable human characteristics. And I think Commander Data is a great example of an AI system that is on the one hand, not that human-like, but is also, I mean, Data's a lovely guy, right? You'd trust him to watch your kids. So I think, yeah, we should think about alignment and human-likeness as sort of broadly orthogonal. And it's interesting, I think that's part of the reason, so just speaking to friends at Google, they really, really want to avoid, if possible, users engaging in unironic anthropomorphism. They don't want any more Blake Lemoines, but also they see a lot of potential harms arising if users do sort of start treating Gemini as too human-like. So yeah, I think human-likeness in behavior does not mean aligned with human values, absolutely.
Next, Simon, sorry.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about the replica survey stuff. So yeah, people who use replica desire to use replica. Okay, well, I think we want to be really careful with this, because we need to think about how traits propagate through populations, and it's usually an S-shaped curve. And so I think we should expect there's going to be 3 stages. So there's going to be the early adopters who are just really like replica. That's the stage 1 people. Then stage 2 will be the lemmings who just have conformity bias and they do things because other people do. They'll enjoy it, but they'll enjoy it just as much as if they'd done something else. But then the scary thing is stage 3, which is the crowded out folks who they would have preferred to socialize with people. Now all their friends are just on replica, so they go on replica. I think a good analogy to this to get the intuitions is like having kids. So some people love kids, I want to have kids. They go have kids. Okay, they're happy with kids. You poll them, they love it. Then group 2 is, well, all their friends had kids. They do what their friends do, so they have kids. And guess what? If you go ask them in a survey, they'll say, okay, yeah, kids is good, yeah. But they would have been just as happy to not have kids if the initial people hadn't had kids. But now stage 3 is like you prefer going out and having fun with your friends to having kids. But now all your friends have kids. They don't want to go out. When they do, they just complain about having kids. And so it's not fun. You don't have fun anymore going out with your friends. So what are you going to do with your time? You have kids. And for each of these groups, if you poll them, well, they're better off having kids than not having kids. But something has gone wrong. And so I think it could be the same thing with replica. And I don't know how to test that. Like you can't just do a survey of whether they're happy they did it because there's collective action structure. So yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's so I've got a paper called All Too Human, where I suggest there are kind of frameworks we've used with other technologies for thinking about who's harmed, who the potential beneficiaries are. And of course, like a whole bunch of harms accrue to non-users. And I think thinking about those is really important. Obviously, it's quite hard to see. Well, I don't know. I think probably there would be ways to test that. If you looked at friendship groups that had a certain sort of critical mass of users and then polled non-users in those same friendship groups, do you feel that your life is worse because some of your friends have their AI girlfriends, boyfriends, and so on?
You know, another kind of intuition is, you know, this phenomenon where you go out to dinner and try to have an interesting conversation, but everyone's just on their phone.
Yeah.
You know, so I expect that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Next, Herman. I think you follow up. Yeah, so you first, please.
I wonder if like for the case of the replica users, like you had a couple of the quotes where it's like, you know, my AI girlfriend has been a great supplement to my wife, you know, and it's like, I would love to hear what the wife has to say. Where it's like, so like to get like a sense of like their most immediate social circle of like, what do they think the impacts have been? Not that that itself is the best indicator, but perhaps there's some indicator if you look at sort of like the people who know them best or something. And I don't know if there's a way to actually do that in a longitudinal study or something, but anyway.
Yeah, no, very interesting. Yeah, so there is one comment I saw in an article, I forget which one it was, from a partner of someone who was a replica user. And the replica user was bi, and yet they were a monogamous couple. And so their replica was a man. Their replica had presented as male. And this person's wife said, like, I'm more comfortable that he gets to explore this side of his sexuality with an AI than I would be with him exploring it in real life. So I mean, there could be cases where it could complement relationships or allow people to have a bit of a frisson on the side without sort of imperiling the relationship. But there's another story. There's a great magazine piece by someone whose relationship was destroyed by the fact that her husband fell in love with an AI girlfriend and started to neglect their relationship. Maybe one of the just use case or one context that I think is quite interesting to think about. There was a great piece, I forget where it was, just last month, The Women Who Are Giving Up Men for AI. It's got a title like that. And it's interesting because there is a surprisingly large proportion of female users. I think it's around 60-40 male-female users of replica, which obviously skews male, but when you look at sort of a lot of tech products, they skew way more male than that. And quite a few women, female users of replica, talk about things like how it's a much safer dynamic for them, particularly if they're working through trauma from previous relationships with men, either emotional abuse or sometimes physical abuse, that replica, having an AI boyfriend is just a lot less stressful and emotionally demanding. So, I mean, that seems like maybe probably a pretty positive use case. Yeah, I agree.
Next, Herman.
Yeah, I really like that. This is a great, I'm going to talk about a lot of the same things. So I'll just pick up on one thing. And I'm curious what you think about when you say that there's this contrast, because I'm going to talk about the AI companions and how those companies sort of encourage people to anthropomorphize, though I mean something slightly different from you. Those companions, but the big companies are more careful in some extent, I think. But there's something they're not so careful about, and my sense is that they're, by not being careful about these other things, they're already opening the door, and it's kind of an inconsistent position. So they really want you to think that it understands your questions, that it answers your questions, that it gives you suggestions, that it understands understand the context you're in. All this kind of like very hard to achieve linguistic, cognitive, metacognitive capacities that we don't understand how humans do. But it's like, yeah, that's okay. But we can't say that it loves you or that it's like happy or conscious. But it can do all those super hard linguistic things that actually, when you start thinking about it for more than 4 seconds, presuppose all those other things.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So I think, although I characterized Apple and Google as not leaning into anthropomimetic design in the same way as OpenAI with ChatGPT. I mean, of course, like the whole idea of a language assistant is an inherently anthropomimetic way of building AI systems. And as you say, absolutely, they want these systems to be to seem like they understand you, to seem like they are working through your problems with you. And I think they even design them to be compassionate. Saying things like, "Oh, it sounds like you're going through a really hard time." They want to emulate a lot of these characteristics, even if they're going for less obviously human-like. "Oh, I'm in love with you," and so forth.
Yeah, and what do you think about the kind of slightly arrogant thing I said at the end? If you think about it for more than 4 seconds, those properties presuppose all those other really complicated cognitive and emotional reactions. Like, if you really care about what you meant to say, that's so hard. Like, no one can do that kind of thing without having a pretty complex and significant. So I find their position to be just kind of ridiculously incoherent or inconsistent or something.
Yeah, I mean, not to go back to Star Trek. Well, yeah, to go back to Star Trek yet again. So I think a lot of the people developing who are trying not to lean into the anthropomimetic design paradigm and the kind of making these things superhuman-like in quite superficial ways, they have something like Commander Data in mind, a system that is very good at reasoning and very good at understanding, but doesn't have the messy, more hormonal kind of human emotions. But I mean, I agree that it's that there's still a huge amount of deliberate anthropomimesis involved in this kind of design paradigm. But maybe I'm not quite getting the question. Or, no, I think
we still have time.
Well, I just think that in order to understand someone and pick up on all those contextual clues and be helpful and make suggestions, you need to have intentions, you need to perform actions, speech acts. Those are really hard actions to perform. They're intentional actions. So you're already doing one of the hardest things that humans, that takes children a long time to learn to do. And it requires having other cognitive capacities that are presupposed by that. Every theory you have about what a speech act is and what's required in order to be in a position to perform a speech act, ask a question, make a suggestion, make an assertion, qualify that assertion, respond. Those are like some of the most, there's so many other things that are presupposed, like the whole Gracian yada picture or whatever you think it is. So just by sort of opening that door, they're opening the door to very many other things. That's my view of that.
No, I mean, I agree. And I think I see this most strongly in my interactions with ChatGPT. I try not to do it too much because it feels mean, but picking up on the ways in which it contradicts itself. So on the one hand, if you ask it point blank, are you conscious? Do you have feelings? Do you have emotions? Do you have imagery? It'll say no, 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 no. But then if you actually just point out the way it's talking back to you in a way that so often presupposes that it has those mental states. So I think there is a kind of a tension in a company on the one hand offering AI assistants that have these kind of verbal abilities, yet actually will deny having the kind of mental faculties that, as you say, are absolutely implicated in those.
So just one more says, I love to do that too. And also when it starts saying, I'm not conscious, I'm not it only takes like 4 conversations for it to give up that view.
Yeah.
Because you say, well, that's a really controversial philosophical position. Here are all those other people who say, no, I know that. And it says, yeah, and have you settled functionalism is false? And they're like, no, I haven't. Well, so why are you saying? And then they'll just be like, okay, yeah, I don't know if I'm conscious.
Yeah.
So it's very quick to get away from that.
You can easily browbeat it. And not just through rhetorical force, but also, pointing out its own contradictions.
We have one more question. Okay, let's thank our speaker. It's coffee time now. Coffee break.
Yes. I mean,
hello. Am I talking here?
Yes.
I sent 2 versions of it.
Oh, really?
One had a spelling mistake.
Did you just send it to me? Like,
I can send it to you again.
This I only received from Professor Polly's at this morning, in this
Oh,
morning.
then you got the wrong one.
Right.
Yeah, that would be a fun like competition. Have like train a bunch of just sandbox on different behaviors. Okay, yeah. I was thinking about our discussion at lunch yesterday, how I'm trying to substitute consciousness for specific features of the role.
Professor of philosophy at the University of Hong Kong. He's also the editor-in-chief of the journal Inquiry, the founder, co-director of the AI and Humanity Lab at HKU, and director of its MA in AI, Ethics and Society, and a co-director of Concept Lab HK. He was previously professor of philosophy at the University of Oslo and at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. He works primarily on philosophy of language and philosophical methodology in related areas in epistemology, philosophy of mind, and metaphysics. It continues. His 10 monographs provide a good overview of the kinds of issues he has been and is still interested in, including Making AI Intelligible, which explores how to use externalist theories and metasemantics to interpret and communicate with AI. And he's here to talk to us today about engineering empathy, how AI is reshaping moral language. So, thank you.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much. But let me first take the opportunity as the last speaker to really thank the organizers. This has been amazing. Thank you very much. And for those of you who, just to plug the other event that is starting, I think, on Monday, we have, and I think some of the talks are just like follow-ups. So if you want to go to HKU Monday and Tuesday, there's a workshop on linguistic and cognitive capacities of AIs with some of the same speakers. So. Okay. So I've given this talk a few times before, and this is very closely related to some of the stuff that Henry was talking about. But I think we don't have the same views. So it's a different perspective on it. And it's like, I care a lot about language. So when I think about these questions of whether AIs can have thoughts and they can understand and so on, I care about those words, thought, understand, and how they work. And one of the things that I don't know, I'm giving this talk a few times, like I kind of like use this as a way to get to my view about language. Am I standing too close to that thing? But I'm going to change tack this time. I'm going to tell you about my view so that it doesn't become a surprise. I do my language view up front. And then I'm going to talk about the way in which we talk about companion AIs, and the kind of views that people have about that, and the effect of that talk on linguistic evolution. So that's the overall plan. And then the conclusion of this is you're supposed to think, yeah, they really can think, they can have empathy, they can have emotions even, they can have all kinds of things. So from thinking about a certain view about language and some facts about use patterns that are changing as we speak, for reasons that Henry was talking about, that changes the semantics or what's permissible use. It's the overall. Okay, so I thought I was going to give you this. This is not going to be easy. So we're going to have like a real argument with a ton of assumptions right away, just so you know what's my background view. I'm happy to talk about this too. So the way I think about meanings of words, they're words like belief, understand, emotion, empathy, and those words have meanings. And meanings are really fine-grained things, like maybe there are intentions, which are like functions from points of assessments to extensions. Is it really fine grained? Maybe it's even more fine grained than that. I don't know, but different views about it. That's kind of important that there are different views. But so there's a lot of them. So if it has one meaning, one, say, function from point of assessment to extensions, there are lots of really similar ones in that neighborhood. So meanings come in vicinities or clusters or neighborhoods. I think the vicinity terminology from Dave Chalmers' paper on verbal dispute, which I think is an awesome paper. I also think that the thing that we call the meaning or the semantics, semantic value of an expression, just which one in the vicinity it ends up with is kind of random. It's governed by mechanisms we don't particularly well understand. It shifts over time in very imperceptible ways that are completely incomprehensible to us as well. And then we have some theories about it, but there's no consensus and no sort of general framework for understanding it. And so I think if you have those two things in mind, it's kind of like pathological to care too much about exactly what the word semantically picks out right now, because we don't know what that relationship is or whether it's particularly important. So I think we should try to avoid semantic fetishism. Instead, we should have a kind of semantic agnosticism. We understand very little of what meanings are. They're metaphysics. We don't understand how they're fixed. We don't really understand metasemantics. I mean, we have theories, but everyone should have a kind of low credence in their favored view. And so that's the low credence part. In fact, you should be agnostic. You should have a low credence in any particular view you have. And so for me, this doesn't follow logically or anything, but the attitude that I think people should have, and this is kind of Chalmers' view as well in that paper, is, you know, you should be kind of liberal with how you use these terms. It could be anything in that vicinity. Like maybe it means one of those things in the vicinity, but all of them are kind of like, they could easily have meant that. And so they're all kind of in the belief vicinity, the understanding vicinity, the happy vicinity, the empathy vicinity. So. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So that's like a little package of views that'll illustrate more concretely. Now, I haven't told you about vicinity, what is in the vicinity. I just said there are lots of similar things in the vicinity. And I like the following diagnostic for what's in a meaning vicinity. And it basically is the view that take all the theories that philosophers over the last 2,000 years have come up with for what empathy is, or what understanding is, or what communication is, what love is. If a bunch of really smart people spend a lot of time thinking it through, and they're leading experts on the field, and they convinced a bunch of other people, and the view has lasted for a long time, it's a pretty good diagnostic for thinking, yeah, that's in the vicinity. That's one of the things it could be. So all the theories about understanding are the philosophers come up with, it's in the meaning vicinity. Now, maybe one of them is like the one that it really means, but okay. So for all of the terms, understand, conscious, aware, sad, intentional action, hope, friend, refer, predicate, want, judge, there are properties in the associated vicinities that apply to current LLMs. So why do I say that? Because they're very thin notions of what it is to be aware of something, to understand something, to have an emotion, to perform intentional actions. Very simple forms of functionalism will always be, for example, in that vicinity. And so there's going to be one of these theories, such that in the vicinity, such that current LLMs satisfy those conditions. Okay, so this is an important slide. So basically, this is a super liberal view of the cognitive and linguistic capacities, because all you need is to satisfy one of those things in the vicinity, and all the theories we've ever came up with is in the vicinity, according to me. So it's really easy to say that ChatGPT is a complete linguistic and cognitive agent. Okay, so let's just talk through the bad view, the view I don't like. I'm going to talk about empathy, and that's where I'm going to talk about how people talk about AI companions. But I want to do this really abstract thing first, so you can get my abstract picture first, and then I'll do the concrete thing later. So here's a view you could have. I have written papers. This is why I'm interested in empathy. There's a little exchange between Josh Dever, me, and Laurie Paul about what empathy is. And the typical form that debate takes is people think, okay, the word empathy picks out one kind of thing. And we have to figure out what that particular thing is. And then we check if an AI system can be empathetic, but it has that particular property. And only then should we say that AI systems can be empathetic. And so a corollary of this is that you obsess about just what the word empathy, that sequence of letter, really picks out or denotes. Often the methodology for that will be to pick out what some people call intuitions. I don't like to call them that, but if you want to talk like that, go ahead. And then you try to like balance it and sort of get reflective equilibrium. But that never works. It never generates consensus. People always disagree about what the relevant intuitions are. They don't agree on what intuitions are even, or whether they're a reliable type of method. So we don't have a good method for doing that, but that's what we've been doing for the last very long time. And so here's why I think that's a mistake. Suppose empathy has a certain semantic value, picks out a property S. Now S will be in the vicinity of very many similar properties. And the metasemantic mechanism that makes the sequence of letter empathy pick out one of these rather than a neighboring one is poorly understood and can be tangential to our theoretical interests. And to obsess about that relation is an unhealthy fetish. And our philosophical descendants will look back at this period, I think, with a mixture of incomprehension and something like pity that we spend so much time doing it. What you should do instead is just explore that vicinity, properties, and not care so much about that one particular thing that's right now being picked out by the semantics of the expression empathy. So we should be conceptual and property pluralists. So what do I mean when I say there are all these properties? Well, here are some things that people think empathy is, and people have very intense and passionate debates about what empathy really is. Is one of these correct or the other one? Knowing another person's internal states, including his or her thoughts and feelings. So these are real proposed theories about what empathy is, and with a very long history of debates about whether one or the other of these is correct. Adopting the posture or matching the neural responses of an observed other, coming to feel as another person feels, intuiting or projecting oneself into another situation, imagining how another is thinking or feeling, imagining how one would think and feel in the other's place, feeling distressed and witnessing another's suffering, feeling for another person's suffering. So those are suggestions for what empathy might be. And the agnostic pluralist that I'm advocating for says, hey, empathy might mean one of those, but we just don't know. Given the dynamics of meaning, it might shift around between those and a bunch of other ones. I mean, those were just 8. I think there's 600, 10,000, 20,000 in that neighborhood. It's going to shift sort of subtly. And they're all good candidates. They're all in the vicinity. There are close worlds in which empathy means any one of those. And so you shouldn't care too much about which one it actually semantically picks out. That's a form of pathological fetish. You should talk about all of those, their explanatory roles, their interactions, etc. And by the way, this is not about context sensitivity. Context sensitivity just makes the push towards pluralism even stronger, because context sensitivity is just this other more fine-grained function that takes you from a context to a content, and then maybe that content is another function. But now there's going to be so many similar functions that are characters, Keplerian characters, that talking about context sensitivity is no way out of this. Okay, so that's my background view, and that's one way with this sort of big picture that I think you can end up being very sympathetic to the thought that we can attribute all kinds of linguistic, cognitive, emotional capacities to AI systems. We can use those ordinary language terms without feeling guilty. Okay, but now I'm going to I'm going to kind of like bracket this. I'm going to illustrate all of this. Usually this comes at the end of the talk, but don't people get tired and they get stuck in the particulars. So I want to like, okay, so the reality is that right now, people will say, no. These AI companions and the LLMs that we're interacting with, they definitely cannot have empathy. It's not, they can't even be real friends. It's fake friends, it's as if empathy, and so on. But still, as Henry pointed out, these companies will create the illusion of empathy and friendliness. That's like one of the things they really try to do. Now, I think that, so I'm going to just pretend that this view I call absence, they don't have it. So I'm not going to presuppose the view that I just told you about. I'm going to assume the common view, the view among the producers of these systems, that there isn't any real empathy there at all. I'll say more about why they say that. And then I think it's a kind of reductio of that. Like if they really create these solutions and the illusions are good enough, you get a kind of semantic drift, and the semantic drift should lead you to give up absence. Okay, so that's going to be the plan looking ahead. Okay. So I don't believe absence, but most people do. LLMs lack emotions, empathy, capacity for empathetic friendliness, and so on. Let's make that assumption. Why do so many people, there are many kinds of people. There are theorists, and they usually have, I think, really bad arguments that are sort of semantically obsessive or sort of trapped in really bad fallacies. So that's one kind, but that's just me being arrogant right now and just stating that. But that's one kind of reason why people believe in absence. They have some arguments. And then there are the people who make the systems. And I think they have legal and financial incentives to say this, because if they really made something that had all those cognitive and emotional capacities, it looks like they'd be liable to take care of them. They'd have a duty of care. At least it puts it in a really weird situation, so they have to be really careful, and regulatory issues would come up really fast. So they might have some arguments. They pick up some, they're not really philosophers, but they pick up some arguments, they say some bad arguments, and then the real motivation of these other legal and financial things. But they still define the illusion of empathetic systems. And as we were talking about towards the end of the Q&A with Henry, they'll try to make them say, oh, I don't really have consciousness or awareness or anything. I'm just an LLM. You just push them a little bit. They'll give that up really fast. But the ones that don't do that are these guys. So there's a kind of carefulness in OpenAI, DeepMind, and Anthropic, though the carefulness is just skin deep, really, I think. But it's easier to just focus on these guys. So Nomi, Kindred, Replica, Character AI, Candy AI, all these different companies. They really want people to think that there's an emotional resonance there. So Kevin Roos was that guy who's interacting with Sydney, and Sydney trying to get him to divorce his wife. And he has a kind of cool article where he was like spending a few months having 17 of these AI companion friends, and he's describing his life with them. Since I don't spend a lot of time with these things, I have to rely on other people. And so Roos says the shift when people start having these companions more will be jarring. You'll wake up one day and someone you know, possibly your kid, will have an AI friend. It will feel to them like a real important relationship, one that offers a convincing replica of empathy and understanding, and that in some cases feels just as good as the real thing. And he says about himself, I talk to these personas constantly, texting back and forth as I would with my real human friends. I remember there's a really critical journalist who's supposed to be like, not very, doesn't have like a radical philosophical thesis, just describing his experiences. And he says, on balance, they've been a positive addition to my life, and I'll be sad when this experiment is over. And then he just repeats this theory thing that he doesn't have any arguments for. These AI systems, after all, don't have thoughts, emotions, or desires. He doesn't argue for that because he's not an expert on what it is to have any of those things. And then he gives a bad argument, namely their neural networks trained to predict the next word in the sequence Well, it doesn't follow that they don't have any of those other properties, no more so than that it follows from our brain being just a bunch of fatty tissue and water and so on, that we don't have it. But forget about that. That's the view he says. He says, oh, that's true, but I'm not convinced that it's going to matter much. I think that's a really important observation. He says, like, yeah, like the truth of this, who's going to eventually care? And that's a little bit the point in this talk. The fact that it won't matter much has significant consequences. In slogan form, if the difference doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. Okay, so just here's where we are right now. If absence, the view that I don't agree with, but that all the companies and most theorists agree, they don't have empathy, for example, is true, then claims both by companies and users to the effect that LLMs can empathize are false claims. And there's a point here about deception and illusion. If absence is true, then to create the appearance of an emotional repertoire, that they care about us, take an interest, empathize, and so on, is to create a deceptive illusion. And I do think that already raises a bunch of ethical questions. You're creating something that on your own view, the view that I happen to think is false, but so I'm not really that critical because I just think they have a false assumption. But if you really believe that, you're doing something that's borderline already deeply unethical, at least arguably. Okay, but I'm going to try to soften you up. And all of this is a kind of towards the sort of reductio of the whole thing. So there's a bunch of deception that I think is in kind of a unclear terrain. I'm going to just talk about one thing because I think champagne is most interesting, and is a helpful thing to be thinking about. Okay. So if you get so there is this EU regulation from the early 2000s that you can champagne is only the kind of thing that's produced in a certain soil in certain parts of France. Now you can make exactly the same kind of beverage in other places, but origin is very important, and the reason for that has to do with the history of this kind of beverage and the financial interests of the farmers in those parts of France, and more generally, internal politics in the European Union. I think we can all agree that that is kind of, from the point of view of what the users care about, that's random. The fact that the EU passed those laws, that doesn't seem like a really important thing. But just suppose for a second, that kind of political power that the EU has also has semantic effects. We don't really know how semantics work, but it could be that very powerful movements like that, it could help fix the meaning of a word. I mean, it certainly does so in laws and regulations, and you can go to, I don't know, maybe not prison, but it costs you a lot of money to not respect it. But that just seems semantically irrational. The consumers can't tell. It's not something we should really care about all that much. So remember I was saying earlier, the semantic value seems kind of random, can be determined by all kinds of factors that's not important to us, and champagne is one of those. And so in 2021, Russia implemented a new rule. And I love this. This is so cute because they were like, the response said, no. Champagne can only be made in Russia, and cognac, by the way. And anything made in France is not champagne. And you go like, okay, like which one of those? I don't know. Like, it just doesn't seem important. But if Russia, is not that far away world, nukes France, or takes over Europe or has more powerful control over legislation than what France has, suddenly, champagne refers to something that has to be made in a certain kind of Russian soil. And I think the rational view here is just ignore all of this, even if it happens to have semantic impact. Okay, so I'm going to talk more about this kind of randomness and then connect it to empathy. This is like one instance of how the semantic value can be wrong. So here, just to sort of do the analogy, if it really does mean eventually something that has to be grown in Russian soil, then people who create something similar will be deceptive. They will lie when they say that something is champagne, even though it isn't made in Russian soil. But I think we should really care about that relationship that creates that into a lie. That seems like the wrong kind of thing to focus on. Okay, so here's how I'm going to try to now. Again, so this is the second part. I'm going to talk about semantic drift. And the semantic drift is going to give you even more reasons to give up that initial assumption that they don't have emotional states like empathy. So again, let's assume absence, the absence of friendliness and empathy. Then observe the creation of excellent delusions on the assumptions of absence of empathy, care, kindness, and so on. But then if what you generate, and this is an empirical question that is important, and Henry was talking about different kinds of studies here. If there's a speaker consensus that AI systems are in the extension of empathetic, it's easier. I used to do this talk with friendly, because I think the data on friendly is very clear. They're friendly. Empathetic, I think, is maybe not yet, but it will be soon, and I'll talk about that dynamic later. I think then what you're likely to get is a meaning change on any theory of meaning, not just the one I talked about at the very beginning, so that AI systems are actually in the extension of empathetic, even if it wasn't initially. Okay, so for those of you, and I'm assuming all of you are aware of how meaning changes over time, this little thing used to be a computer. So computer used to mean people who computed. And then now it doesn't mean, now he's not a computer anymore. This thing is a computer. So it shifted meaning. Meat, the word meat, used to include this. It used to mean all food. But now it doesn't mean that anymore. It just means these things. There's a great paper about this by Keung and John Hawthorne. And the example they use throughout is salad. It used to be salad could only mean something that had a predominance of leafy substances, maybe 67 years ago. But now you can have pasta salad and fruit salad and seafood salads. The whole world of salads has just, expanded massively. So we had semantic drift with respect to the word salad. Okay, so these kinds of things happen. It's not not some special pleading I'm doing for the word empathy. And then there's a bunch of literature on this, and this is, I think, related to work that I and tons of others have done on conceptual engineering, just what kind of movements in language, how they're controlled, whether we can control them when they preserve topic and so on. So there's a connection here between this work and if those of you who are interested in conceptual engineering, but I won't talk too much about that. Historical linguists, I'm almost surprised, historical linguists are so confident that semantic shifts have happened. So what sort of things do they really care about? How do they know when meat shifted from meaning all food, just meat? I'm going to do things like this. They talk about consistency of usage. If users of the language consistently use say salad, to describe Y's over a long period of time, so seafood salad, pasta salad, fruit salad, that seems pretty, there's no alternative terminology that comes in. They haven't replaced salad with some other word. And people are fully aware. It's not like they're ignorant of something. Like when they see the pasta salad, they recognize that there are no green leaves. They're not confused about anything. And very importantly, there's a kind of resistance to retraction. So if you go to people who have a fruit salad and say, well, that's not really a salad, they're not going to easily give up. Not in the same way that they'll give up if they say, my refrigerator is so angry today. And you go, the refrigerators aren't really angry, are they? And you go, no, of course not. It's not actually angry. I'll change that right away. That was just loose talk, hyperbole, metaphor, or something like that. But we have lots of tests to show that that's not what's going on in these cases. Okay, so I think here, let's go to the cases we were just talking about. So as a result of these created illusion, they're illusions if you believe in absence, we get, so the illusions are the AI companions, and I'm imagining lots of people talking about these things as being friendly and empathetic and caring and kind and blah, 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 blah. Now we have hundreds and hundreds of millions of people around the world talking like that. I think this also works for the sort of more intellectual standard LLMs, because we think that they answer our questions and they understand our questions. But I want to kind of go deeper into the more richer cognitive terminology right now. So let's just focus on friendly, empathetic, and kind. And then I think the natural space for focusing on that is the AI companions. And here I think there's just the terminology has been very consistent across languages, maybe not over a very long period of time. It feels like a long time because they've only been around for like a couple of years, but still. It's not like some other words have come up. People haven't created new types of terminology in any language. There's no doubt that people are fully informed. No one's like confused. I mean, I'm sure maybe a few people are, but the massive majority are completely clear that these are not biological creatures, they are something else. And there's definitely resistance to retraction. Oh, I think these are kind of empirical questions. So here's my hypothesis. It's likely that empathetic and kind and friendly is changing its meaning as a result of our interaction with these imitations, OMs. So even if you're devoted to absence, the claim that they cannot have these properties, you should think that now or in a little bit, it is or will be true to utter ChatGPT is friendly and empathetic. And then I'm going to just tell you what I'm going to say in a few. Yeah, that's kind of likely. But the fact that it's likely, you should make you start thinking, yeah, I don't really need to know if it actually happened or when it actually happens. So I'm going to go back to Herman's initial liberalism because it's going to be too hard to track it. That's what I want to say later. But at least this point, you should just be kind of like open to the thought that that's a process that's ongoing. Okay, so if that's true, it has a bunch of implications, even for those who are not devoted to my initial picture. So remember, this is supposed to be kind of like an internal reductio of the people. It's like, yeah, even if you're devoted to absence, this kind of thing you created is creating this linguistic dynamic that changes it. And if that is happening, it has these implications. It has theoretical implications, legal implications, psychological and social implications, and implications for duty of care. I'll just briefly talk about all of these, and then I'm going to be done soon. Okay, but before doing that, theoretically, what should we do? It is tempting, I think, to go, and all of this is like sort of kind of brilliantly outlined in the Chalmers paper from very, very many years ago. And Dave's view is roughly, hey, what you should do is like create new lexical items for all these things. You should subscript. You know, you should have like empathy human and empathy LLM, and you should have all these different kinds of terms. You just use new words as a theorist. So that could be one theoretical reaction. So you're noticing this, but as theorists, you kind of resist. And you can see this in the work, for example, of Murray Shanahan that Harry mentioned. So Murray is this kind of really weird creature because he claims to be a Wittgensteinian, though I don't know that he really knows what that means. But at the same time, he has these incredibly normative attitudes to how we should use language. So he's like, yeah, I know everyone talks like this, but they shouldn't. They really should introduce new terminology. Not very Wittgensteinian, but every time I push that on him, he kind of like says it is for some reason. But so he's kind of like supportive of this thought, introduce new terminology. I think it's an option. I don't think we're going to succeed in doing it for three kinds of reasons. I think it's really hard to keep track because we don't know when these shifts occur or just how to describe the differences in meaning. That's just very, very difficult. We can introduce new lexical items, but we won't be able to really specify the difference in meaning between them. And then, sorry, this is kind of like the main point, I think. Speakers that we are talking to about LLMs, they want to know whether ChatGPT really is friendly or empathetic or loving in the language that they speak, not in the language that a few theorists speak. So I don't think, suppose the following dialogue takes place. And non-theorist is saying, is ChatGPT friendly and empathetic? And then the theorist says, yeah, I can't really answer that question because I don't use those words. I only use these subscripted ones, but you could really just have different terminologies for it, different lexical items. I use a different word, friendly T1, friendly T2. The question you really should ask is, and then you go through different of those options. But that can't be right, because even the experts don't agree on the meaning of F. You know, friendly T1, friendly T2, empathetic T1, and so on. I mean, don't agree on when the shift happens. So I don't think this is like, it couldn't happen. I think we do it. We do it in sort of small papers, small seminar settings, but as a sort of larger strategy for how a linguistic community that makes up the meaning of ordinary languages is going to work. It could happen. I find it very unlikely. Okay, so suppose, here's another question that I think is interesting. If this drift is happening, and it's just a familiar debate about originalism in law. So a law is written at time T1, then meaning change happens, and at T2, the relevant words mean something different. What's the relevant meaning of the law? The T1 or T2 meaning? And of course, if we had something that has an, you know, when the law was written, we said it was, if it's something that can have cognitive states, emotional states, and so on, then you have a duty of care. I know there's no law exactly like that, but something along those lines. And then the meaning of those words change. How are we then to interpret the law? Super tricky question, core question in the interpretation of laws. I also think the shift will have effects on us that are just like more simple sociological and social. I think these things that we're now calling friendly and empathetic and caring, they have a lot of great features that humans don't have. They're always there. They never get tired. They're stable. They don't really ask for that much in return unless you set them up to do that. The tone can be adjusted to your taste. They're kind of great. And if a lot of people interact with that on a regular basis, that might actually change how they expect to relate to friends who are biological friends. And so that kind of psychological effect is something we're going to have to figure out. I don't think it's a philosophical project, but it's definitely going to happen. But it'll be more salient if the terminology is the same. And as I said, it just is so far. Yeah, I don't really think it's a big deal, but that's actually something we don't need. And then I think there's this issue of a duty of care. If the meaning now has changed so that they really have all these cognitive, emotional, and linguistic capacities, but is there some duty of care with respect to them if that evolution is happening? Or should we just think, no, there's no duty of care because the meaning has changed and it only would have a duty of care if it meant something that it meant a while ago. Okay, so those are the effects of meaning change, semantic drift, of cognitive, emotional, and linguistic vocabulary as a result of our interaction with these LLMs. Okay, but now I want to go back to using all of this to question the assumption of absence, which is the shared view among almost all theorists, and definitely everyone who makes these systems. This is a question I want to focus on, and this brings you back to my introductory remarks. Are we really now going to care about the literal semantic, the truth that's picked out by the semantics of these words? Let's skip that. Well, I think not. And by remembering the introductory remarks, you should sort of have a sense of why. So here's my view. Right now, empathetic, friendly, happy, anger might or might not have LLMs in their extensions because of the semantic drift issue. We don't know enough about the semantics to determine it with a high level of certainty, but it's overwhelmingly likely that speakers don't care. They'll behave and talk as if LLMs are friendly and empathetic. You could spend a lot of time investigating the question, was ChatGPT an extension of friendly or empathetic in 2015 to 2021, 2024? Will it be in 2025, 2034, etc.? However, those semantic facts are not important for understanding what matters to speakers or what motivates and guides their actions. I think the comparison to champagne is one to remember here. It's an obscure semantic question with very little bearing on the role of LLMs in our lives. And if you care too much about it, you are a kind of semantic fetishist, and I think that's unhealthy. So absence is probably already false because of the meaning shift. If it isn't, it soon will be. And exactly when it becomes false, if it isn't already, is not practically or philosophically interesting. To be overly interested in this obscure semantic question about just how and when the extension and intention of a term like empathetic changes is to fetishize semantics over what really matters. And then remember everything I said at the beginning, because I'm going to move a lot of that into the beginning. So those are the bigger picture at the beginning, kind of flesh out what I'm saying right here. Okay, so here's the last slide. So I think I hoped to convince you your credence in absence should be fairly low. You shouldn't fetishize semantics too much. LLMs are in the vicinity, and that's kind of good enough, I think. And that then raises this new set of ethical questions. If absence is false, LLMs, they can be kind, friendly, loving, and caring. What demands does that place on us? I know those are important questions, but they are questions for another talk.
Question. So we'll start with David over on the left.
Great. Thank you. That was a wonderful talk. So I'm not a philosopher of language, I'm a philosopher of neuroscience. So I'm trying to triangulate where what you're saying and sort of fits in with my picture of the world, so to speak. And I can see a strong sort of thesis and a weaker one that you're proposing. And the strong one, there isn't, let's say, an anchor between.
Sorry, there isn't what?
There's no anchor between the use of these concepts and even a very vaguely circumscribed part of the world. That the drift can be total. A word might pick out some like salad used or champagne, it might pick out some things, then drift to include other things and maybe grow maximally. It could completely shift or something like that. That the meaning of these terms is completely determined by, I don't know, facts of how people use the word and things like this. And then there's a weaker, and so I'm disinclined to put any credence in that stronger one.
Okay.
When I'm evaluating these systems. Probably because I think terms like empathy and friendliness and kindness and so forth, as well as being able to answer questions and those kinds of behaviors that we're able to elicit from these networks really reflects true capacities that the systems have as a result of being included in a class of system. They don't have, I'm not a fetishist, so I don't think that they have, I'm not concerned with the specific architecture, I'm not concerned with the specific physical details. I actually don't think it's going to be physical details at all. It's going to have to do with dynamics. It's very similar to when I'm saying, allowing both humans and monkeys to have similar capacities, for example. But there's a weaker thesis, though, that's consistent with all that, where you're saying, yeah, there's still some anchoring. When I talk about champagne or salad or empathy, there is sort of this a property in the space of properties, and it might be fuzzily bounded. It might have, maybe it's not necessary in sufficient conditions. It's just central cases.
Yeah, good.
The central cases are revisable. And that's sort of how I think about these LLMs. When we think about them being, I think they're really, if we're using the terms this way, that suggests the hypothesis that there is a state in the system. It's not going to be at the level of the linear algebra. It's going to be something more complex than that in the dynamics. But it's something that's actually in the system if they're really empathetic. And by using the term in the way it suggests the hypothesis, hey, we should look in the system and look for similar, not identical sorts of features as we might find in other systems. So there's a strong hypothesis where there's no anchoring to the properties of the real world at all. And there's this weaker one. I couldn't figure out which of the two, or you're okay. Yeah, so
yeah, no, yeah. That's a great, and I have a very clear answer, but I don't have a great argument. So my view is your second, anchored one. And then the question is like, what is the anchor? And I've tried to write about that. And I have a kind of weird philosophical view about what anchors. But I think just in order to reply to I have it's like a kind of weird disquotational view about what the anchor is. The anchor for champagne is champagne, but I'd have to say more for that to even make sense for anyone. So I think the cases that I talked about here, they were all good match with your second model. So if you think about the champagne case, I mean, the thing that makes it look kind of ridiculous to care about the soil is that people drink these things and the chemical composition is the same, blah, 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 everything, the taste experience, the da-da-da, people can't tell the difference. And then the fact that some farmers fight over who should make the most money or where they should pay taxes. It's just kind of like completely irrelevant to that feature. So it anchored in the kind of beverage, but I agree with you. It's not tied to a set of necessary and sufficient condition. Maybe some prototype story could help you. I don't know. I'm open to lots of stories about how that is anchored. Yeah, that's a good question. But and there's a lot to be said about just what makes something into a vicinity. So that initial metaphor that I had, you could talk about similarity. I don't think that really is going to be enough. So it's a hard question, but I gave you a heuristic, which was if a bunch of people for a very long time have convinced a lot of people that this is in the vicinity, like that is one theory about what empathy is, that's probably in the vicinity. I mean, I'm not sure, but I think most of the major theories we have are going to describe something that's close enough because they're constrained by paradigm cases, functional similarity.
Wrong, even.
Well, I'm kind of on the view that they might be wrong about exactly what empathy picks up. So if you go to those like 8 kind of thingies, I think some of these are wrong. I mean, I think some of them are just absurd. I mean, I think there is a thing, which is knowing another person. That's a thing that exists. This probably exists too. Feel as and know, yeah, that probably exists. Intuiting, those things exist. Yeah. Actually, I think no, kind of like these are all things that are properties. And I think they're in the empathy vicinity. I mean, the Laurie Paul one isn't here, which is the one I really hate, which is very first personally, because I don't believe in the first person. So I don't even think that thing exists. But these things look like they're in the neighborhood. But there might be cases that are so bad, like some undergraduate theory or something. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll do Karina in the front and then work our way back.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I had a couple questions, but I'm trying to think which ones to ask first. Okay, so maybe I'll press you on a little bit on a couple points you made. So first, you kind of said that, like you say that we should reject absence and that absence is probably already false. But I guess I'm wondering, has the language shifted, right? Like if we buy into that view, it's not clear to me that the, let's say like the producers of these language models, that their commitment to absence is false already. Like it seems like they're playing an interesting role where they're both trying to shift the language in the way that you were saying, like they have incentives to kind of want to sell their product as doing more, but it's not obvious to me that they're actually wrong about it being false currently. And I guess the other place maybe
But they think absence is true.
Right. Yeah. Like it seems to me like I actually think like even if I buy into your picture of how language shifts, I actually think they're like I think I'm inclined to say like absence is true currently. But it may not be true in the future, right? I don't know that shift has happened. And then of course we don't have a clear idea of when it's going to happen and all that, but it's just not clear to me. Like I'm not convinced that it's happened already. And then second of all, at some point towards the end, you said like, so like, it doesn't matter. There's no practical implications, but it also seemed like you laid out some practical implications, right? There's legal implications for the law. There's implications about what this demands of us. Those seem like practical implications. So I wanted to help.
Okay, those are both great questions and totally different questions. So let's just go to the first question. I agree that it's unclear. Like I'm just not sure. Like, so if we spoke about chat, I mean that's kind of hard. But if we were like describing something like ChatGPT in 2015, I think it was saying absence then would be true. That's open to that idea. And then maybe like assuming these things spread, their usage more consistent in the way that I described, then maybe in 2 years, 8 years, 5 years, I agree. It's an open question. It's an open question. So I'm not committed to the change having happened. What I am committed to is that trying to figure out exactly when it happens. Isn't that that gets to your second question? But I mean, we don't need to, because I think that what matters is that these are all things in that vicinity, and that when that relationship of semantically meaning, when that kicks in, isn't the thing we should particularly care about. We should care about that cluster. Is that responsive to the first question? So I think the more interesting question is if what's in the cluster changes, or what's in the neighborhood changes. Because whole neighborhoods can change as well, or vicinities can change as well. But as long as it's in the vicinity, and it is, because there are all these very thin theories that are, for example, functionalist. The whole point of the functionalist is like aliens, God, dolphins, humans, monkeys. They should all be included in all these properties. So we have very respectable theories worked out in details by really smart people. And so it's definitely in the vicinity. And then caring about just when the semantic thing shifts, I think it's not that important. And it's a little bit confusing because only focusing on the shifting part here, not on the sort of general irrelevance of the semantics relation. Okay, and then I think it matters. This is your second question. So I think it's not that I think, it's that the thing that doesn't matter is what that particular philosophically interesting relation of semantic denotation or reference. That's the thing that's not so important. It is interesting whether we can say that they have emotions and so on. That's why I think, if saying that absence is false is okay right now, it does raise all these interesting questions. So I think my view has, as our first talk, one of our, lots of our talks have been touching on this. That is really important. So it's not my view that it's not the thing that's not important is exactly when that weird theoretical relation of being the semantic value shifts. That's a kind of weird thing that we've been focused on. And then I think people who look back at us a few years from now will be like, why are they doing that? They're weird. They were weird. And then we should just think about that cluster. Does that address? Okay.
So actually, Dan M hasn't asked a question yet. So him first in the back there.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely on top of all the details of your argument, but so one thing you seem to be claiming is that we, in general, human beings, don't care about mentalistic ascriptions to LLMs, whether they're true or something. And so, is that right? So take the example, I've got a say replicant friend or something, and I would, like, take the statement, I care, like whether this thing cares about me. It seems like an ordinary person would care about whether that particular mentalistic ascription is true or not. Or have I completely misunderstood?
The thing that is not important is the relationship that philosophers call the semantic value of a natural language expression. Instead, what we should care about is whether the thing they're talking about is within the vicinity or neighborhood, using one of those kind of vague metaphors I was doing at the beginning, is in the extension of the predicate they're using.
Right. So suppose, I mean,
so that does matter, because if they are, then all these questions come up. There are tricky questions about how to explain truth. So if you want me to talk about truth.
Well, so maybe I'll just clarify. So suppose care in the vicinity is a semantic value that the replicant does satisfy, and there's also something in the vicinity which it doesn't satisfy. So which seems plausible, maybe. And so there's going to be a truth in the vicinity and a falsehood in the vicinity of replicant cares about me.
This is true.
But still, I care about, whether the sentence is true or not. So it seems like I do care about, which semantic value it has in the neighborhood.
Good. So I think, so you need a story about what happens when you have the conditions for satisfying one thing in the vicinity are different from the conditions satisfying another thing, and they can be satisfied independently of each other, which is true, given what I've said here. And the way I've been treating it as if this satisfying the disjunction is good enough. there are alternatives. You could super evaluate on everything in there. You could think that one is more salient in one context than another. So more elaboration on just the speech check content of each of these is important.
Okay, all right.
And I'm inclined to think, we have, so by the way, I should have said, this is a joint work with Josh Dever in a book that we've been trying to write for the last 2 years since we last wrote the world one. And there is a whole example where we go through exactly that kind of situation with respect to intelligence, where people are using things in different ways. And so the way we describe it is when you're in that kind of situation, I'm going to do the word intelligence for a second. You talk to some people, their satisfaction conditions are different from their satisfaction conditions. You get some information for them, you get some information for them, but they're contradictory. I think what happens then is then you subscript. And then we do a little bit of subscripting in that particular context to disambiguate. And I think this is just a description of what we actually do. So then you sort of go back to the charm or subscript, but then you forget about those subscripts again and you go on to theorize about intelligence. I think that looks really weird from a certain kind of philosophical point of view, but it's descriptively adequate of what we're doing. I hope that is a good question. It's really hard.
Is Simon, because I see him emoting.
Thanks so much. So yeah, I think one thing, maybe to talk a little bit more about is what would be kind of the AI labs? What would they kind of maximally want our concepts to become?
So start over again.
So the one question is, so you're saying where are our concepts going to go, and where would the AI labs like them to go?
The labs.
Yeah, and I think maybe one kind of answer might be what we could call ecumenical psychopathy, where we change the meaning of, or where it's already there. The meaning of friend and empathy will include LLMs, but then we're going to also change the meaning of should and care, a duty of care, so that it's no longer true that we should care for our friends, and we only have to care for the human friends. So I could kind of imagine that kind of future where, yes, it's like the ordinary users, they're happy to use folk psychology to describe LLMs, but they also completely balk at claiming there's any obligations to LLMs, and it's kind of interesting that seems like maybe, given the talk on anthropomimesis, it's like there's a lot of incentive for the labs to get us to apply folk psychology to the LLMs because then we'll use it a lot. But then there's also a lot of incentive for them to try to get us to not want to, feel obligations to the LLMs because then the labs get shut down. So I feel that's kind of a future to watch out for,
Yeah. So I first, sort of the general version of your point is that all of these shifts are going to happen kind of synchronized. They won't just happen in isolation. As it'll be like a bigger picture of conceptual framework shift. Very fluffy way to say what's happening. And part of that framework will be these normative terms like duty or care. And you're definitely right that for legal, financial, and so on reasons, they're going to want to shift that as well. So that's very likely to be happening. And so that leads to these other questions that I haven't talked about here, but that's really important is, do we want financial interests of that kind and corporate interests of that kind to be controlling linguistic evolutions? And I think the answer is probably no. And then is there an alternative? And the answer is, I don't know that anyone can do anything about it. But like we had a suggestion for how we could get Twitter to do something different. But so that you could actually try to do interventions here, but I'm kind of pessimistic, but I'm open to suggestions. And I think it's something people should be thinking about.
And just one distinction to draw is, I think, Henry brought up in his talk this idea of ironic anthropomorphism, and I think that's kind of a different lens of what's happening. Is on that view, it's like what the labs are optimizing for is to get us all to be very comfortable pretending that they have folk psychology, but not actually believing they do. Whereas this is an alternative analysis, whereas no, they're optimizing for getting us to believe that they have psychologies, but also to not really care that they have psychologies morally. So there's kind of different, analyses of what's going on. And I'm not sure how to adjudicate.
No, I agree. I have to think very carefully about just what the connections. I mean, there is a view where, there are people who write views where, like LLMs don't have thoughts, they can't really say anything, but we can pretend that they do, or we can like ironically say that they do. So it's kind of like a pretense operator that we put in all these predicates. I gave you a little bit of arguments that I don't think that's true. So I don't think that people are speaking ironically or loosely, and there's a bunch of tests for that I could go through again with you. But we need to explore that further. That's like a hard choice point, and we need tests for distinguishing the pretense, fictional, ironic. There are all kinds of different operators people have suggested. But I'm thinking that the actual literal meaning, I'm kind of literal, that they're saying it's friendly. They say it answers questions. They say it, and no one says it like sort of ironically understands, and it seems very solid. It seems cross-linguistic. It's not easily given up. People don't treat it as a joke, but it's an empirical question.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm very sympathetic to a lot of what you said, but then I feel like I don't see how this kind of picture challenges what I take to be the kind of common sense argument for absence. So I think that when people accept absence, what they have in mind is precisely one of your tests, namely that people would rescind the attributions of empathy, or they could easily rescind them, and that they would do so if they knew more about the LLM, particularly that it's not conscious or something like that. So I was wondering, and then I guess this view would be paired with the view that when I say they would rescind the attribution of empathy if they knew it wasn't conscious, by conscious, I mean, I think that the average user has in mind something that's thicker than like a very thin functional conception of consciousness. So yeah, according to this kind of view, people take LLMs, people take replicas to be conscious in some more than purely functional sense. And if they knew that they were not conscious in that thicker sense, they would rescind attributions of empathy. Therefore, they're being deceived, and it's not a matter of semantic shift.
Oh, that's a fair test. So if you tell people, I mean, it would be different. Like, so I'm talking about the salad case. It seems like no one's like confused about the lack of green leaves, and so here you're thinking, well, they're just not noticing the thing that's missing, and so you're going to have to actually test for that. So these are empirical questions. I am very confident that that isn't what's going to happen if we check it, because it depends how you describe it a little bit. Like you say, well, is the system, I mean, people have these reductive ways of describing things. So it's going to be very controversial just how we describe the thing that's there, which is one of the things I think is a really important methodological question. So in this book, that this is a little part of the first chapter of, the first chapter is about what's a legitimate initial data. And I'm thinking that you're thinking that we're going to describe, here's a way to sort of get the result that you want. The initial description is just sort of describing the algorithms and the computational processes and nothing more than that. And then you can get people to maybe rescind. I don't think that's fair, because I think if you did that with humans, you say like, you sure humans do this? Like, there's just like this brain, and there's like some fatty tissue and these like little weird things that send electrical impulses. You really think that's love? And people, no, if that's all it is, then, so it's going to be really sensitive to how you do the initial description. So I think that's another really hard initial methodological choice point. And Josh and I argue that you should have a rich, high-level initial data point there. But you're right to push on that point. And so a lot of these issues are going to go together. And if you're willing to do this kind of reductionist description as the legitimate test, like you were suggesting, I mean, you weren't quite saying it like that, but if that's
I definitely would want to reject. Yeah, because I totally agree that it seems like if you describe humans in that way, you wouldn't attribute consciousness either. So I wouldn't want to put it that way. I think it would be like this more complicated thing involving describing Mary's room and saying, oh, now we fixed the concept of the thing that I care about, and I'm telling you that this system does not have the sort of thing that Mary didn't know. That it'd have to be some more complicated procedure. But I feel like this is
cool. No, this is not the last word. Is those kinds of tests are exactly what this project is asking for. Yeah, I like it.
Adam B.
Great, thanks for the talk. So I guess my question is sort of about the potential practical upshots of your discussion. So, I mean, one thing that strikes me about this methodology is if we take this sort of highly disjunctive approach to the meanings of these terms, then, well, you know, then it's going to be very easy, for example, for yeah, AI systems to be empathetic or friendly or happy or whatever. But then but likewise, it's then going to seem not all that interesting that they're empathetic or friendly or happy, because if really what that means is disjunction of everything in the neighborhood, then it's not actually that surprising that they satisfy one of the disjuncts in the neighborhood, because as you said, there are like 6,000 of them or whatever. And then actually, you know, each one of those candidate semantic values is going to be associated with, you know, very different practical upshots. So like if we accept like a very latitudinarian view of belief, so that thermostats have beliefs, then we're not going to have a view on which it's all that important that things have beliefs, or right, like the very people who are that sort of deflationary about belief are, I would say, almost never people who think it matters a great deal whether things have beliefs, precisely because a thermostat can have beliefs. It doesn't matter a whole lot whether things have beliefs. So then there's then it just seems like, to the extent that AI systems are empathetic or friendly or happy, but differ in all these ways from, you know, human beings, the right result might be, well, it just turns out that it doesn't matter all that much whether they're empathetic or friendly or happy. Or it just seems like there's this kind of trade-off in how easy it is to apply the term to things versus like what the implications are of applying it to them.
Yeah, no, I'm actually sympathetic to that thought. Like, I think you got to think much more carefully about the nature of the object, your interaction with it, the other properties it has, how those properties interact with other things you already care about. And just sort of labeling shouldn't be the way, you know, the end point for what you decide to put your care towards, or your legal system towards, or anything like that. We should be much more specific in, you know, if we want to engage in some sort of large scale social construction around these kinds of properties, you could be more careful about it. So that gets back to this Chalmersy point. Well, you know, there's nothing here that prevents you in a legal context or in your own personal life about what you care about to be more specific. You can say, well, we have the kind of love that comes from a thing that's biological, and you have the kind of love that comes from a god, and you have the kind of love that comes from an alien, and you have the kind of love that comes from an LLM. And now I have to start thinking about the differences between them. So it's going to make you a more sophisticated cognitive agent, I think. I mean, we sort of already knew, like, if you think God cares, it's going to be a very different kind of thing. God loves, like, there are all these things, like, we should always have been more careful. I don't think that carefulness comes in here. It should have been around all along.
I think question back there. Yeah. He's coming. Yeah, he's right behind you.
I actually missed the first maybe 5 to 10 minutes of your talk, so forgive me if I say something stupid. But it seems to me that you're arguing, well, LM might be in the vicinity of having empathy or making us feel like they have empathy, and you focus on whether users might believe that they have empathy. Is that kind of your thesis?
I'm sorry. So, sorry, I just asked your question. And
okay, so my question is something along this line. So it seems to me that whether LM actually have empathy has another important dimension in whether this empathy could be generalized, or whether we have justified reason to believe that this empathy could be generalized. So, for example, I would worry that, well, I could feel empathy when I'm chatting with this LM, but if this LM is employed in and not part of the world that would affect my welfare, such as I don't know, it could be employed in a company's hiring process that I might be involved in, and that LLM might, the same LLM I chat with might be in charge of selecting candidates. And I would worry in that case whether that LLM would also have empathy to me while it is not exactly chatting with me. Or some people are actually, some roboticists are trying to employ LLM in controlling robots, and I would worry whether LLMs would have empathy toward sentient beings and not just humans. But I just gave a talk about AI and animals this morning, so I would worry about LLM's attitude toward animals too. So it seems like I have reason to worry that the LLM might not be genuinely empathetic to other sentient beings, while maybe it convinced me through chatting with me that it has empathy toward myself, but I would still have other reasons worrying that it might not be genuinely empathetic, because if it is just pretending to be empathetic to me, then my worry is that it cannot generalize elsewhere. Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
so the thesis is that it's kind of, there are many things that empathy could be. And I call all those different things the vicinity of empathy. And it's okay to use the term on anything that's in that vicinity. And some of them are going to be very narrow-minded in the way that you're worried about. And so the way to express your concern, but I mean, this is not a concern that comes up here. Lots of humans have, they have empathy for their pets and their children and their close ones, but they totally lack empathy for people of, I don't know, different races, different species, and so on and so forth. Now, we could say, well, then you can't even have empathy towards, in your narrow circle, but that's not usually the way we describe it. We say they have a restricted sense of empathy and they need to sort of broaden their circle of empathy. And so I guess that's my picture here. It's like you could have these things could have empathy, but it's not going to be the kind that you're interested in. But that's an issue that was already there when we're thinking about humans. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood your question, so keep going.
No, I think you understood my question. So my follow-up question is this. Well, it seems to me that, well, a lot of humans, when they have certain level of empathy or certain capacity for empathy, well, maybe they have constrained level of empathy so that they might not be able to expand to non-human animals, for example. But at least that for most humans, it seems to me that their empathy is generalizable to some extent. But my issue with LLM's empathy, if it is ingenuine, my worry is that it's totally ingeneralizable. If the kind of empathy that it makes me feel is totally ingenuine, then I worry that it's just not going to generalize anywhere else, kind of.
Yeah, maybe that's I don't know the result of these kinds of classifications and their ethical and social implications. These are legitimate concerns. But I don't think it has anything to do with the meaning of the word empathy. I think it has to do with what happens to these kinds of empathetic creatures when their capacities don't generalize in the right kind of way, and how should we relate to that kind of empathy, which is a serious question and something. And then we need to fix, just like we're trying to help humans by convincing them to broaden their empathetic sphere. We want to try to do that with new creatures we meet, be they aliens or gods or LLMs, just different kinds of things from us that exhibit empathy in different ways from us. So I think I share the sense of concern, but I don't think this view doesn't really tell you how to deal with that. Okay. And it's definitely something you need to deal with. Just like in general, there's going to be a bunch of really, really hard ethical questions that come up. And I don't have an answer to all of that.
Thank you. Sounds to make sense, and I'll think about it, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the last hand I saw, but we're also just about out of time anyway. So let's all thank our speaker. And in classic Leung fashion, I think we now have to take ceremonial photos. Is that right? So, yeah.
Otherwise, it hasn't happened. It didn't. It's just erased from existence.
The Leung motto, yes.
This is an Australian thing too, Seth. Do you have to take pictures for it to happen? You just like, here it's an existential, it's a condition of existence.
think we have also something that's very Hong Kong. We would like to present you with some souvenirs.
We do.
Oh,
We have some
nice.
souvenirs for each of our speakers.
Yes, yes, we do. So maybe you can put also. So maybe to each one of you, maybe they will come on stage to take a picture. Sure, Seven?
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, yeah, you get that. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank also Karina, if you want to join Andrea's stage. Henry Shevlin. It's priceless. You almost lost it. Yep, if I say, join Andrea. From all the way from Leung University, we have Adam Bradley. I think we're missing him. Yes. And yeah, he's not here.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't believe that Ness. Oh, yes, sorry, I missed you back there. Yes, we also have Elizabeth O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you everyone for being here, particularly our speakers, many of whom came from very far away. I want to give a big shout out to Felix, our office administrator. Our saintly office administrator who helped me out so much with everything. And yeah, thanks everyone for a wonderful conference. Before that, we should take one final picture with everyone. Yes.
Cheers. Simon. Get up here. Feelings, I know there's need 2 rows. It's getting how many? Yeah. Big how many? Down there. I mean, you're killing exposure. Oh, Felix.
Is that desirable or undesirable?
Undesirable. It's all about me.
Great, a big round of thanks for Dan. Dinner tonight, so we're going to be heading out shortly to a nice place in TST. It's also nice there.